All right, well, good afternoon. I would like to call to order this regular Zoom meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. And first up, I will ask our clerk, Trustee Andrew Cottle, to call the roll.
Thank you, Madam President. President Raymond.
Present.
Vice President Taylor.
I'm here.
I am here. Trustee Calvert.
Here.
Okay.
Sorry.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Here.
Trustee Kelly.
Here.
Trustee Minetto.
Here.
And we do not have a student representative at this time. Hopefully get one soon. But Madam President, we have a quorum.
All right, thank you so much. And our item number 1.3 is the Pledge of Allegiance. So if everyone would please stand and we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance when the flag is up. Okay. So next up is the action to adopt the agenda, item number 1.4. Our staff has requested to pull consent agenda item 2.22, consideration of approval of the renewal of the College Readiness System Products Agreement with College Board for the Springboard English Language Arts Program. The item will return for a future meeting. So we'd be looking for a motion that approves the agenda with the absence of item number 2.22.
So move. Second.
Okay, so I have a motion from Vice President Taylor, a second from Trustee Simon Holland. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed? Great, that motion passes. Item number 2.1 is the approval of our consent agenda items. Items number 2.2 through 2.23. And so I would be looking for a motion to approve those consent agenda items.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Trustee Cottle, second by Trustee Kelly. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 And any opposed? I will ask for public comment. If we had any public comment on our consent agenda.
We do not.
Okay, thank you. I should have done that first. And I will just also make note that the trustees did submit some questions related to some of our consent agenda items, and the responses to those questions are posted as part of the meeting packet. Okay, next up, item 3.1 is public comment. This is a time where we go through public comment that is general and not related to specific agenda items. Currently we are accepting public comment by email, and that email address is publiccomments@washoeschools.net. The trustees have received the public comments that were sent prior to the start of the meeting and have read through those public comments. And what we will do now is read the names of individuals that submitted general public comment not related to a specific agenda item. If anyone in the public has something they would like to submit as public comment, they can continue to do so throughout the meeting, and those public comments will be shared with the trustees. We will take time to read through the public comment on our own and then read the names of those that submit them at the appropriate time. I will now ask our recording secretary, JJ Batchelder, to read the names of anyone that submitted general public comment.
We received public comments from Cindy Barnett, Janine Luciana, Angie Reeder. That's all for this item.
Thank you very much. Okay, so our first regular item up for discussion and information is our legislative update. This is a presentation and discussion about legislative action related to the 2019 legislative session, including Senate Bill 403 and the 2020 Legislative Committee on Education, or any potential special session information. Again, this item number 4.1 is for information and discussion only. We will hear primarily from our Government Affairs Director, Lindsay Anderson, and I know she has some guests with her that I will let her introduce for us. Hand it over to her. Thank you, Lindsay.
Thank you, Madam President and Board of Trustees, Superintendent McNeil. I am Lindsay Anderson, Government Affairs Director, and we have this item as kind of a standing item on our agendas right now as we await more information about a potential upcoming special session. I know we heard the governor indicate that there would be a special session towards the end of this month, June. There was some information put out yesterday that it's looking more like it's going to be early July, potentially July 7th or July 14th in there. So I wish I had more information, or I wish I could say that we were going to be heading down to Carson City next week and bringing back more concrete information that we could use as we go forward into the next school year. But I did want to just update you that we'll probably be having a special session on the same day as our next board meeting. So we might see some overlap there. I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen real quick as we move through quickly a presentation. Okay, here we go. So the Legislative Committee on Education is an interim committee, and they met last week. They received a presentation from our district on 3 items. Dr. Lamarca gave an update to the committee at their request on our reopening committee and the actions we are taking moving forward to reopen schools. There was also an agenda item around assessments and the desire for the chair of this committee, who happens to be an educator herself, to make sure that districts are doing everything we can to minimize the time on assessments and maximize the time, instructional time. And Mr. Hayes and Dr. Ayer did a great job giving the committee information about the work we're doing in the Washoe County School District around assessment. And then several pieces of legislation we reviewed with the committee, primarily the Read by 3 legislation, some legislation around English language learners, and our Zoom Victory programs at the committee's request. So I was really happy with all the dialogue that we were able to go through. It was a very long meeting. Our staff does a great job with all the other work they have to do of then going and presenting to this committee as we go forward through this interim. But it was a very productive meeting, and so wanted to make sure the Board of Trustees knew about that work. And I'll just quickly pause there, President Raymond, in case there's any other information before I go ahead onto the next conversation, which is a little bit more granular and specific.
All right, thank you very much. Trustees, anyone have a question at this time?
No.
Okay, I don't see any, so you can go ahead.
Great. So I was asked to kind of give a little bit more detail about Senate Bill 403 from the 2019 legislative session. And I'm lucky to have a lot of people that are available to answer any questions or fill in any holes that I may have. It's hard for me to remember even 2019, to be honest. So much has happened in 2020. But I will turn the slides over in just a few seconds here to Tara Graves from the 21st Century Learning Department, part of our Office of Academics, to kind of go through a little bit more detail. But I will just quickly tell you in terms of Senate Bill 403, it was sponsored by Senator Dennis, who's the chair of the Senate Education Committee. And he originally introduced a piece of legislation that would have required districts to obtain parental consent for each individual piece of technology software, digital learning tool that would be used by students prior to their use. And along with other districts, we got together and expressed concern about the ability of the district to monitor that level of detail. And so in working with an informal committee and the bill sponsor, there were several amendments made to the legislation and got to a point where ultimately we were able to support this legislation as it was passed. At no time were we the only district concerned about this or working on this language. Certainly we were working with our partners from the Clark County School District and the Nevada Association of School Superintendents, who are represented by their own lobbyists during this time, as we do on almost every piece of legislation, to make sure that there were no unexpected issues with the language of the legislation. So it's just a brief legislative history on that particular bill. I will add that it's easy to refer to these as in bill numbers just because that's what we're used to. It's like a name, but the legislation has been codified into NRS 388, 280 to 296. So if you were looking for the statutory reference in the Nevada Revised Statutes, that's where you could find it. Essentially, it added requirements for districts to align our school service providers to be consistent with FERPA and COPA. And the slide you're going to hear from Tara here, I'm going to turn it over. You will see is a very cross-functional team that develops this process for approving school service providers for our schools. So Tara, I'll let you go ahead from here and I'll just move the slides when you give me the thumbs up.
Okay, thank you, Lindsay. Good afternoon, President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, and Board of Trustees. So realize that this is not a 21st century learning process. This is our district process for these tools. And that is the path that a tool takes on its way to become approved or rejected. So you see there's a lot of district-wide involvement in the approval or rejection of a tool. And we've gotten the process down. When we first started, it was probably about a several month undertaking to get a tool approved. And now I believe we're a couple weeks, about 2 to 3 weeks, depending on the tool, of getting it from the submitter to the actual approval and final process. Next slide. One of the things that my department does is really support teachers in understanding that they are responsible to make sure that they are only using approved tools. You'll see the URL there at the bottom, that contract review. Every digital tool has a terms of service. And so this is essentially a contract. And that's why it's included under the contract review process. And not every tool needs to be approved. Not every tool requires a student account and so on. So some of the things that teachers want to use, if they go to our site, they'll see that they can go ahead and use it. But other things do need to go through the process, and that flow chart explains that. And this is available for all teachers on the school district website. Next slide. So yes, if it's approved, does that mean everyone can use it? No, unfortunately, again, because of terms of service, there's sometimes an age restriction. There's some that also require additional permissions that are only provided for special ed students. So there you'll see there are just some examples of the restrictions, and we are always telling teachers to check the site. So even if you've used a tool, last year and the restrictions were, 13 in high school, we always need to keep checking that site just in case the restrictions have changed. So that is our constant reminder for teachers, just to make sure that we're all in compliance with the usage of the tools. Next slide. We have also developed a lot of resources to support teachers in using the tools. So on the site where teachers find the approved tools, if it's approved, there's a Learn More button right there, and they click through to the 21st Century Learning Handbook that has lots of ideas for how to use the tool in the classroom for teaching and learning. And they can also go directly to our handbook and just look through all the tools that are included in there as well. Next slide. So right now we have 314 approved tools. Only 30 pending, which is amazing. Those of us that have been on part of this process for the last couple of years realize what a huge accomplishment this is. And 104 are rejected. And I believe that's my last slide. Yes.
Yeah, and I'll just wrap up. Thank you, Tara, for providing that information. I'll just wrap it up to, again, say that there's a lot of experts that are available right now. If there are particular questions the board may have about this process that was developed, but going into the July 1st, 2020 effective date for Senate Bill 403, our district is well positioned. So I'll leave it at that, and lots of people standing by if there's other questions.
Thank you so much, Lindsay. I see Trustee Cottle, and then I'll go to Trustee Simon Holland after that.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the presentation. A few months ago, I met with Mr. Cunningham and talked a little bit about this. And so when I saw the chart of all the steps that went into place to ensure something got approved, I knew definitely it was something to share with the community, because the district does take great steps to ensure, obviously from that chart, that these websites or programs are approved. If you could maybe just tell us and members of the public that are interested in this, what are a few reasons why something would not be approved? Like, what are the most common, I guess, out of the 104 that have not been approved, what are the most common reasons why you're seeing those not be approved in our process?
Tara, is that something you can answer, or are there other, I'm not involved in the process, so I don't want to speak on behalf.
Yes, I wasn't sure who he was addressing it to. So yes, President Raymond and Superintendent McNeil and Trustee Cottle. I think the biggest reason is the data sharing. So if a tool shares user data with third parties, that is probably one of our biggest ones where we're like, absolutely not. We can't do that. A big part of this bill is to protect student privacy and their data. So number one is probably that reason. Our legal department could speak to that more. Some of the other things, if it requires active parent consent, typically that is an automatic rejection just because of the level of management that it would take for a teacher to get parent permission for every single tool. So that we're trying to do the heavy lifting for teachers with this process so that they can just go to the site and see, okay, these ones are approved. I don't have to worry about getting parent permission. I know that their data is safe with these tools. I believe that's the biggest one, those two reasons right there. Ellen or Sarah, would you like to add to that?
This is Sarah Montalvo, General Counsel for the school district. I would concur with what Tara said regarding the active parent consent. With the language in COPA, we do not have to get active parent consent. It allows school districts to consent on behalf of the parents. However, sometimes the privacy policies or terms of service, although they say they follow COPA, they then say you must go get active parent consent. And what we've heard from a lot of the schools and the teachers is that's very time consuming if a terms of service would require as such. And it also would require them to potentially differentiate instruction for their students, which also makes it difficult for their teaching. So if a school service provider required that in their actual privacy policy, we generally reject it. However, one thing I would like to note is along with this process, we have created a pretty robust amendment that we have ensured creates and includes a lot of contract language that protects student data and that also is consistent with FERPA and COPA. And so if we reject a certain item, sometimes we can go back to the school service provider and say, hey, we're looking to reject this item. And then if they want to still engage with us and they assign and they are willing to sign our amendment that covers a lot of our concerns, then we would use that school service provider. And we do have school service providers that choose to sign our amendment. And it, like I said, has a lot of terms. I think it's almost 4 or 5 pages that we created to ensure that all student data is protected. And another issue we also want to see is a data deletion provision that ensures that once we're no longer using the product, that there's a way to ensure that that provider deletes all student data. So that's sometimes what we also will go back with rejection, but it's in our amendment to ensure that all student data is deleted. So if they potentially don't have that in their terms of service, but they sign our amendment, then we have that nice provision in there to ensure that they're not retaining any student data for an extended period of time.
Great.
Also, sorry, I had one more thing to add. One of the things also that really gets an automatic rejection as it goes through curriculum and instruction, if the tool and the usage of the tool is not aligned to our Nevada academic content standards, if it doesn't align to what we should be teaching, then it's an automatic rejection. If it's just like a fluff type of tool that really doesn't add educational value, then it's not included and doesn't continue on the process.
Great. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate that answer. And big thanks to all the departments involved to ensure that this is in place for on-time delivery. So thank you very much.
Trustee Simon Holland, and then Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, team, for all the great work that's gone into this. Part of my question was going to be what Trustee Cottle asked, and then I also wanted to ask, so whose responsibility is it to enforce the provisions of the contract that says you can't share this with third parties? I know there was discussion before the last legislative session, may have even been before that, talking about where the locus of responsibility would lie for monitoring the compliance with those contract provisions. So if anybody could comment on that, I'd appreciate it.
I know I cannot. Anyone else, team, that can chime in?
I can take a stab at it, Trustee Simon Holland. I think that's probably our next step as a district, is now that we have, it's officially a law and we need to be doing this, then our next step is making sure teachers are aware that this is a thing and that they need to be following this procedure that we have in place. I do know that we've developed a Safe Schools module. I know everyone's excited about another Safe Schools module, but letting them know that this is something that they need to, that is their responsibility. But also, I know that somewhere in our strategic tech plan, there was a provision for some kind of a governance committee or whatever it is for anything digital learning related. So I don't know if that's something that could be part of that going down the road, but I do believe that it's kind of in the hands of district leadership, I think, at this point, to see where we go with this with teachers.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, Trustee Simon Holland. I think to the extent of your question concerned, how are we ensuring that the actual school service providers that we contract with are following the terms? I think that's really more what your question was getting at. Several of the terms that we monitor is to ensure that if there is, for example, a data breach, that they have to notify us. It's generally within 24 hours. And we have other provisions similar to that. It just essentially whatever the issue is. And we also have our IT department is monitoring if any, for example, if they have changed or updated their privacy policy, we have tracking tools on all of those contracts to make sure that they haven't changed something that we deemed essential, that we would otherwise maybe not contract with them if that was present. So we do have, through the IT department and then through our contracts, an ability to ensure that they comply. And then also part of that too, especially if they've signed our amendment, is if they have breached a term, then there are avenues obviously that we can pursue if they don't want to work with us and try to essentially cure their breach. So I hope that sort of answers your question, because it sounded like it was more external rather than internal.
That was great, Sarah. Thank you very much. And Tara as well. Thank you. I really appreciate the diligence with which you all are looking at all of the layers of this that that do alarm people. You've addressed it, and I appreciate it. And just thank you for that. And I'm glad that it's on the radar, that we're monitoring that compliance. Thank you.
Thank you. And Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. And I do first want to just concur that I really appreciate the detail that you're going through all on the committee to make sure that our students' data is safe, and that teachers have the support that they need to select, the right tools. I have two questions. One is just more of a general. So if a teacher requests, there are 104 rejections. If a teacher requests a tool that is not going to be approved, I know they're notified that it's rejected. Are they able to find out why, and maybe have a suggestion on that there is an amendment or something like that that may help them get through that loop?
Hi, Trustee Taylor. So right now I have one of my staff members who manages a lot of this process, and we don't have an avenue for that type of process to be added, so an appeal. She does get emails about certain things. What we do offer is when somebody asks about a tool that's been rejected, we do try to find them something that's been approved that is comparable to the functionality that they're looking for. So that's one thing that we do have built in. But as far as a formal process for that, we're just not able to manage that right now.
Mm-hmm. No, Tara, thank you. And I certainly understand that. So teachers are notified if the request is denied. Are they informed as to why?
I can't answer that now. I don't have that information.
Okay. I think that may be helpful if they know what the barrier, is. But I certainly understand that you can't be all things to all people on this and managing the work. And I'm just impressed that you've approved 314 of these in this really short window. My second question is just, can you tell us, are you running into a certain type of tool, or maybe even one tool in particular that's requested often, but that does not pass the test, if you will? Are you noticing anything like that?
No, I don't. There's not one in particular that I could say. No, I mean, we honestly have covered a lot of bases in the types of tools people want. Microsoft Teams and Office 365 offer so much for teachers, and additionally the other 316 tools that we have, or 314. It's a whole variety of things that they would ever possibly want to use with students. On the rare occasion we get one that, I can think offhand, there's a couple that there's no other tool like it. And we definitely want to make sure we can add tools like that. We do everything we can to get those approved. But again, within the parameters of our process as well.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Sarah. I appreciate your work, you and the team, the whole committee.
Thank you.
I just want to double check. I saw Debbie Beiersdorf pop up there. Did you have anything to add to that response?
Thank you, Madam President and trustees and Superintendent Dr. McNeil. I just wanted to add to that our principals have been aware of this process for quite a while now. We started notifying them around, I believe it was December. And then of course, with building closures and that, we'll need to get back up to speed with that. Because what ideally we would like our teachers to do is to partner with their principals, with their assistant principal, to take a look at the list of approved products, apps, etc. See if there's one there on the approved list that will do the job that they're looking for. And then if not, help the teacher work through the process. So we'll continue to partner with our principals. We're going to need to revisit this. We know that as well, and that is in our plans as we go forward in the summer and back into school in August.
Thank you.
Okay, and Trustee Minetto.
So if one of our tools that we have a contract with has a breach, they'll have to notify us within 24 hours. And then what, well, you may not know this. What is our rule about when we notify parents? I mean, if their child's data has been breached.
This is Sarah Montalvo. It depends on what level of data breach it is, because sometimes it may not concern FERPA related information. It could be potentially just directory information, which parents have most parents have approved. We would then look to see if someone maybe opted out. But if it was actual student PII that was not considered directory information, we would then follow the FERPA requirements, which requires us to notify all families of the breach. And oftentimes, even if, because generally these breaches, they're not within our system, they're always with that external company's system. So we don't have to worry about our own system having any breach, because that would obviously be worse, because we have a lot more sensitive information within our systems. And the external companies, if they have their own internal data breach, we look at what the level of the breach is, and we work with that company. And then if it does reveal any student PII, we would then send out letters to parents as required under FERPA. And sometimes we even do it just out of an abundance of caution, even though we don't believe that it actually may have violated FERPA. We would rather just be more transparent with families and let them know.
All right. Anyone else have questions or comments on this item? Looks like we're all good. Thank you all very much for the updates and all the information. Superintendent McNeil, did you have anything to add?
Just, again, strong appreciation for the team and for Lindsay to help get this presentation together. You know, there's so much work in the background that put this entire process together, and that number, you know, Lindsay said it, that number 300 is a huge, huge effort and a huge lift. So I just want to thank IT, legal, purchasing. Purchasing is huge in this, legal is huge in this, and of course our friends and family in the academic area. So just thank you to everyone.
All right. Well, thank you all. And Lindsay, we will hear back from you soon, I imagine.
Sounds good. Thanks for having me.
Okay. Next up on our agenda, that was just for information and discussion. So we're just going to move on now to our next agenda item, which is 5.1, discussion, presentation, and possible action regarding the adoption of Washoe County School District Board Resolution 20-008, a resolution to augment the fiscal year 2019-20 budget and approve of augmentation and transfers for the fiscal year 2019-20 budget. This is for possible action, and our presenter on this item is our budget director, Mr. Mike Schroeder.
Good afternoon, President Raymond, members of the board, and Superintendent McNeil. We have before you a resolution to augment the fiscal year 19-20 budget and approve transfers. This is a routine item we bring to the board every year. It allows us the district to comply with a number of local financial administrative laws based on statutes. We are augmenting 5 funds, performing transfers in 5 funds. I know we have a big agenda with a lot of topics to discuss. I'll try to not spend a lot of time on this. I've included a narrative that explains a lot of what I'm going to talk about, so I'll just try to hit the highlights. Our general fund is our
Mike,
biggest.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Before we get too far along, I just see that Trustee Simon Holland has a question or comment.
Thanks, President Raymond. I can wait until Mike has made his presentation. Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right, then you can go ahead and I won't interrupt you.
All right, thank you. General fund, we're not really augmenting this fund. We're just providing transfers. Obviously, statewide, there was a budget issue for the current fiscal year. The interim finance committee and the governor were able to resolve that issue without impacting schools, fortunately for us. So we are not de-augmenting or making reductions in the current fiscal year. But we are doing transfers, and the transfers are really to shore up our categorical functions. There's a schedule in there attached on page 12 that kind of summarizes these. The main transfer increase for the transfers for our special education fund. There's a number of things that happened there. We were actually able to hire more people than the prior year, better retention rate. Our IDEA federal grant was actually less than the prior year, but we had to pay for ongoing costs related to COLAs, health insurance increases, and roll-ups. So that impacted. Those costs have to be shifted to our special education fund, which means we have to increase our transfer from the general fund. And last, our Medicaid fund, because of distance learning, we weren't able to provide as much billable services to the students. The distance learning was more of a remote service versus a direct service to the children, and that impacted the reimbursement rates we could get for Medicaid. So it's a combination of all those things that increased our special education transfer. The next biggest one is really our contingency transfer. Earlier in the year, the board had approved a $125 transfer to pay for consulting for WestEd to look at our special education program. The balance of that, $906,000, we want to transfer out of the contingency account to the regular instruction account. And this is to pay for materials related to the COVID-19 pandemic, the financial impact of that, and the services and materials we had to provide for that. Included in the other transfers is more of a shore up of the various functions to keep us within where we believe we'll end up the year. And once again, if you exceed a functional category, you spend more than is allowed there, that's a violation of an NRS statute. So we're trying to look at those and provide a little bit of a cushion so we don't do that. But part of that included in the other transfers is over $700,000 for COVID-19 related costs. So this budget includes almost $1.7 million related to COVID-19. One of those items was on the board agenda tonight, the $720,000 cost for Wi-Fi hotspots with T-Mobile. We've set aside over $700,000 to pay for PPE, personal protective equipment for staff and students. That would be face masks, gloves, wipes, hand sanitizers, dispensers, things of that nature. And the last part of that, when we printed the packets for distance learning, because of the closure of school, we had about a $250,000 cost to print packets for children to use at home for our distance learning program. Those are the main highlights for the general fund. I know I went through that fast. If anybody has a specific question, I'd be happy to answer it.
Thank you very much, Mike. Is this a good time for you, Trustee Simon Holland?
Sure, that's fine. And thank you, Mike and the whole team for the, especially for the narrative, because I think it's really helpful for people to be able to read through that and understand the context of the various funds and how the augmentation works for those. I wanted to just extend my appreciation for the process of review that the district is doing regarding review of requested expenditures. And I think just as a general comment, and I know you are, but I wanted to make sure that the public knows that we have a process of review for requested expenditures, and that we're going to need to continue our fiscal discipline to defer any expenditures that are not absolutely necessary. That augmentation is sort of a rear view mirror. We're looking in the rear view mirror with that, but we'll continue to exercise that fiscal responsibility and fiscal discipline so that we can keep a balanced budget. But it's going to be challenging, and I just want to thank the team for that.
Thank you, Trustee Simon Holland. Yes, hopefully moving to fiscal year 21, we still don't know a lot yet. We will know much more once the special session is held. It would be nice to know more now, but we don't know anything as of this point. But that's why a very good reason to continue the fiscal restraint, just in preparation for whatever possibilities lie ahead. Beyond the general fund, we're augmenting capital projects fund. Once again, that's augmenting for opening fund balance to reflect the actuals. We're really decreasing expenditures to fall in line with what we anticipate spending this year. The board is regularly updated regarding our capital project expenditures, and that just adjusts the budget according to that expenditure plan. Class size reduction, we're augmenting. We received supplemental allocations, about 35 of those. And the good thing here is we believe this was going to come. It doesn't actually happen until mid-year, and it's really tough to hire teachers mid-year. But we anticipated this at the beginning of the year and put these teachers in place at the start of the year, so they were with the kids the entire year. So that really helped us out a lot. We're augmenting special revenue fund. We have gifts and donations, E-rate fund, and Medicare fund, Medicaid fund that needed some adjustments there. And last was our debt service fund for opening fund balance to adjust to actual, a reduction of the transfer from our WC1 sales tax capital fund, and a payment from a prior year refunding bond. We got the funds in the prior year, but it was a delayed payment and it had to be made in the current year. And that's the extent of what we're asking for, just resolution to augment the 5 funds, do transfers in other 5 funds, plus the contingency transfer to help provide for COVID-19 related expenditures. If there's any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right, thank you for that, Mike. Back to you, Trustee Simon Holland.
Thanks, Madam President. I'll defer if there are any questions from trustees or any public comment, but I was prepared to make a motion when you're ready.
Okay, thank you. I will just check with our clerk, or recording secretary, excuse me, JJ, see if we had any public comment on this item.
We do not.
Okay, thank you. Do any other trustees have questions at this time? All right. Thank you, Trustee Simon Holland. I will accept that motion.
Thank you. I move that the Board of Trustees adopts Washoe County School District Board Resolution 20-008, a resolution to augment the fiscal year 2019-20 budget, and approves budget transfers as proposed.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Trustee Simon Holland, a second by Trustee Minetto. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 And any opposed? All right, thank you very much, Mike. And I think we'll also be hearing from you again in the near future. So hopefully with more information about next fiscal year.
Yes, hopefully good news, but we'll see what happens. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Okay, Our next agenda item is 6.1, which is approval of the following excess insurance coverage policy renewals: property, boiler and machinery and pollution, national flood insurance, public employee dishonesty, faithful performance bond, general liability, auto liability, school board errors and omissions, excess liability coverage for general liability, auto liability, school board errors and omissions. Oops, I said that twice. Nope, it's in there twice. Network security and privacy liability, assault threat and response coverage, and excess workers' compensation for a total renewal premium of $3,402,131. This is an item for possible action, and we have our Chief Human Resources Officer, Emily Ellison, and our risk manager, Jackie James, here to present to us on this item.
Thank you, President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, members of the board. I think we're probably close to winning the prize for longest, wordiest title, but we'll have to let Neil weigh in on if we actually win. I'm actually going to turn the presentation over to the expert, our risk manager, Jackie James, so that she can walk you through what this renewal looks like and answer any questions that you have.
Good afternoon. I think Emily missed that not only is it probably the longest title, but the most exciting. I think everyone will probably agree on that one. Due to the nature of the insurance renewals, the carriers do not like to quote on renewals until close to the renewal date. With that being said, the policies that are set to expire on June 30th that are being brought before the board today are for our property, liability, workers' comp, network security, crime, national flood, and a new policy which is called assault, threat, and response coverage. The policy renewals total approximately $3.4 million, and of this, the renewal that is the largest is the property renewal, and that is coming in at approximately $2.1 million. And this is based on claims history from the school district, an increase in the insurance markets overall, as well as the increased property values with the building of the new schools that we are adding. We are close to $2 billion in property coverage. So this program is marketed to over 30 insurers and several national insurance markets as well, and none of them were as competitive as the current carrier that we have, which is PEPIT, which is the Public Employers Property Insurance Program. So based on the analysis of the district's property history and working with Mark Mathers and Mike Schroeder, it's a recommendation to increase the all risk, water damage, and the flood deductibles to $500,000. This will save over $200,000 in annual premium. The general liability coverage will remain the same, and that has $400,000 self-insured retention. This covers bodily injuries, contractual liability, wrongful acts, employment practices, and personal injuries, losses to third-party claimants. This has a $10 million limit, and then there is an excess coverage on top of that with an additional $5 million, so a total of $15 million for liability coverage. Workers' compensation program has remained generally flat due to a decrease in payroll and also a very strong return to work program that the district has implemented several years ago. Other policies that we are renewing are network security, and that is switch out, and that has put $5 million in coverage. We have crime and public dishonesty, which covers theft and embezzlement, as well as our national flood coverage, and that covers the 3 properties that we have that have been deemed to be in a flood zone, and that is George Ghetto Transportation, Nutrition Services located on Spice Island, as well as Pleasant Valley Elementary School. The one policy that we opted not to renew this year was called Active Shooter, and instead replaced that with the coverage called Assault, Threat, and Response. This covers additional fees and expenses if we should have such a covered event. And that coverage is $500,000 in coverage. It provides additional security if that should be needed, as well as it would provide medical coverage, counseling, and public relations if needed for students, volunteers, and employees. Is there any questions?
Thank you, Jackie. There was some static and on your end, I think, with the connection. So I just want to make sure everybody did hear everything. I'll check and see. I do see Trustee Simon Holland has a question.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Jackie, and great work. And I think really wise changing some of those deductibles, even though that's always a bit of a risk, but I think it's the right thing to do. Two questions. First, are we able to get earthquake insurance? And I know it's pretty expensive if we do. Second question, if we could just have a reference to any actions we've taken to prevent some of the flood damage we've experienced in the past. I'd just love to hear about that. Thank you.
Yes, actually in our property coverage, we do have $150 million in coverage for earthquake. That is something that's been very difficult to get in this area. That was one of the reasons that we ended up going with HEPIT. Our prior carrier that we had before that stopped offering earthquake coverage, and so it's quite expensive. So we do have coverage. To address, have we done anything about the flood losses? A large amount of our water damage losses have been not because of natural floods, but they have been due to broken pipes in schools. But with regards to floods, natural floods, we have done some things to mitigate those losses. One of the big areas was out at Ghetto Transportation, the mobile grounds facility out there. We moved that facility because that was right next to the river and would get major damage every time we had a flooding. So that has been moved to try to mitigate that.
That's great. Thank you, Jackie, and thank you, President Raymond. I think it's great for the public to hear that and to know, we're being proactive about those things. So thank you.
All right, thank you. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. Lemon Valley Elementary School, does that school not have flood insurance?
Yes, all of our properties have flood insurance. There's just 3 properties that are deemed to be in a flood zone that we have extra coverage on them. So yes, it does have coverage.
Okay. Has there been any reevaluation out in that area? Because I know the flooding in that area did reach the property, our property that the school's on. It didn't reach the building, but it got close to a mobile. Has there been thought about reevaluating out there in case we have a lot more flooding out of Swan Lake that actually impacts the school?
I see Adam came on, so I think.
Yeah, hi, sure, I'd be happy to chime in on that. My name is, for the record, this is Adam Searcy, Chief of Facilities for the school district. Perhaps you are aware of this, Trustee Cottle, but for everyone's benefit, Washoe County actually reached out to the school district about a year ago, something on that order, and requested permission to access the school property and installed temporary barriers similar to what they have around much of the rest of Swan Lake, as well as a temporary pumping system to provide, albeit temporary, an additional level of protection against level of flooding that has not been seen to date. You mentioned the floodwaters have encroached on the playground 2 out of the last 3 seasons, something like that. It's several feet below where it would actually enter into a building, but it is concerning, and really that's where we're at. As far as any other, at this point, those are all the measures that we've discussed or considered relative to that school site.
Perfect. Thanks, Adam.
Okay, any other questions or concerns for Emily or Jackie? Okay, I will check with our recording secretary, JJ Batchelder, to see if we received any public comment on this item.
We did not.
I do have a question.
Okay, Trustee Kelly, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. I'm having a little trouble hearing
It's okay,
you.
thank you. I just
So.
wanted Okay, hopefully, can you hear me a little bit better now?
A little bit.
Okay, here, I'll try to adjust a little bit. The question that I had, I was curious about our auto insurance or the auto liability. Does that include our buses, our police vehicles, and then our regular vehicles for administrators? And the second question I had was, does that include any damage that might be caused by heavy snowfall? You know, thinking specifically of our schools up in Incline, but really any of our schools could be hit with tremendous amounts of snow on the roof that causes roof collapse or things like that. So I was just curious if property covered snow damage.
Yes, the property does cover snow damage. As far as auto coverage, the district does not carry auto coverage. We pay for the damage to any of our vehicles ourselves. There is a cap on those kind of losses if there should be a vehicle accident, and I believe it's up to $125,000 now.
And I'm curious then about the cost, and if you've looked at this, is there a cost savings for us to pay for vehicle damage on our own, as opposed to getting some sort of auto insurance or liability insurance that could cover those kind of accidents? Is that a discussion you guys have had?
Yes, and it is a significant cost. It would be covered under our property potentially, so it would increase our premium, as well as we would have a $500,000 deductible. So we would be covering those losses anyways.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And if there are no further questions and we've called for public comment on this item, it is time for a motion. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. And I move that the Board of Trustees approves the recommendation of the Risk Management Department for the renewal of the district's property, liability, excess workers' compensation, network security, crime, national flood insurance, and assault threat response coverage for the renewal policy period of July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2021, in the amount of $402,131.
Second.
All right, a motion by Vice President Taylor, a second by Trustee Cottle. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. I only heard one other person, I feel like. Did everyone, I guess I can say then, any opposed? Okay, so there's no one opposed. The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you both very much, and appreciate your hard work on this. Item 6.2 is discussion and possible action pursuant to the board policy, Board Policy 9070, to direct the superintendent to audit the 9000 series of the board policies for necessary changes to create consistency with the district's strategic plan and operations, as well as propose a timeline to complete the audit and return to the board with recommended amendments and/or changes to the 9000 series of board policies. This is for possible action, and our Chief General Counsel, Neil Rombardo, will lead us in this item.
Good afternoon, President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, trustees. So pursuant to Trustee Cottle's request from last board meeting to have this on the agenda, we took a look at the policies, and as you know, we put one policy into a moratorium status. And so at this point, we've already started drafting other policies as they relate to public bodies. We think we would like to try to get it done while this board is intact. So we're hoping to make a December timeline to audit all of these. So this way, Trustee Simon Holland and President Raymond will still be on the board. That would be our goal. This is a big task, and it's not easy because we will have things like work sessions in between now and the end of the year that might be changing some of these policies as they relate to evaluations and those type of things. But that being said, our intent is to, and our hope and our timeline would be to have it done by December. What we would like to do is probably bring policies piecemeal, if you will. So not all of the 9,000 series, but hey, here's 5 and here's 5 and here's 5 or something along those lines. Just whatever makes sense as we go through. So if the board directs us to do that, we will, or directs the superintendent to do that, I'm sure she will direct our office to get it done.
Thank you, Neil. Are there any questions or comments from board members? And JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
Trustee Kelly, did you have a question?
Oh, no, not a question, but I was prepared to make a motion.
Okay, I don't see
If
any.
the board had no other business.
Yeah, I think you're good to go on that motion.
Okay, so I move that the school board direct the superintendent to audit the 9,000 series of the board policies for necessary changes to create consistency with the district's strategic plan and operations, as well as propose a timeline to complete the audit and return to the board with recommended amendments and changes to the 9,000 series of board policies.
Okay, I have a motion by Trustee Kelly and a second by Trustee Minetto. Oh, Trustee Cottle, did you have a question?
Yeah, do we want to add to the motion the tentative deadline of December 2020? Just so it's clear.
Yeah, I would accept that as a friendly amendment.
Trustee Minetto, do you accept that friendly amendment? Okay, so
Yes.
Both the author of the motion and the seconder of the motion approve the amendment. And so we will now go for a vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed? So that motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Chief General Counsel. Okay, item 6.3 is presentation and discussion to update the Board of Trustees on the Office of School Leadership reorganization, including an update of the activities surrounding the development of core belief systems for the special education supports, and an update regarding the plan for implementing the West Ed project for creating a systemic support plan to address the needs of the district's children with disabilities. This is for presentation and discussion only. We have a few presenters with us today, and I know even more guests. So I will start with our Area 5 and Special Education Area Superintendent, Jennifer Van Tress, and I will let her introduce the rest of our speakers.
Good afternoon, President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, and Board of Trustee members. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to provide you with this update on where we are with our special education and reorganization process. We do have some guests with us today. We have Kimberly Salmonson and we have Matt Navo, who are from our West Ed organization and have been working diligently with our team to develop our plan, our implementation plan for our reorganization for special education services for Washoe County School District. So I'm very excited to be able to bring this to you. I'd like to be able to share my screen. Let's see. So just as a quick reminder of the past work completed for special education, the work started back in 2010. And the past work was designed to define out how we were providing our special education support. With our reorganization and bringing special education services under the Office of School Leadership and as part of Superintendent McNeil's Pathway to Positive Progress, we determined that it was best for us to review our current special education procedures and determine where we could better align our resources and our services, which has brought us to our systemic 3-phase approach, which we started back in January. You may remember, it feels like it was like years ago, but really it was only about 6 months ago, pre-COVID, where we were with you to present kind of the original phase 1 organization, which included the review and refine our Office of School Leadership organizations, and then also collecting our data to understand exactly what our challenges are or with providing services for special education students in Washoe County School District. So during phase 1, we reorganized the Office of School Leadership, and you can see here, small print, but where we have aligned our resources under all of our area superintendents. So under every superintendent, you'll see there is a special education administrator and special education facilitator. And if you recall from our earlier discussions that the special education facilitators will be able to be in our schools on a more consistent basis. So we're talking about 1 facilitator per 5 schools versus the former model, which was 1 facilitator per area. So you're looking at 1 for 25 schools, which basically equated to about 1 facilitator and 1 administrator support for 125 teachers. So under our new reorganization, we're able to provide direct and more support to our students. So this is what Office of School Leadership has been working on. What I am excited to say, we have hired our special education directors and administrators. Had we been in the boardroom, they've been sitting behind me, so we've decided to share the photos well, so you can put faces, positions with all of our new staff. So we're very excited and have actually already started most of our work organization staff. So they jumped on board and working with us and was said for moving forward.
Jen, I just wanted to let you know that we're having some trouble with your connection. I think it's sometimes hard to hear you. So I don't know that there's anything we can do about it, but.
Well, can you? Oh, can you hear me now? No.
Yes, that works. It does seem to be a little better when you're leaning maybe in. I don't know why, and I do see that Trustee Simon Holland has her hand raised, so I will go to her for a question.
Thank you, President Raymond, and thank you, Jen. And I just wanted to make the observation, wanted to give you a chance at some point in the presentation to address some of the equity and diversity implications, because I noticed visually our team is not very diverse, and I know we always, want to hire the most qualified people. I just want to give you a chance sometime during your discussion to address, because I do know there are equity and diversity issues within special ed, and so you can tell us how you're going to be addressing that.
Yeah, definitely. I appreciate the question and the comment. We have not, while we have filled our special administrator roles, we have not completed all of the hiring for our facilitator positions, which are the people in our buildings, boots on the grounds, working with teachers and directly, more consistently with our administrators and other staff members. So we will, as we move forward, that is definitely a concern, definitely, and we want to make sure that we're addressing and able to all our staff. Okay. So I guess this is a little strange. So please stop me at any point in the session because on my screen I see my presentation. So if you do have any questions. Yeah.
Is there any way that you can, because it's really breaking up.
Okay. So yes, we can. I can. So I think the problem may be, can you hear me now?
Yes.
So I think it's the PowerPoint I think it's the presentation.
Okay.
And so what I can ask is that
if JJ can share, there she goes. So if JJ can share the screen and then you stay on.
Perfect. Does that work better?
Yes.
Yes. You know, this was my worst nightmare come true. I just want everyone to know that, you know, when you're thinking about board presentations and live on YouTube, that this was definitely my worst fear come true. So it's all good. We're moving forward.
No worries.
Came up with solutions. So as part of the during phase 1, so we're still talking phase 1, while we were working on our reorganization and alignment, WestEd was collecting data and information on where the areas of concerns were for special education. So there were several focus groups, and mind you, these were all completed pre-COVID. So, but from those focus groups, we were able to form, to recognize or identify 7 trend areas for for areas of improvement. So next slide, please. So when you look at a systems school reform or an organizational change, we're looking at what's called the Margaret Wheatley model. And it is really where you're looking for organizational change and transformational process. So when you think about it, you want to think about this as above the line and below the line. So when you're looking at what's above the line, these are your standard business processes. These are your operations, your strategies, and your structures. And that's what you see when you're making some organizational changes. But what's really important is what happens below the line. And this is where the organizational health and sustainability comes from. So you're looking at building those relationships, identifying who you are, who you are, how are you sharing your information, how do you develop your values for your change, and then, you know, how do you make sure that everyone has the same shared purpose. So there's a lot of work that happens below this line that is going to be important for us to focus on as we're looking at the change. So while we'll be able to see a lot of what happens above the line with our structure and our operations and policies and procedures, what's really going to be important for special education, the Office of School Leadership, is really developing all of that work that's happening below the line. Okay, next slide, please. So when you look at that, you really want to make sure that you're getting your stakeholder input so that you have a shared ownership over the implementation plan. So when we look to develop what we call our core and our reactor groups, and so just wanted to give you an overview of the level of involvement from our department, the people that had in developing our implementation plan. So as you can see, it's definitely a cross section of all of our departments and all of our areas to represent the work towards creating this implementation plan. Next slide. So we had our core and our reactor groups. Our core group took those 7 trend areas from our focus groups and really put them into a framework for us to determine what are going to be our big bucket items. And so the core group looked at each one of the recommendations, and from those said, okay, well, what resources do we currently have? What are going to be our challenges, and what are going to be our action steps? The core group, then we took that back to our reactor group, and the reactor group identified our top priorities and then provided the feedback to the core group. And we did this cyclical approach of going through all of our trend areas and our information that we had gleaned from our group, or from our feedback groups, until we were able to come up with the 4 bucket areas for the implementation plan. Next slide, please. Our strategic framework with our Office of School Leadership values. And then below, the 4 buckets we've identified for special education improvements. So we have our special education programming, our policies and procedures, our capacity for leadership, and our capacity for site leadership. So the capacity, actually, one of them is the capacity for district leadership and the capacity for site leadership. Sorry, it's missing a word there. So these 4 buckets are going to be our main focus on implementation plans for improving services for students with disabilities in Washington County School District. Next slide, please. So this really takes us to the work that we're completing right now during our phase 2. Our goal is, and our plan, it will all be completed by the end of July. And we are looking into each one of our 4 buckets. We've identified specific criteria or specific drivers, as what we're referring them to, and creating the action steps that will go along with each one of these drivers. So we're meeting several times a week to review our drivers and our action steps, and we'll have the specifics of our plan completed in the next couple of weeks. So while we've been busy with distance learning, the work here has definitely continued on with the Office of School Leadership. So our next one. So we're looking at steps. So our next steps from July and August will be to define and to prepare our implementation phase. So we'll be looking at when do we expect to have work completed, how is this going to be made, how do we know what we're doing is actually working. We'll always have to consider the setbacks, and then how do we make sure that we're collaborating and communicating with all stakeholder groups. We've already presented this information to our principal group to get their feedback as far as the phase and the implementation. Our next step will be to when teachers are back and available, we'll be able to review this with them as well. And of course our community members as well. So, but things are a little busy right now. So we're continuing the work, but we plan to have everything completed for phase 2 by the end of July. And that concludes our presentation. I just want to thank you. I know it was, I felt.
So Jen, are you able to, we've made some organizational shifts with early childhood, child find, the school psychologists to better align and provide support. Would you or Dr. Parks be able to speak to that?
Yes. JG, could you go back to slide 4? Perfect, thank you. So what you can see here is that that originally when we had looked at our Office of School Leadership alignment under myself, the special education department, we had our school psychologists and our BCBAs and our mental health assessments, which a lot of their work was aligning with our school counselors, our school safety officers, our social workers, and yet the opposite was, so that was the work under Dr. Lamarca's department. And then, but under Dr. Lamarca's department, we had our early childhood programs, we had Child Find, we had our special education early childhood programs. And so what we've discovered over this past year is that it seemed to better align for services that are actually happening in our school across, starting at pre-K, so age 3 through age 22, if that alignment was under the Office of School Leadership. So the programs that are happening in the schools actually, again, working with our alignment actually happen are working with us under the Office of School Leadership. And and in reverse, having all of our mental health experts working together. So our school psychologists, our behavior analysts, working directly with, closely with our school counselors, our social workers. Again, that alignment just seemed more natural for us. And so we went ahead and made this shift And so we'll continue to work to align the process of bringing early childhood into the Office of School Leadership.
And then Jen, would you mind going, if the president doesn't mind, would you mind just speaking to, so what are the next steps? Because part of the concern was, and this is the reason why we wanted West Ed to be involved with this, was to really check around the implementation around the plan. And then come back and evaluate the implementation steps, because that was something that was missing.
So JJ, could you go back one slide? So when you look at here with our, these are the 4 buckets. So you can see that we've broken them out into areas, but what you'll see under here are actual plans. And so what we're doing is so if we look at our special education programming and establishing a robust data collection and process and inform in a timely manner, one of the big areas of concern that we heard from staff members and from the community was how do we use our data to drive our decisions? And so, for example, what we're going to be able to do is we've worked out our action steps under this plan, and we'll be able to. We haven't completed all 4 buckets, so but what we'll be able to do in August or September, whenever you guys would like for us to come back, go through the action steps and so you can specifically see the measures that we're going to be able to use that will show that our improvement in special education. And that has been a big focus for us, is that we have to be able to have our plan be measurable. We have to be able to come back to you with specific identifiable information to say, yes, we are seeing improvements in our special education services. So this gives you an idea of some of these specific areas we're targeting, but we're actually taking these and breaking them down even further to give more specific actionable steps. And again, going back to being observable and measurable so that we can give you the actual data. We'll be able to show you where we've improved, where we've hit our bumps, and where we are, how we're improving our services for all of our students. We are continuing with our principal feedback and our principal task force group. We are also realigning our parent and community advisory groups. Those are some of the projects we're working on right now. And then we're also, again, like we talked about, our early childhood and then our post-secondary focus, those are also moving forward at this time.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you so much, Jen. And Trustee Simon Holland, your hand is up. And then after that, Vice President Taylor. Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry, thanks. Thank you, Jen, and thank you, President Raymond. This is great work. I really appreciate the emphasis on objective, measurable impact and your, your desire to set those measurable goals and then report on them publicly and, hold ourselves accountable for that. A lot of the focus is on services that we provide. And again, I know that culturally responsive and inclusive practices will be part of what you do. One of the things that I think we've heard about that I just wanted to put a pin in is over-identification of minority students into the system. And a lot of this focuses on how we work with students once they're in our system. I just want to make sure and put on our radar that, how kids are getting in there in the first place is that gatekeeping that is over identifying minority students needs to be an element as well.
Right. Thank you for the question, Trustee Holland. Actually, that is actually, when we look at our data collection system, it's actually, the design is going to be that as we educate not only our special education teachers on how to collect good, solid data, that should go into the our MTSS process, so that we are ensuring that it's not based upon any, that it's based upon actual data hard fact data, observable data that is actually able to drive the process for identifying students with special education. That is definitely something on that I think about, that we think about as a department, is that over-identification of specific classes, specific students, and that is, we want to make sure that if students are identified as a student with a disability, it is a true disability and not due to any cultural or any experiences that may be that may have had an impact. So.
Thank you very much for that answer, Jen, and thank you for the question, Trustee Simon Holland. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Jen, first, I just want to really applaud including in the plan the implementation steps, because it's one thing to have a plan and everybody agrees and it's a plan that we really want to commit to, but without implementation of the plan being just as important as the plan, then things fall through the cracks. It's so easy to not measure and to not follow through and to miss things because it's busy. There's so much craziness going on in the district right now with all the unexpectations of district learning and so on. And I understand all of that, but in the meantime, we still want to make sure we don't lose this as an important issue. So I cannot applaud you enough for including the implementation piece in this. It's just so critical, and to me shows a level of commitment that we really need to have, and then doing those things publicly and so on shows just a higher level. I'm not saying we weren't ever committed, I think we were, but this helps to ensure that process of moving forward and getting better with these kids, right? Because they deserve the best opportunity just like all the other kids do. That's the first thing. The second thing I wanted to just mention is on the advisory board, I'm glad to hear your comments about that and really making sure that they're a resource and we can learn from that because of the different perspectives that you have as a parent, right? Or as a former student that may have been on an IEP or something like that, or a former parent, they have different perspectives. So in that vein, obviously because we are where we are in our society, just let's challenge ourselves to make sure we're getting some diverse input on that as well, especially because of numbers from a representation standpoint, because it's all about different, it's not about, this, Jen, it's not about, so this might be more for the public, right? It's not just looking around the room and see different faces, different colors. That's okay, that's fantastic. But learning from the different perspectives and so on, because then we're serving the students better.
Right. I couldn't agree more with you and Trustee Taylor. That is definitely a priority. I had the opportunity to attend the States Inclusive Summit back in November and was amazed to listen, not amazed, but proud to hear the student voice of not only students across the state, high school students, but also college students attending college and their perspectives and impact. And so definitely that's a voice we want in as in addition to, we've always had community members, we've always had parents, but I think it's going to be extremely important for us to have the student voice in the work moving forward as well. So,
and really in the diverse voice as well.
In the diverse voice, definitely, yes, of course.
Culturally, yeah, but that's good. It just helps us make better decisions. So that's awesome. Thank you, Jen. That's awesome. Great work. I'm excited.
I am too. So the thought is we are able to bring back this information. I wasn't sure if you would prefer it to come back in September or October, but we can work with Superintendent McNeil to make sure that this stays an agenda item as often as you would like, so that we are able to continue to provide you with information towards our growth in our development plan moving forward. So thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to bringing you back with even more information.
Thank you so much, Jen, and to the entire team that worked on this, and just, recognition, knowing how hard everyone in special ed has been working through distance learning and just the unique challenges that it presented. I know it was a whole different kind of ball of yarn for your team over there, and thank you all for the great work and the continued focus on this important work, as well as Vice President Taylor said. It really is exciting, and we really do look forward to hearing back from you and you and Superintendent McNeil find the right time to bring that back to us. So
Fantastic. Thank you.
right. Oh, I see a hand raised. I was just going to say we have a really big agenda item coming up. It's going to be a lengthy one, so I think we will take a break. But Vice President Taylor.
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, Jen, I forgot to mention this, and thank you because it's related. It's related to what Jen just talked about. And in all of this, just is there a role as we look at some of the things that Trustee Simon Holland and that myself mentioned? Is there a role for collaboration with equity and diversity office in this? Just as we deal with some of those challenges that they're the experts in this thing, and so is there a role for them to play in this?
Oh, of course. Yes, definitely. As we move towards the implementation plan, we will definitely have them in the work and making sure getting that feedback. As a matter of fact, Trustee Taylor, that's a fantastic idea. What I will do is meet with them like I met with the principals, review the work that we've done so far and get their feedback on where it is. So that's an excellent idea, and we'll make sure that happens in the next, as soon as hopefully they're all around this summer. I'm assuming they are. So, but we'll get that meeting set up so we can get their feedback directly from the Equity and Diversity Department. So
great. Thank you, Jen. I think they can be helpful as we look for increasing our diversity and getting those voices, and that can save you some work because they have some excellent resources.
Oh, definitely. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Madam President. Ready for the break.
All right. So it's just about 3:30, a little minute after or so, so we'll be back here at 3:45 for our next agenda item. And we did get some public comment emails over the last hour or so. So while you have your break, if you could take a moment to check your email and read those. And just a reminder to mute yourself and turn off your video. Thank you. Okay, well, I will call this meeting back into session. And our big agenda item for the day, 6.4, is presentation, discussion, and possible action to provide direction on options for the reopening of schools for the 2020-21 school year based on directives and guidance from the federal government, state government, and Washoe Health District to ensure the health and safety of students, staff, families, and visitors to district buildings and facilities. This item is for information discussion, and possible action. And I'd like to open us up with just a statement, on behalf of, I believe I can safely say, on behalf of the entire board and the entire leadership team, and really I think our entire district, we want nothing more than to put our students and staff back in schools come August. We, I think, want nothing more than to go back to something that feels normal. We know as parents and grandparents and aunts and uncles and neighbors, we know that's what's right for our students. We know it's what's right for our district. Having said that, we have been tasked by the state of Nevada and the Department of Education to come up with various scenarios. A scenario that deals with distance learning for the entire district, a scenario that is some sort of a hybrid where some students would be distance learning some days and others in classroom some days, and a scenario that manages all of the safety protocols to have a relatively normal classroom situation at capacity for our schools. This is not an either or decision for us. This is a decision about, of those various models, what is the right model for our district and our families and students? I think there might be some confusion in the community as to whether it is up to us to just decide now whether we open our schools normally in August. We as a district are still following the directives set out by the state of Nevada, by the chief medical officer of the state of Nevada, and by our health district here in Washoe County. So it is not as I said, an either or decision for us. The choices we'll be looking at today's meeting and this agenda item and at our next board meeting are to fine tune those different models and how we can use those in our district to comply with the directives set by the state of Nevada. And we just, at this point, don't know what that is all going to look like, but we can prepare, and that's our plan. We're going to, as a board, we are going to make still very tough decisions about what those 3 different models look like. But again, this is not an either or decision for us to say we are fully going back into the classroom and nothing else. We have to be prepared for various options that may come into play throughout the 2020-21 school year based on the directives set by our governor and our health district. So again, we want nothing more than to go back to normal, but we have to be prepared. So with that, I am going to turn it over to our superintendent, Dr. Kristen McNeil, and she will lead us through this agenda item and the process for making these decisions today.
Thank you so much, President Raymond, for the introduction. Trustees, for the record, Kristen McNeil, Superintendent. I'm going to ask Dr. Lamarca, he's going to be sharing his screen. So right now we've got the slides up, and then Dr. Lamarca, will you be able to forward the slides as we progress through the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So a little bit of background and just for orientation for the trustees, each of you have received what we have called a note taker, and that's to help you. It's a customer-friendly device that we're hoping that you'll be able to use. So as staff progresses through the presentation, I would ask that you please jot down questions, comments, queries, concerns, thoughts on your note taker under each decision point. And then I'd like to ask that we allow staff to go through the entire presentation in full and then come back and address any questions and decision points as we progress through the presentation. So with that, Dr. Lamarca, if you will please go to the next slide. So a little bit of a orientation again for the trustees and for our community. We have a COVID-19 pandemic response set up within our school district. We have a task force that includes distance learning, employee concerns, food security, and climate. However, we also have, and importantly, an extremely comprehensive reopening task force that now has over 70 members to that task force. So it is a phenomenal task force. They meet twice a week. It is co-chaired by Dr. Lamarca and Rick Harris. And around that task force, we've got business representation, we have parent representation, we have teachers, we have the Teachers Association, we have principals, we have classified ESP staff on there. We've got a very diverse group. We have faith-based representation on there. And again, like I mentioned, we've got the business communities. Within that reopening task force, they are divided into personal protective equipment and screening, a subcommittee. We've got vulnerable groups, models, and looking at the different types of models, the pros and the cons, and then obviously contacts, not contracts, but contacts. If you would please move the next slide. So again, the committee expansion we felt was extremely important to make sure that we had adequate representation to get everybody's voice as possible as we put up the different types of plans that President Raymond was mentioning. And then communication of progress. We want to be able to update our community, update our parents, and update our employees as far as what the plans are looking like. All of this is guided around our guiding principles of do no harm. We wanted to make sure that the plans take into consideration as many different types of ideas and concepts, very detailed, very minute considerations, which you all are going to be hearing about. Making sure that our students and our families and their basic needs and our staff, their basic needs are met. And obviously, just as in the prior presentation and is extremely important for our district and is a priority, making sure that we have equitable access. And we'll be talking a little bit later in the presentation around devices and then maintaining our high academic expectations as we do in the Washoe County School District. If you please move the slide forward. And then for right now, we're going to have our Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer, Irene Payne, walk you through some of the larger aspects around communication.
Thank you. For the record, Irene Payne, Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer for the school district. Good afternoon, President Raymond, trustees, Superintendent McNeil. Well, we continue with our communication efforts, particularly focusing on reminding folks to complete the online survey. The last week, we've been focusing on outreach into our families of color. We've had a number of PSAs on Spanish radio. We have been working with the NAACP. We have used ConnectEd, the automatic phone system, to contact our families. And as always, we've been working with the Chamber, who are great partners in this. We've been reminding our community that decisions have not been made and that their opinions count, and we want to hear from them. We've been encouraging them to tune in to this board meeting and future board meetings. Since we last spoke, the signage, I think I mentioned that last time, the signage has been completed. So we have, well, I say completed, we have a suite of signage options for our schools and our departments to download and to print when they need it. And that has been sent out to schools and departments. I'm sure we'll add more options to what we currently have, and that's available for downloading on the reopening section of the website. And Adam Cersei will share a couple of examples with you later on in the presentation. I know the last time I spoke with you, I mentioned how we were consolidating the COVID section of the website. And what we've seen by doing that is over the last couple of weeks, we've had 20,000 visitors to that section alone on the website, which is quite remarkable. Obviously, the news of fields and athletics reopening has generated a lot of interest from the media, particularly, and from our community. We've done a number of media interviews, responded to a number of media questions. I believe Dr. Lamarca did a Zoom media interview towards the end of last week. So we've been making sure that our community understands what we're doing and what the plan is for that. Summer Learning was launched yesterday, and we have some super cool graphics, really engaging website that's on the slider on the homepage of the school district website and has its own tab. So it's very easy for our families to find. We, last week, we released a video on Kinder, reminding folks on Kinder enrollment. That went on YouTube and on our Facebook page, and that has so far had 11,000 views. We've been working with Debbie Beisdorf on developing an awareness plan for North Star Online School, just really letting our families know that is a very viable option for our families going forward. And I believe Debbie will just touch on that during the presentation in a little while. And then most recently, in fact, yesterday, the superintendent sent a message to all staff, and we sent a combined statement to reassure our families, our staff, our community, that we are working hard on looking at the future, looking at how we're going to open schools with the safety of our students and our staff at the forefront of those that decision-making process, but no decision has yet been made. And once again, we've been encouraging our folks to tune in to the upcoming board meetings so that they can stay abreast of what's happening, and also to visit the website, which is constantly being updated. Thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
For questions. So on this next slide, you know, when we're trying to organize thoughts and really help the school board to make the decisions, it's important to make sure that we have a great deal of thought going into how to organize, you know, in a way that will be transparent, but also give lift and heft to the enormous decisions that are before you as a school board. And so we provided 2 documents. Obviously we have the PowerPoint, but the other attachment is actually the layout of the decision matrix. And the decision matrix is laid out between 2 school board meetings. So we have today, the 23rd, in which we would ask to have additional direction in order to move forward, planning and making sure that we've got plans in place. But then the yellow highlighted are decision points that we would come back on the July 7th meeting. And so for the public, there's 2 attachments, the PowerPoint, but then the more detailed decision matrix. And as we've gone down this journey of trying to navigate the dynamic and very fluid situation of a global pandemic and the reopening of schools for 64,000 students, and making sure that they are safe and that our 8,000 employees are safe, you come upon certain challenges, and those challenges sometimes will turn into opportunities, and sometimes those challenges are something that we need to address and look for additional resources. And so those points will be covered tonight or this afternoon in the presentation. But just so that the community knows, we do have an additional school board meeting on July 7th. And then if necessary, the president has scheduled a meeting on July 21st that would allow us to fine tune any additional decisions. And it also meets the criteria from the governor's directive as far as making sure that we provide 20 days of public notice to our community on what those plans will be. So with that, if we can go ahead and forward the slide. And I'm going to turn this on over to Dr. LaMarca and the team.
This is Paul LaMarca for the record. I believe Debbie Beiersdorf and Dr. Parks may be covering this section.
Great. Perfect. Thank you, Dr. LaMarca, and thank you, Dr. McNeil. Thank you, President Raymond and members of the board. Again, Deborah Beiersdorf, Chief Academic Officer, and I'm going to be joined by Dr. Troy Parks, Area Superintendent Joe Ernst, and Adam Searcy from our Capital Projects Department as well. We're going to take you through these four first decision points that we have bundled together under the heading of a general learning model. And along with the amazing work of the reopening task force, there's also a committee that has come together with just about 30 people in membership, and that's called our Teaching and Learning Committee, and that's made up of principals at all levels, elementary, middle, and high school, teachers, parents, representatives from higher education, and also representation from a number of our district departments. So we are going to kick it off first with Dr. Parks on bullet number 1.
Thank you, Deborah, and good afternoon, President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil. For the record, Troy Parks, Area Superintendent. Was glad to hear President Raymond's opening remarks. We all are wanting the most amount of students back in our school and definitely pursuing those options. So the first we want to address is our blended learning model. And this is the model that will maximize the number of students that can spend time in our schools, which we all want. So with blended learning, it can occur synchronous or asynchronous. And the power of blended learning is that in this approach, it provides students with the opportunities to engage with their peers, with their teachers and independently in the access and mastery of their content standards. In the school setting, as well as at home, students can access learning via a device and in collaboration with their teacher. It could look like a teacher working with students learning at home while students in the classroom are working together, or independently. Blended learning supports the mastery of content standards and also allows for the support, intervention, and enrichment of all student learning. Clearly, technology is an important part of blended learning, but it's also important to have professional learning for teachers and to be able to support our students and families to become more familiar and comfortable with the blended learning model. Also need time for teachers to plan for engaging lessons that are delivered both virtually and in the classroom. And now I'm going to pass it on to Mr. Joe Ernst, Area Superintendent.
Thank you, Dr. Parks. Madam President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, Board of Trustees, for the record, Joe Ernst, Area 3 Superintendent. Madam President, as you mentioned at the onset of this presentation, there are many variables and aspects related to providing a safe and optimal learning for all of our Washoe County School District students. Those include consideration for the different learning needs of students at elementary, middle, and high school. Middle and high school students, they can be more independent in their learning. Which includes students at elementary school really benefiting from that real intrapersonal connection with their teachers. Middle and high school students can also work virtually while at home or in physical classroom space. As Dr. Parks mentioned, asynchronous learning can be successful with our older students, such as accessing videos produced by teachers, such as a chemistry lab, electives, various demonstrations. Elementary students may need some more time with their teacher. Blended learning can be very successful with our younger students with close support by the teacher. As we know, our 5-year-olds may have different needs and thrive when they're working with their teachers and they're interacting with their peers. So as we are moving forward, the scheduling needs really will become different at elementary, middle, and high school levels. And that's going to be dependent upon the number of students at the school site, the level of schooling that we're talking about. So decisions about the use of space at elementary schools may be very different than middle and high schools. For example, the movement of students as they need to access specialty classrooms, such as a science lab, elective spaces, where they have to go to those classrooms. Whereas elementary students, we may be able to really limit the movement throughout the day. So those are all some of the different considerations around the various blended learning models that may be considered moving forward. So with that, I will turn it back over to Mrs. Myersdorf.
Thank you, Mr. Ernst. So our third decision point for consideration here is making sure that our families, our parents know that we do have very robust, currently in place online virtual education options for their children. So as our Chief Communication Officer, Irene Payne, talked about earlier in the presentation, North Star Academy is a wonderful option for parents in more normal school times as well. North Star is a fully accredited program school that serves grades kindergarten through grade 12 through senior year. And the Office of Academics is working very closely with the Office of Communications to get word back out into our community about the amazing opportunities that are available through North Star for their children. I also wanted to talk a bit about the Edgenuity program. Edgenuity is a virtual program that's currently serving grades 6 through 12. More traditionally, it serves as a credit recovery program at the high school level, but Edgenuity also has courseware, has functionality to provide online courses for students in grades 6 through 12 that are tied to Nevada academic content standards. Nice thing about Edgenuity is that students can be served through their zone or the school that they are enrolled in with support from teachers in the brick and mortar school building as well. So Edgenuity is a wonderful option for students that may be in the brick and mortar building as well as learning at home because it's learning that they can take back and forth with them. So with that, I'm going to turn it over, I believe, again to Joe and also to Adam Searcy.
I'll take the lead on this one. Thank you. For the record, this is Adam Searcy, Chief of Facilities for the school district. Maybe if we could switch to the next slide. We have just a generic graphic here that I'd like to speak at, kind of right to left. So before we get to the conversation about density and the icon on this slide, I just wanted to briefly highlight and reiterate that we will be pursuing a multitude of layers of health and safety improvements associated with all aspects of the environments in our schools. Life safety concerns and ventilation, air quality are also a part of those. We anticipate modifying the hallway traffic patterns and the student flow throughout the building where it makes sense to reduce the number of interactions and sort of the density of interactions in those common spaces throughout the day, while still maintaining the safety standards in case of emergency, of course. And additionally, with respect to air quality and ventilation, we touched on this a little bit at our last meeting. We are moving forward with adjustments to our HVAC system to significantly increase the volume of fresh air that's circulated into our buildings throughout the day, as well as extending sort of a flushing period after the building is unoccupied in the evening to sort of flush out the air prior to the start of school the next day. But really the focus of this final bullet here is around the density. And this one, you know, as challenging as this entire pandemic has been to try to have these conversations and make these decisions, this is one where at this point we do have pretty firm guidance. And right now, where the state of Nevada sits via Governor's Emergency Directive 022, Section 3, it very specifically states that school districts may reopen their buildings, but they must ensure that the occupancy not exceed the lesser of 50% of the listed fire code capacity of a single space or 50 people in a single space. So certainly in larger spaces like gymnasiums and cafeterias, you're going to have a rated capacity greater than 50 people, but you'll be capped by that 50-person maximum. But, you know, more to the point, these classrooms were limited per this emergency directive to this 50% of the listed fire code capacity. So it is a function of the square footage, but by and large, an average classroom will have a rated capacity of approximately 40 people across the district. Some classrooms are larger, some are smaller. Some spaces such as science labs, the code capacity is calculated slightly differently. But for the purposes of this conversation, we're talking about a max capacity, conservative average across the district of about 40 people. Now you limit that by half, and we're talking about potentially having to limit the total population of our classrooms, again, on average, to a maximum of 20 people. This will create a variety of challenges for us to overcome, but most solutions will start with the reimagining of the individual classrooms and the overall school operations. I can't say enough. We've been talking with each other and with you for many, many weeks, but engaging the creativity and solution-oriented nature of our principals and teachers is really where the rubber meets the road and where these problems are going to be solved. And I'd like to hand it over now to Mr. Joe Ernst to narrate through some of the next slides, demonstrating some of the field trips that he and others took last week, and show some examples of how we think we might be able to repurpose the classroom environment, as well as looking at other spaces within the building to try to meet the requirements of the current emergency directive. So maybe next slide, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. So area superintendents, over the past couple of weeks, we've been out into the school buildings, walking the physical space with our principals. And as Adam said, that creative thinking that they have, knowing their buildings, has really been helpful in terms of us working to meet that 50% of room occupancy rate. What we've done is we've really looked at all of the spaces within the building. Certainly some of those stand out and are easy places to consider. A library. Libraries are bigger than our standard rooms. They may offer us some flexibility as far as some of our larger classrooms. There are computer labs in buildings, a standard size, typically a standard size classroom, but another additional classroom in buildings. We've looked at smaller spaces. We've looked at gymnasiums, and we've really tried to give great consideration to not only the physical space, but the supervision and the necessary logistics that will come with meeting those space requirements. And that looks like the needs of dropping off and picking up students on a day-to-day basis. Some of the principles in terms of trying to minimize congregation in certain areas will be dismissing out all of the various doors to reduce that interaction and maintain that social distancing as best we can. We have to look at lunchtime and what lunchtime looks like at all of our levels, at an elementary school, middle school, and a high school. We've looked at the recess time. And again, even looking at duty schedules, again, with the new requirements, it creates a new opportunity for some new thinking. And when we've been walking the buildings with our principals, they have really been solution-minded. They have really been able to look at the totality of their space and come up with very good plans as far as using that space to work within the governor's directives. So if you look here at that picture now on slide 8, you'll see on it, on the left-hand side, at least it's on my left-hand side, you have the Van Gorder Elementary School. And this is a pre-COVID classroom. You take a look and you have a teacher, you have a guest instructor, preemptively attending to social distancing, and then you have students who are seated together. What we recognize is that cooperative seating structure will have an impact as far as meeting the guidelines. Next to it, you look at a standard size classroom. Really, these are two of the same size classrooms, one at Van Gorder, one at Moss, and then the one on the right, you can see that there's 14 desks in that classroom, really trying to adhere to that 6 feet apart. If you take a look down at our next couple of slides, again, we look at a kindergarten classroom. And in elementary school, there are some aspects that work well in relationship to the requirements. We look at our first and second grade class sizes. They tend to work within the overall physical space class size requirements that we need to meet. If you look at a kindergarten classroom over there on the left, spread out, when we talk about repurposing and rethinking and addressing a new norm in a new way, we've looked at a kindergarten classroom of one of the bigger classrooms in an elementary school, and what might we be able to do as far as best using the largest space within our buildings to meet the various grade levels and the size of the class. If you look to the middle slide, you'll see Sky Ranch Middle School. What you can see there again is that our desks are spread out. We know that guidance currently is around students really facing forward, really trying to have them spread out within a classroom. And then when you look and at Sky Ranch, you can see that in a typical size classroom, again, as Adam was saying, that typical size, we think in the neighborhood of 40. But of course, each of these rooms vary a bit in space. And so when we look at Sky Ranch, that one's more in the neighborhood of a 16 or 18 in that classroom. You look over next to it at Reed, a high school that has a number of different types of classrooms. That classroom there was a classroom that Dr. Lamarca and I went to. And what you can see there is really that is 2 classrooms where the middle wall has actually been taken out. And so while you can see the desks in this picture are actually close together, when you spread them out, we can actually get in a classroom that size, probably closer to 30-to-1 rather than 20-to-1 because of how large that space is. When we continue to go over to middle schools and look, there are a lot of sliding doors in between classrooms that would offer us some flexibility as far as how we want to use the different space. So that kind of speaks to some of the walks that we've done, addresses some of the physical space. And with that, I'd like to turn this over to Pete Etchart and Rick Martin.
Thank you. Transportation, Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer. So our Transportation Director, Rick Martin, is going to run you through the options that were developed for an 84-passenger bus. And as with many COVID decisions, there are not really any great options. They all involve serious trade-offs that will have an impact on our families. But I want to kind of touch on several factors that were used in making these options. One, we cannot purchase additional buses, and even if we could, the number of available bus drivers would limit our ability to increase our current capacity. Two, we are required by a federal and state law to transport special education students, children in transition, English language learners, and foster children. And lastly, there is not, however, federal or state law requiring the transportation of general ed students, but we recognize that many of our families rely on district transportation. Historically, about 1/3 of our students in our district ride the bus to and from school. And with that, I'd like to turn this over to Rick Martin to run you through the various options.
For the record, Rick Martin, Director of Transportation, and good afternoon, President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, and trustees. As Pete indicated, as Mr. Etchart indicated, there is no easy solution with this. Just looking at our standard models for 84 seat, and the reason we chose that is the capacity that we have for most of our buses, but they range in capacity for general ed from 70 occupants to 90 occupants, but this is the model that we have the most of within the district. From that standpoint, as you look at these graphics, to go with a strict social distancing guideline, that would be 10 students that we could transport on a bus, because that would, between every seat and diagonally, we would be able to have 6 feet of distance. If you go to the next model, which is 17%, that would be 14 students out of 84, but we would not be following the strict mandate of social distancing at that point. Just as an example, if you look at seat 1 versus seat 3, or actually student 1 versus student 3, those two models there's only 5 feet of distance between those two students. Now across the aisle, that's true that there could possibly be 6 feet. The reason being is you are trying to pack 6 feet of social distancing in an 8-foot wide bus that is potentially 40 feet long. You can only go lengthwise, you can't go widthwise. So you've got some issues there. So from that standpoint, those would be where we would at with that model. Going to the next model, we would be able to look at some aspects of being able to do some things, but again, very limited. There would not be much in the way of social distancing. The high seat backs would provide a little bit of a partial protection, but it's not like having plexiglass between seats in that capacity. We would be doing one student to a seat, or possibly one student to a seat, with some areas having two students to a seat, with some distance in between them, but very minimal. In order to be able to transport in this capacity with either one of these, we looked at extending walk zones to see what we could do, because our current capacity, we would not be able to do much with this, but extending walk zones to 2 miles for elementary, 3 miles for middle school, and 4 miles for high school, excuse me. We only ended up with being able to possibly transport elementary and middle school only. We would not be able to transport high school general education. We would still be maintaining our special programs, special needs, ELL, all of those federal and state mandated programs. And then staggered times, if we were able to try to implement that, our extended delivery times would be up to 3 hours on either side. So that would be picking up 3 hours earlier in the morning for some of our students, and then delivering home 3 hours later for some of our students. So not good options all the way around. And then in this situation, since we're not really practicing the mandated social distancing, per the current and state federal protocols, face coverings would be recommended to be worn when the social distancing is not possible. Next slide, please, Paul. So going to 45% occupancy and almost 50% occupancy in that area, or 50% occupancy as a whole for a bus like this, we would not need to extend walk zones, but we could only still transport elementary and middle school with our current resources. Staggered delivery times, for the most part, would not be needed. There might be some opportunities for that with certain logistic areas, just based on density of population, those types of things, but we don't anticipate there would be much there. Again, we would still not be able to transport high school general education. And again, the social distancing requirements for face coverings would still need to be considered.
The next slide. So I just wanted to put one last slide on here, and this is to give you an option that if all the students were to return to our schools and we were to keep our walk zones at their current distance, and we were to transport elementary, middle, and high school students, we would need a couple of waivers from what is currently in place for the phase 2 guidance. First of all, we would have greater than 50% of occupancy level on our buses. Having an 84 passenger bus, we would have upwards of 50, 55 students on a bus at least. And then we would be also obviously greater than 50 people in one space. So under current phase 2 guidance, we couldn't meet these requirements. And obviously when you talk about face coverings and social distancing, it's not possible. Now, we all know that every day we're receiving more and more information. So I think Rick is going to kind of tell you currently what we're hearing from other districts when it comes to transportation models.
Correct. From that standpoint, because this is a situation that all districts are involved in, that we all have the same resources. We all have the same type of buses. They're all 8 feet in width and up to 40 feet in length. And that's just what is the standard model for a school bus for transportation. So from that standpoint, a lot of them are finding difficulty just like we are in how can we best optimize our resources to best deliver our students. So a lot of them are looking at aspects of any one of these models that we've looked at today, but we're starting to find that a lot of them are going back to, we're going to provide standard transportation as we had in the past, which would be over the 50% capacity. Students would be mandated to wear face masks or face coverings and the like. And then the districts that we're looking at that have implemented this would be Chandler, Arizona, St. Louis, Missouri, and then the state of Kentucky has actually looked at that and said we're looking to go back to that type of model for our transportation, just because it's not anything that's practical. And a lot of the districts are in the same aspect of funding that we are. we're just not going to have the resources. And they are also in the same capacity that they're not going to be able to hire the drivers or get the additional buses in a timely manner if they were able to. So that's kind of where we're at with all of those aspects. We have looked at a number of blended models scenarios too. There are some that we might be able to, or we would be able to transport with our current resources, depending on how they are, but there's a lot of different blended models we're looking at. So some possibly could be transported, some could not. We may have to make some other adjustments and the like to do with that, to work with that. So from that standpoint, that's kind of where we're at.
I think we're turning this back over to the academic team.
Thank you very much, Mr. Etchart and Mr. Martin. Appreciate that. So I'll start on the calendar options. This is one of the recommendations that's actually come from the community as far as can we look at different types of start and end times for the school year. And in conversations with other superintendents and with the state superintendent, there may be a possibility, which I'm very, very excited about, that our districts across the state of Nevada would actually be able to have 5 additional professional learning days added to the school calendar. So instead of 180 instructional days, we would have 170 instructional days. And what that allows a district to be able to do is to provide professional learning and support for our teachers and principals and support staff to make sure that our buildings and facilities are ready, safe, and secure for our students to return. So one of the suggestions that the trustees may want to consider at a time at either the July 7th meeting would be to look at our start date of August 10th and consider making that first week a week where our principals and teachers and support staff are really able to get into the buildings. Currently, right now, they have 1 day to get a building ready. And so this would allow them the time, it would give our teachers additional time to really learn how to use Microsoft Teams, how to make sure that they understand how to take attendance, additional professional learning around Edgenuity. But it would allow 5 days of professional learning that first week of August. And then we would open up school buildings for students on August 17th. We absolutely understand that this may be difficult for many of our families as we start to reopen up the economy and that our families work. The majority of our families do work. But the feeling is that in order to get all of the areas that we're going through, transportation, nutrition services, making sure that those classrooms that Mr. Ernst and we're walking through, that those classrooms are ready to take our students. This also provides the opportunity for our site facilities coordinators more time to do walkthroughs to make sure that we have PPE that will be delivered to all of our sites and that materials and resources are ready to go. So that's one idea that we would like to consider are the additional 5 professional development days at the beginning of the school year so that we would start with students on August 17th, gives our teachers more time within the building and really be able to provide them that support. And so with that, I believe I have Mr. Hayes. If there's any other additions that he would like to talk, or Dr. LaPenta, I believe, for school calendars.
Hi, this is Ben Hayes for the record. No, I have nothing to add beyond what you said, Dr. McNeil.
Great, thank you. So the next decision point, we're going to move to teacher and staff scope of work. And I believe Ms. Ellison and Debbie Beiersdorf are going to be heading this one up.
That's correct. Thank you, Superintendent McNeil, President Raymond, members of the board. As we contemplate how staff fit into the various models, it likely makes sense to think about these 3 decision points together because they are all closely related in the various models and how the classroom looks moving forward. The thinking so far is that teachers may be expected to augment whole class instruction with distance learning support. that we will continue to work closely with WEA on reopening plans and begin to collaborate on the development of a cadre of teachers to support distance learning and distance education, and that we would continue to expand on professional learning opportunities with respect to supporting distance learning throughout the coming school year. A couple of important notes related to these items. While these items speak to teachers specifically, the concepts in large part apply to many of our non-operations based staff. And as we work through some of the decisions with our licensed staff, that will of course inform our work with other employee groups as well. As it relates to teachers being expected to augment whole class instruction with distance learning support and some of the blended models that our area superintendents talked about before, it is important to emphasize that this does not mean that teachers are expected to replicate a full school day in distance learning format, which I know could prove very challenging. A parallel that might help frame this conversation is a little bit is to think about the ways that teachers currently augment in-class instruction when a student is ill and away from the classroom. This recognizes, or this thought process recognizes that as we move through various waves of the virus or different directives from the health district as the virus progresses, how we deliver learning and keep children connected to the classroom and connected to the school community may look different than it has in the past. I'm going to pause for just a moment and allow Debbie to provide some commentary on what that looks like from an educator perspective, or what that could look like.
Thank you, Emily. So we know good teaching is about effective pacing of instruction, the use of instructional materials, checking for student understanding, and the use of technology. And we know that more than ever, that's going to be critical to the success of what a blended learning model may look like. But we also know that we need to very carefully and closely work with our teachers and provide them the support so they can be successful in a blended learning model. And a lot of that depends on good quality, targeted professional learning that we have actually already started to provide our teachers. So if we could go to the next slide. And we know it's a little small here on the screen, but this is actually really exciting to share with our trustees. We have a system that's already been in use in the district called My PGS, My Professional Growth System. And it has the functionality or the capability to allow us to deliver virtual professional learning district-wide. Our teachers, our ESPs, our administrators, our central office folks as well. So we had a dedicated and amazing team of leaders across departments who came together to start planning for back to school professional learning. So we made a decision before we did hear that we may have the opportunity for the additional professional learning days that Dr. McNeil talked about, but we did make the decision that we wanted to provide back to school professional learning for our certified staff via the PGS platform, so via a virtual delivery model. And we, like I said, are using the PGS platform. And if you can see over in the left-hand side there, we've made it very easy for our teachers to go into the system, click on whatever area of teaching is appropriate for them. So if you're an elementary K-1 teacher, you see that as the first option. And then a series of courses that teachers will fulfill and they can start working on this summer will pop up for them to view. The next slide, please, Dr. Lamarca. So the very first course that actually went live last Monday is a 21st Century Learning Pedagogy course that we want all of our educators to take and work their way through. And this is a course that will level set for our teachers. We have a lot of administrators that are signed up to take this course as well. But what does it mean to be a 21st century learner, a teacher, an instructor, and what does blended learning look like? So this will set the stage for further professional learning as we work forward to help support our teachers in both at school and at home delivery models of instruction.
Thank you, Debbie, for going through the screenshots there.
Yeah.
As we contemplate the second item, which was a cadre of distance learning teachers, we recognize there may be teachers or other staff who are unable to return to the classroom because of their risk status as it relates to the virus. We obviously want to continue working closely with WEA to build a cadre of distance learning teachers who can support distance and blended learning. But we also need to be cautious in building processes that could potentially result in us making employment decisions based on protected statuses. So there's a little trickiness there. If this is the path that we continue on, we'll continue to work closely with WEA and our Office of General Counsel to determine what this looks like from a process perspective, but also work closely with the Office of Academics and other departments to define the roles and responsibilities of the teachers that make up this cadre. And as Debbie mentioned, we've already made a significant investment in professional learning opportunities for our licensed staff. And it's important to note that many stakeholders had input in this process. Departments, principals, educators all helped to inform the offering of a comprehensive suite of professional learning available in advance of the school year. And I think, as Debbie said, some topics that will really benefit our educators and staff as we prepare for our new normal. Shout out to 21st Century Learning, elementary and secondary curriculum and instruction, social and emotional learning, equity and diversity, and the English language development departments, who all were instrumental in developing this material. And I think with that, we transition to health and safety.
Hi, this is Adam Searcy, Chief of Facilities again for the record. I'm going to be working through these next couple of slides with Margaret Allen's help. But I'll take this first bullet and, kind of before I get into the meat of this one, while it's not really a specific item for discussion this evening, I just wanted to reiterate that we are moving forward with a host of health and hygiene and health and safety layers in our schools, which will each individually and then in combination make our schools safer. So whether it's scheduling hand washing, daily surface disinfecting, and hand sanitizer throughout our schools, these are tools that we are going to be making available in all of our classrooms and throughout all of our schools. But really this item focuses on the intangibles here. In addition to providing these raw materials to the folks in our schools and providing the tools such as face coverings and hand soap, a program of education and communication and really a culture of shared effort towards improved health and hygiene is what will truly change the behavior and cause any of these health and hygiene layers to be even more successful. So starting off, as Irene Payne mentioned earlier, we've developed a suite of posters and signs which the school district has made available to the public and all of our teachers and principals to use to help guide everyone in their schools, very similar in ways to what you've seen in other public facilities these last several months. And really it's with all aspects of a school, it's that community effort and that culture that really makes the good schools great. And we wanted to just take a moment to emphasize the sort of implementation, this intangible element of sort of the operational piece that I've been focused on is how many bottles of hand sanitizer do we need and how many classrooms, but really how do we get everyone in that school to embrace the behavioral shift that's going to be necessary to keep these schools healthy and really make this a primary goal, as with all of our cultural behavioral emphasis across our different schools, make this a new goal for our schools to accelerate these safety measures. Moving in, we talked earlier quite a bit about the social distancing measures. We talked mostly about the classrooms. This is a multifaceted item, just as schools have a wide array of physical interaction scenarios. Just some of these examples are listed here: the entry, pickup and drop off, bathrooms, hallways, but there are many others. As you can imagine, you heard and saw some great examples of what socially distant classrooms and just different organization might look like earlier this afternoon. And we remain confident that there are a variety of creative solutions in many other areas. But I think the takeaway here is that general expectations around social distancing, the use of PPE, enhanced sanitizing, duration of exposure, as well as other variables, really needs to be provided to principals to allow each of the staff members to develop and implement a daily schedule, which will work for each of their classrooms and the entire school community. So I know that's kind of a lot of words, but it's not as linear. I mean, this is a human behavior, a human environment with an infinite number of variables. We're dedicated to providing the tools and trying to guide the structure that will allow for effective implementation of those tools. But really that intangible human element is something that we're excited about because of our fantastic team members, principals, and teachers, but it's going to feel different than what we've done in the past. So I think some of these next slides, Margaret's going to help me present.
Thank you, Adam. President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, and board members, thank you for allowing us to do this presentation today. The Health and Safety Committee really worked hard to look at all options, and their primary goal was how do we institute the opening of our schools so that each student is safe. And so the next bullet points really talk about what kind of recommendations is the district going to make to limit close contact activities. We know kids have to have snack breaks. We know they have to have lunch. Are we going to take them outside for recess? Are we going to allow them to do physical education? Do we want to not have dances where there's close contact? Again, there is some partnership with community members. Members on this team were not only Washoe County Health District folks, but we had some physician experts on the team. And so they have given us some recommendations as well. We need to look at how do we build in hand washing prior to breaks? How do we provide safety when kids are eating at their desk or in a larger communal area where social distancing can be maintained? The next bullet point is the district will institute a daily screening protocol. Is that going to be self-screening by each employee or Washoe County School District staff member? Is that going to be by parents, or is the district going to say, no, we're going to do screening on all our, anybody that enters our facilities? Many of you have seen videos of other schools in other countries opening, and temperature taking is a big part of that. We do have some feedback from both the Washoe County Health District and the local physicians, Dr. Sarah Healy, an infectious disease specialist, and Heather Kerwin, one of the chief epidemiologists with Health District. And they've helped us look at taking temperatures in a different way. They don't feel that there's the science behind doing mass screenings for temperatures. Again, that's something that the CDC guides us in saying, whatever measures you take, we're giving you guidance, but whatever measures you take, we want them to be practical, feasible, and based on what the community needs are. That's when we reached out to local physicians and the health district and said, what are your thoughts on doing this? When making a decision, we need to look at the cost effectiveness of whether to take them or not. And so at this point, we're proposing these to you so that when we come to the next board meeting, there is a decision. Are we going to implement self-screening and provide support and education for staff and families, or is the school district going to take that on? There's pros and cons both ways. And with that, I'll lead into some other health and safety measures. The next slide just shows signs that we're going to have. If we do self-screening, we'll have tools available for families in both Spanish and English. We will educate staff as far as if you're going down this matrix and your child has a temperature, here's what you have to do. So we're looking at all of these. I don't know if there's another slide. Yes. And so again, we want to educate people before they come to our environment. We want to try to stop the transmission before it's too late. We want to make sure that we're educating staff and families. We've been doing that already. As we've seen our buildings open and we've had some cases, we look at that and we, work with the health district to decide, okay, if we have a positive case, what are we going to do? Looking at PPE, protective equipment for our staff and for children. We've got some feedback on masks versus face shields. So some interesting things out there. We know that some people will not be able to wear masks. Children may communicate with, facial gestures. So there's a lot to look at when we look at PPE. And this team has done phenomenal work in presenting and researching what types of PPE we will be able to have at the schools. And with this, we go into facility use, and that's back to Adam.
Actually, I think I'm going to take this from.
Okay, Tammy.
Thank you. This is, thank you for having me today. For the record, this is Tammy Zimmerman, Deputy Chief Facilities Management Officer, bringing to you the two decision matrix points for the facility use. And this is to open up our facilities this summer for use by our community partners. Right now, our custodians are cleaning the facilities in preparation for the opening of school. They're working diligently to degrease carpets and wipe walls and make sure that everything is ready and in place for school. With this, we would be asking if we could take applications to have those community partners come in, use our facilities, which we do generally in the summertime for child facility care, as well as camps. With that, we would be incurring costs for additional cleaning of high touch areas and possibly the deep cleaning of areas that the applicants use if there's an outbreak and that we're directed by the health department to do so. That section is for the summer. The next decision point is for after summer when school is actually open. We still have community partners that use our facilities after hours for childcare, as well as after evenings for other activities, and then weekends for church uses. We would have the same concerns and as we have with the summer uses of additional cleanings for high touch areas that would take our custodians away from their original cleaning aspects, as well as deep cleaning if the health department required that as well. So those are just some considerations for if we choose to open our facilities that we would have to think about and noodle through. We could, with our custodian staffs, do these. It takes about 2 to 3 hours of additional time to do the high touch areas in a typical application for the facility use that we see in the summer. Usually they use the multi-purpose rooms, some restrooms, and then they use the outside facilities. But with the pandemic being the way it is and social distancing requirements, we anticipate they would be asking for additional rooms that we would have to do those high touch areas in that would require more time, as well as the deep cleaning of additional areas that would require more time. Next slide. This is the slide for a sign that we are going to be putting up on our facilities to make the public aware of our facilities and that we don't control them once we open the gates, and that there is a risk that they could contract the COVID and that they should enter at their own risk. We anticipate these signs being on all of our fences at our high schools, middle schools, and elementary schools prior to July 6th. And that completes my section for those last two decision points.
Thank you very much, Tammy. So this is really our last slide before we start back at the beginning. But what I would like to emphasize to the trustees and to our public for the next steps. So you see there July 7th, and that would be an extremely important board meeting where we would bring back what we would like to have as a final plan. And remember that we must submit to the Nevada Department of Education 3 scenarios: full distance, a blended approach, and in-person instruction. All of those plans have been discussed, but we must be able to execute on each one of those plans and to submit to the Nevada Department of Education on how we will execute and make sure that we are providing a free and appropriate education to students. We would then have, if needed, a July 21st meeting. And as I mentioned, this still fulfills the governor's directive as far as a 20-day notice, as far as the first day of school starting. It's also important to realize, and I know our trustees understand this, we're building these plans without the knowledge of our fiscal 21 budget. And we know that as a plan, we take these scenarios and these plans very, very seriously. And we want to do the very best plan and options for our students and our families and all of our employees. But it's important for the community to realize that we are building these plans without the benefit of knowing what our budget situation is going to be. And so it's just important that when we are talking about transportation, we're talking about the delivery of PPE, when we're talking about the delivery of devices and wanting to ensure the health and safety of our students and our staff, that we would hope that soon we will be able to find out what our budgetary constraints are going to be in order to execute fully what those plans are going to be. And so with that, Dr. LaMarca, if you don't mind going back to our first green slide, which speaks to the general learning model.
Dr. McNeil?
Absolutely, yes.
Can I just take a moment to just remind our viewers and the public that they can submit public comment on this item or any future board item on today's agenda to the email address publiccomments@washoschools.net. We are receiving public comments throughout today's meeting. We are reading those individually as we receive them. And after we get through the rest of this presentation and our discussions, we will have the recording secretary read the names of any individual that submitted public comment on this item. And I would also just like to remind our public that we do not directly respond to and answer questions in those public comments. We'll do our best to try to address many different issues as they come up in the upcoming discussion and presentation, but you know, we won't be going item by item through the emails to address different questions and concerns. So I will just turn it back over to you, and we will again read the names of those public comments received as we approach the end of this agenda item to give anyone time that would like to submit it.
Thank you very much, President Raymond. So at this point in time, trustees, you have your note taker there. And so for the general learning model, what we are asking for at that first bullet point is really to pursue the planning of a blended learning model. And as we've talked about, the blended learning model is one of 3 scenarios that we must be able to submit. And so the direction would be that we would like to pursue the continued process as far as what that would look like, and whether that is a staggered day approach, whether that is different times, a double session type, but we would like to be able to pursue what those plans are. And so at this point in time, for ease of consideration of each one of the decision points, What I'd like to be able to do is just to open it up to the trustees slide by slide for clarifications, questions, queries, comments, thoughts around each one of our decision points that we've asked for the trustees to have.
Thank you, Superintendent McNeil. Trustee Simon Holland, I'll start with you.
Thank you, President Raymond. You know, I want to reiterate what you and others have said, that we recognize that the blended learning model is not the ideal way to teach our kids. And I think all of us are, you know, of one mind that it's you know, it's not desirable. And again, this is something that we would only do if we are required to do it. Just a couple of thoughts. And I'm not sure which slide they'll relate to, but under the general learning model, just some questions I had. One is, do the state directives consider social distancing for children the same as for adults? We've gotten a lot of, you know, data about the incidence of disease is different for children. The severity of disease is different for children. Maybe you'll want to deal with that in the health and safety section, but it does relate to the extent of our blended learning model. Should I give you all my questions on what I think are in general learning model, or do we want to do it one at a time? I don't know how you want to do this.
No, I think that would be fine, and we can
Okay.
process through that. And if somebody else has a question, and I
Okay,
can tell Trustee Simon Holland that actually did come up in one of our superintendents, our NAS meetings, our Nevada Association of School Superintendents meetings, as far as would the chief medical officer in the governor's office look at different social distancing requirements for a particular age group. So whether we are talking from 3 to 5 or from 5 to 10, you know, 11 to 12, would there be a way that we could talk about different social distancing guidelines for a younger group of students than the general population of adults and teenagers?
So we don't have the answer to that yet, but it has been posed to the state. Okay. And then just in terms of rigor, we've gotten a lot of comments about needing to have rigorous curriculum, and that, you know, we want to support our teachers being able to be creative and innovative, you know, for their own students that they teach. Will we be able to allow for that differentiation, that teachers are going to be able to do rigorous curriculum and not just do, you know, consistently across all grade levels if we do blended learning?
You want to take that one?
Yes, I will jump on in. Trustee Simon Holland. Yes, we will be able to deliver high quality, rigorous learning for our students because it will be rooted or based in the Nevada academic content standards and our adopted curriculum, our adopted materials. You may recall, and I don't have the exact month in front of me, but it was a number of months ago, the 21st Century Learning Team and also Office of Academics came before you to talk a little bit about the digital curriculum project that we were working on, elementary, middle school grades K through 8. So our goal was to start training on that this past spring, and then full implementation heading into next school year. So we're a little bit behind on the professional learning. That's part of what Dr. McNeil was talking about earlier with the Microsoft Teams education tool, but that is all grounded and rooted in Nevada academic content standards. And again, as Dr. Parks said earlier when we first presented this slide, we know that we can't replicate a full 6-hour school day for a student. It has to look different, but it has to be, again, rooted in the content standards, new content standards as students transition into the next grade level, so they can continue, you know, progressing forward in their academic achievement. So yes.
But teachers will be given the the flexibility to meet those standards the way they want to for their students.
Yes, and I know our trustees know we have many teachers who are very adept at providing synchronous or asynchronous teaching for students who are using a lot of the tools that we have, not just through Microsoft, but through just the various adoptions. For example, I think about our benchmark English language arts adoption that we did just this past year. It has a whole suite on that curriculum that is all online. It's virtual. We have a lot of teachers who have used that, not to the extent that we think we'll be using it as school resumes in the fall. So.
Okay. I'll just finish my questions and then we can go on to the next trustee. Is that okay, President Raymond?
Yes.
Okay. Concerns about ensuring equity for gifted and talented and students on IEPs. Is there anything specific you can say about how we ensure equity for them in the blended learning model?
So I would, again, Deborah Beiersdorf, Trustee Simon Holland, the Gifted and Talented Education, the GATE department is part of the Office of Academics. And even as we were designing the distance learning materials that were used at the last quarter of the previous school year, there were enrichment and extended learning opportunities for our gifted and talented students. Our gifted and talented programming has a lot of good online tools that they use just in the course of normal instruction that we would continue to support students with. And the same thing would be consideration for our students on individual education plans and also our English language learners. Very important to include that as well. The scaffolds and the support for individualized learning needs. Who knows their students better are their teachers. So supporting teachers and what that could look like in a blended model. That's going to be professional learning as well for our teachers and making sure we support them with the time to plan for that. It's not always the easiest thing to do when all students are in a classroom together, but will definitely be more challenging when some students may perhaps be learning at home for a period of time.
Okay. Just two last questions and a comment. How will we support parents, particularly parents who are also teachers? That's my, I think we've heard from a lot of families about how blended learning is just not workable for them. They have to work full time. They work from home and they have 3 kids. How will we support parents and how will we support parents who are also having to teach other people's kids? If anybody could comment on that, it's a big concern.
Well, again, Deborah Beiersdorf, and I'll jump in there. We certainly experienced that and we heard about that and we provided as much support as we could through the last quarter of the 2019-2020 school year. And there's no easy answers. It's very, very difficult to do. And that also, if the trustees will remember, that was through the utilization of and the distribution of district designed materials so that our teachers could focus on the social emotional supports of their students, attendance, all those things. We were in such a period of what was unknown. But I would say going forward, time is such a gift for teachers when they're planning for quality instruction, the teaching and learning that happens, and time is going to be very, very valuable in a situation like this as well. So if we have a teacher, perhaps as Emily Ellison was talking about earlier, who is part of maybe a cadre of teachers that we feel there might be the need for to teach students who are fully learning at home. They are not inside the school building. They're going to need time because they might be home themselves. How do we provide that time if they have children of their own? It's tricky, and I will be honest with you, I don't have an answer that's going to work for every situation. I think that's making sure that we understand what their challenges are. Their principal understands what the challenge is as well. And then I also want to point out too, we are a district that very much believes in the professional learning community, the PLC process, where groups of teachers, grade levels, content perhaps come together and support each other. I think that we're going to see a whole nother level or plateau of PLC work as our teachers are having to support each other to help with situations such as that.
Mm-hmm. And again, those parents who aren't teachers, but maybe can't afford to do childcare for the times that their kids are not in school and are home during a blended learning model. I'm worried about that. Last question and then a comment. Dr. McNeil, at some point you mentioned discussions about a competency-based curriculum model. Is that something that may move forward with the Department of Education as something we could look to help us get through this?
There's a lot of interest in that. There's a lot of interest across the state. There's a lot of interest. I could tell you that Dr. Jara down in Clark County is extremely interested. Our colleague over in Churchill County, Summer Stevens, is very much interested in that. As far as competency-based and setting up the processes and what that looks like for mastery versus seat time. Mm-hmm. So yes, we have discussed that.
Okay, but there's no approvals for it yet.
Not at this point in time. There's not, as far as the legislation and we're looking at different types of waivers and what that would look like, but there's not I can't hand you a plan tonight as far as what that would look like. Okay, but I do want to go back, Trustee Simon Holland, as far as parents, and you all have received them. Our Family School Partnership Office has done a phenomenal job on providing our parents with a wellness newsletter. I don't see that stopping. And also looking at providing our parents with additional types of learning opportunities to where they feel comfortable using a device and what that would look like.
Okay, I appreciate that. And just the last thing I wanted to say, I am not at all excited about the blended learning. I know we all want our kids to be, in school with a teacher if they want to be. But I think there's an opportunity, and maybe this is better on the communication slide, but I wanted to mention it now, that we really need to engage the community in incentivizing them that if they help us by wearing masks and using social distancing and bending the curve, that will help us get their kids back to school, and really use that as a regional PR campaign that, this is a community-wide thing. It's not just the district that has to solve this. We need everybody in the community to help us get their kids back to school by bending that curve down and getting our rate of incidence down. So thank you for letting me ask you all my questions and make that comment. I know we'll be talking about equitable access and digital divide later. So thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
President Raymond, this is Paul LaMarca. May I jump in really quick?
Of course, yeah.
In response to Trustee Simon's questions, I just wanted to add a couple of quick comments. And I appreciate Dr. McNeil mentioning Family School Partnerships Office. We have a vulnerable subcommittee, vulnerable population subcommittee that's part of the reopening task force, and they're looking at some of the things that you're bringing up. So, for example, a student with a very complicated IEP where a blended approach is just not going to work, we would assume they'd be in school as much as possible, whether, if that's a 4-day-a-week model, I can't tell you that right now, but we wouldn't necessarily use the same blended approach with every population. There are special education kids, there may be kids with free and reduced lunch that require meals. There are other groups that may need to spend more time within the building than at home. Also, Mr. Ernst mentioned in his comments that we are looking, and that's one of the bullets, for possibility of different models at the elementary level versus the secondary level. So at the secondary level, it may be that kids have more maturity and can work independently. and that minimizes some of the strain that you are bringing up about parents being worried that their kids are at home. That is not going to work for a primary age kid if parents have to work. So we are looking very carefully at those items that you're talking about, and we'll have more detail for you hopefully on the 7th.
Thank you, Dr. Lamarca, and thank you, Madam President, and thank you, staff. I don't want to neglect to say how impressive this work is that you all have done. It just boggles the mind, and it leaves me speechless and in awe of your professionalism and all the work that you've done. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Simon Holland. Great questions. I think I'm going to take my turn real quick, and then I know Trustee Cottle and Trustee Minetto have their hands up. I think, you know, we would all agree again that this is not ideal. I do want to continue to explore this, and not just because we have to, but I think as a parent, it would still be preferable to me if there were the option to have the blended versus complete distance learning. I mean, I don't want this not to be a consideration, but I do think however we can convey to the Department of Ed and the state that I think for many of our families, especially those with two working parents, that this isn't really much different than full distance learning in terms of juggling the kind of childcare needs, especially, and I think this is the key part for our state officials and county officials to consider. If we are open in certain parts of the workforce community and things are business as usual, and we're then saying that we're not business as usual in our schools, it really leaves our families in a pinch where they aren't able to be in that work from home mode because we're in a phase of opening that they're back at work, but we're saying that, or they're telling us that our schools can't be fully open and we need this blended model, and therefore so there needs to be some continuity there, whether it's at the county or the state level, but consideration for that. And also I think consideration for if we're in a phase where movie theaters are open and water parks are open and playgrounds are open, but we're saying that our school classrooms cannot be full and our campuses can't be used at capacity, then we know that we will have kids that are not doing distance learning at home. They're going to be at the movie theater or at the water park or at the skate park. I mean, there, is only so much that we can demand, especially I think if we're talking about that high school age. So this is not necessarily questions for our staff to tackle at the school district level, but just if there's a way to convey it in the plans when we send them, how challenging that is, and to know what the kind of fallout from that is, that if we're on a blended model and the days that the kids are supposed to be doing distance learning from home, that they very likely are going to be out doing other stuff if we're in a phase of opening where there are other options. So, and then my last comment, sort of question thing, I think for consideration is similar to, I think, Trustee Simon, this could apply in different parts of the presentation, but just also to consider kind of verticals and family, cohorts, I guess, I don't know if that's an education word. If in this blended model, if we know, if there's a way to, for the site, at the site-based level, maybe more than an our decision, but just that if there's a family with 3 kids, to give them some options and what the blended model might look for them, because maybe for one family, it's actually easier if all 3 kids are not home on the same day. Maybe it's easier if 1 or 2 kids are at school and one's home, because that frees up devices or internet access or, you know, whatever it might be. But for another family, maybe it is easier to have all 3 kids at home on the same day, because that's the day that dad is working from home and can be there to supervise. So if there's any way to get at, you know, maybe at the site-based level, some of that feedback once we get down the road to that, or again, if you're considering those verticals, that maybe you have a high school student, a middle school student, and an elementary student, and we're able to coordinate that their schedules would be aligned in some way. Just those are my little thoughts. So, all right, I will go then to Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. I do have a few questions as well. The first one is a clarifying question for Superintendent McNeil. Today, you are asking us to give you permission to pursue a blended learning model. Does that mean you will bring us the actual model for another approval, or is this the approval to do it?
No. So for clarification, and good question, Trustee Cottle, this is just to pursue it so that we can move forward and to develop what those plans would look like.
Perfect. That's really helpful. So my first question is just around just the teacher workload. Based on what I'm seeing in the slide, especially in the middle school and high school level, you could have teachers that essentially have 3 different student cohorts: the students in the classroom, the students at home, and the students doing edgenuity. How is the district going to instruct teachers to balance providing support to essentially 3 different cohorts of students in the middle school and high school level, and then at the elementary level, it would be 2 students that are in the building and students that could potentially be at home doing distance learning?
So Debbie, do you want to talk a little bit about the cohort or the cadre, the distance cadre?
Yes, absolutely. So thank you again, Trustee Cottle. Deborah Byersdorf for the record. So I go back to, or here it is in front of us, the discussion that Emily Ellison and I had earlier. So right now at our high schools and some of our middle schools, but at our high schools, we do have teachers that are trained in the use of edgenuity. And it also is going to back it up, the model of instruction, if it were to include edgenuity, and again, we believe it's a very robust, rigorous program that actually first year of implementation was just this past school year. Depending on the number of students who are accessing edgenuity will help also determine how many teachers we may need within this cadre that we would train up in the use of edgenuity to support students at home. Right now, a student who is in edgenuity can work in the lab at the school site. It's a scheduled class, and then can also work from home if they have a device, of course, to work from. So we can see building up more teacher capacity to support edgenuity. We have an amazing edgenuity staff. They actually work closely with Dr. Lamarca, and they've actually been training up a lot of our teachers that are doing edgenuity right now for high school summer school. So that's how I see it, is that we would have dedicated teachers to support edgenuity, so we wouldn't have a situation like you're talking about, Trustee Cottle, where you might have a high school English teacher, for example, who's teaching 3 different methods or delivery of instruction. The idea being, the goal would be 2 if it were necessary. So the student that might be home full time, the student who might be in the building part of the time, that blended learning model, and the student who may be in the building all time as well. I mean, we just don't know exactly yet what that's going to look like until we see what's in place when we do open school back in August. what we've talked about, the teaching and learning committee I talked about earlier, and just conversations I've had with the directors in the Office of Academics, utilizing other staff that are at a school site. So maybe it's a teaching assistant, or it's maybe a coach, a teacher coach. And some of our principals have said themselves that could come in and help with students that are in the classroom, to allow the teacher who maybe has a group of students working from home to be able to do that for part of the day as well, is something that we're going to probably need to explore too. But it's something that most of our teachers are not used to, and it's going to be through the use of the resources, creative use of resources, support from central office people as well. Our teachers that work within our curriculum and instruction departments, our gifted and talented departments, to support teachers in the delivery model too. And it will depend on how many students are in that blended model or are fully working from home, perhaps due to exclusions, or a family that's choosing not to send their child to school right away. So we are working on all these ideas. We're working with these through these scenarios. But as I mentioned earlier, time is a gift here too, because we're building it as we're flying it, and our teachers are going to need a lot of support and time to be able to make this successful.
Perfect, thank you. Second question. If we see an enrollment increase at North Star, how is the district going to go about staffing that school to ensure that there is the appropriate staffing levels to support all the students that could potentially be at North Star in various grades, K to 12?
So knowing, I'll go ahead and take this one, Debbie. So knowing that, as I've stated numerous times, we're on a very tight budget. And we've worked with our chief financial officer, and we are not going to be increasing the number of allocations. So to answer your question, Trustee Caudell, it would be a shift of allocations from a brick and mortar over to support what North Star would need to make sure that they have enough staff to help with the delivery of that content. And that looks really different than it does in a brick and mortar, as you know.
Yeah, thank you for that. If we have teachers that are either uncomfortable being back in the classroom this next year, or are in one of the higher risk categories, would those teachers be given the option to move over to a North Star? Or how would that look as far as moving staff around if we have to move allocations?
Well, and you know, I go back to what Emily was talking about, Miss Ellison was talking about, and we want to make sure that we're working with WEA on that. But that also goes to the cadre of teaching, of having a distance learning cadre, not only for North Star, but a more expansive distance learning cadre, so that if we do have teachers that are in a higher risk category, that they would be able to provide instructional strategies and teaching with that distance learning cohort.
Perfect, thank you. And then I have one last question in the comment. I really appreciate the slide showing how the classroom looks different with the desks spaced out 6 feet apart. But me, who's not a teacher, who's visited schools, knowing that teachers are masters at managing organized chaos in the classrooms, we know that the students aren't going to be parked at that chair the whole class. So how are teachers and school staff going to manage the movement of students in the classroom and within the school to follow the guidelines that we have at that time?
So I'll jump in unless Dr. Lamarck or Ms. Beiersdorf wants to jump in, but this is one of the reasons, Trustee Caudell, that I feel that it's important to make sure that we have the time in the buildings in order for our staff. They're already walking the buildings. You know, we had the area superintendents out there, Dr. Lamarca, Rick Harris. They're looking at that as far as exit and entrances. You know, in our high schools, that means lockers. How do you manage traffic within the hallway during a passing period? Or are there going to be passing periods to manage that traffic flow? So those are some of the things that we need for our teachers and principals to be able to get into the building and have that quality time and to see what that looks like. So I don't know if Paul or Debbie would like to jump in on that.
I'll add a little bit, Dr. McNeil, and I think you're exactly right. Let me say it this way. Students are going to come into our buildings and there's going to be a whole different set of expectations than they're used to, and they're going to have to learn those. They're going to have to kind of unlearn some of their ongoing practices in order to do that. The same is going to be true for our teachers, not only with safety and health, but with teaching strategies. Unless there is a lessening of restrictions regarding social distancing, you know, we're probably not going to be turning to a shoulder partner and talking about a story. We're not going to have a small group of kids sitting with a teacher at a kidney table while she's doing guided reading. It's going to look different. A lot of the recommendations do recommend that kids are back how it used to look 40 years ago. You know, rows very spaced apart, everyone looking forward, teacher at the front of the room. So it's really going to challenge our teachers to have to really approach education differently than they've been trained in the last many years.
No, I appreciate that. I do have a follow-up. I've seen plenty of classrooms that have gone away from the traditional desks, and they have chairs and lounges and lazy boys and all these different areas. So how is that going to work? Do we have to go out and rebuy desks and change out furniture, or is there a way to make that work?
Yes, and maybe Mr. Searcy will want to chime in. I mean, unfortunately, you have seen such a movement that we don't have like a cache of desks for every school, but that is part of the analysis that's going on now. Do we have to disassemble certain tables? Do we have a surplus of desks in one location that can be moved to a different location? We're going to have to get very creative with how kids seat. If we've got tables, we might have kids on either end of each table. We might have to arrange them sort of staggered vertically and horizontally to try to maintain as close to 6 feet as possible. I think, you know, and it goes without saying, I know we're all on the same page. We're in the middle of a pandemic. None of these solutions are optimal, so we're going to do the best we can. But we are looking for every way that we can sort of reconfigure furniture so that we can have quality education occurring within the classroom.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I guess my comment would be, I agree with everything that was said by Trustee Simon Holland and President Raymond and how challenging this is. What a recommendation I would have, if it's possible, to get some sense on how many families are going to put their kids into the Ingenuity program, how many families are going to move their kids to North Star, because we may see such a shift in enrollment that many of our schools may be able to make it work without having to have some kids at home throughout the week. I know that's a tall task. We're probably gonna have to do it anyway at some point, but just trying to get a sense on who's gonna want to go to school in the fall, or who wants to do 100% online learning through North Star Ingenuity, and that changes the numbers in our classrooms and in our schools. So that would be a recommendation that I would have, and then that will be all I need, Madam President. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Cottle. Great points and questions. Trustee Minetto and then Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. To go along with the rigor that Trustee Simon Holland was talking about, the grades that the children earn will be true and shared with parents at logical times as we go along in this. Is that correct?
I can jump in there, Trustee Minetto, again, Deborah Beiersdorf. So that is one of the considerations that the Teaching and Learning Committee is working through right now, is what grading procedures will look like. And we're working very closely, again, with several departments, including our student accounting department, under the direction of Dr. Bryn LaPenta, who is a great resource for us in helping how our current student management system, Infinite Campus, IC, can work to help us with that. But yes, that is another area that we need to plan for, and we need to help help provide professional learning for our teachers and our administrators around.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Minetto. I'll just jump in real quick with to add on to that, that I do think if we're going to do a blended model, you know, and I sort of struggle with this with both the blended model and a full distance learning, but because I know the strain and the stress it puts on parents who are home trying to manage this. But I think one of the concerns I had about, you know, what the new version of all this would look like, knowing we're not going back to the packets and the same kind of distance learning model that we had last time, but that there was this sense of it doesn't matter, it's not a grade that's going to count, and so I'm not going to put the effort in. And I do think we need to find the balance there for the blended model and whatever full distance learning model we have. We have to have expectations of our students and that rigor, you know, that Trustee Simon Holland and Trustee Minetto mentioned. If that's not there, then I think it's clear that it diminishes the teacher's enthusiasm for doing the work, because there's no sense that there's, you know, a way to hold the kids accountable to it, I think. So I hope we can find a good balance there that doesn't put too much strain and pressure on our families, but still holds our students at some high expectation level, even in these trying times. Sorry to cut in there. Okay, I think everybody wants to talk. Trustee Calvert, Vice President Taylor, and Trustee Kelly. I'm going to go in the order that I saw. So Vice President Taylor, then Trustee Kelly, and then Trustee Calvert.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to go on record for starters, and I have a few questions. Just reiterating that we recognize as a board that the best possible scenario for all of the students, for all of our educators, and for the community is for us to go back to quote unquote normal school, that model, and going to school every day and letting the educators do what they do and freeing up parents to to work, whether it's from home or traditionally. We just don't know if we're going to get there. So I'm appreciative, Superintendent McNeil, of the staff, the job that the staff has done, the team really, in saying we've been asked to do these, to put these models together because we don't know what's going to happen. And so we're going to work on this. I mean, this has to be just crazy challenging to figure this out. And the more I think about, you know, teachers doing 3 different things and having a cadre of distance learning teachers, then also having people that can relieve a teacher in a classroom so they can work with the child at home. I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy just from our standpoint. And then you begin to think about, to consider the families and what they may have to go through as they try to adjust. Even knowing having some lead time doesn't make it any easier for them to figure out, you know, how can we do this? So I just really want to applaud your efforts and the ingenuity and the creativity in putting some models together. That being said, I just have some questions, really. Several of them were already asked, but I still have a few remaining. When we're talking about calendars and being able to go to 170 days as opposed to 180 days, which frees up 5 days for more professional learning. One, what about the other 5 days? And then number 2, what if any impact will a snow day have on that?
So I'll start, and then I think if Dr. LaPenta could chime in there, because this is her area of expertise around instructional days. But we already provide the 5 other professional learning days, and Debbie can jump in too. We already provide the other professional learning days throughout the school year. So for example, this year is an election year. And so typically on a typical general election, we would be closing the schools, providing professional learning supports for our teachers and principals, and then having the other buildings as polling places. We've done that for years. So that would be one professional learning day. And then we always have, there's a few days at the beginning of the year. So typically a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. By contract, our teachers need to have 1 full day in their classrooms, which on a regular basis, right, that would be enough time. Our teachers already go in during the summer. I mean, they work so many, hours setting up their classrooms, but that would be 1 additional day. And so, Bren, I don't know if you want to talk about, obviously if we had to call a snow day and how that's taken into consideration.
Yeah, if we had to call a snow day, it would definitely be, we would probably end up using one of our contingency days. I don't see that being included in the plan as using it for distance learning at this time.
Okay, so really then we have the other 5 days covered when we're looking at from 180 to 170. Go ahead, someone started jumping in.
Yes, and this is Bryn LaPenta. I'm sorry, I should have identified myself.
I can see your name, Dr. Bryn LaPenta, I see it.
Dr. Taylor, if we are to use the professional development days and they're approved by the state, by the state superintendent, those count as days in session. So we would still have the 180 days required. It would just be, some of them would be non-contact days with students.
I understand. Okay, thank you for that. And then snow days, we'd have to kind of figure it out, I guess, like we typically do, or we build in a couple of snow days anyway, correct?
Correct. Yes, correct. We build in 3 every year, and they're on our calendar. I believe they're highlighted in either yellow or orange.
Okay, thank you. Second question, this has to do with sport facilities, and Tammy I know she made the presentation and gave us the information on the facility usage. And for summertime, they'd have to fill out an application, and I'm sure there'll be some criteria around that for what's necessary to be safe, to allow for cleaning and whatnot, and cover the cost of that. And I think that's fair as well. When do you think that will be in place? As you know, there's a lot of interest in that for summer sports teams and those teams that use our facilities versus those that don't, and competitive advantage and whatnot. So any idea what the timeline on that may look like?
So our facility use for our high school fields has been designated for NIAA fall sports to start July 6th with a mandatory training for coaches.
Prior to that, I'm sorry, is the training prior to that, or is the training would be on July 6th?
Prior to that, we've set the initial training by Zoom. Will be going out to coaches for invitation. The application will be going out to them here shortly to fill out, and they'll have training starting June 29th by Zoom for fall sports at this point.
Okay.
There will be PPE, meaning hand sanitizer, disinfectant, and training as to how they go about their routine with their specific sports.
Yeah, I think having the training is a great idea, because how else will they know what's expected? And we still have to keep kids safe on our facilities.
Yes.
So from a follow-up for that, then what about teams that may use our facilities that may not be, say, the Worcester High School football team, but I don't know, I'm totally making this up, Tammy, right? Maybe somebody's lacrosse team, and I don't even know when lacrosse season is. Sorry, lacrosse people, I should. Somebody's lacrosse team that wants to use the field for practice, and they typically do.
So
go ahead. I'll take that one, then you can jump in.
Okay.
So we wanted to make sure that we were able to see how the fall sports, Dr. Taylor, were handled first. And so we really want to be able to test that model. There's a lot that is going into the training of the coaches, anything from signing a waiver so that they know what the expectations are. They each one of our fall sport coaches will have to submit a plan. And so we want to make sure that we do this, what I've been referring to as a slow release. And so that we test this and see how it's going to be working, especially with those sports as far as high contact, such as football. And then once we see if the model is working, then we'll come back and then we'll start talking about other NIAA sanctioned sports. But our priority right now is for our Washoe County School District athletes and to make sure that they have a safe place to practice.
Okay, so basically, if I'm a community team, lacrosse, soccer, whatever that may be out there, I may not really, I can pretty much scratch off this summer.
At this point in time, unless there is a county or a city park or a facility that they would be able to use. But our priority is going to be for our Washoe County School District NIAA sanctioned athletes.
Okay, because as you know, we've gotten a lot of questions on that for those kids that are not, those programs are not. Okay, great, thank you for that. And again, really kudos on having the training for the coaches in advance, and so they can get ready. Then my final question was remaining. And if we have to do some kind of a hybrid model, as you know, we certainly, we'll have a plan in place and you're working really hard on it. Or if we have to stay distance learning, because numbers switch or whatever, and I know that isn't in our hands. I know that. But if any of those things happen, and either of them very well may, at this point, we don't know. How do we attack the access issues? Internet access issues and device issues. And I know and there may not be an answer to it, but I just get so concerned about those families, those students that don't have devices or don't have Wi-Fi.
Actually, there is an answer, Dr. Taylor.
What?
I know, but I don't want to take up all the speaking time. So I am hoping that Mr. Rick Harris, who has done an enormous amount of work, Mark Mathers, Ben Hayes, but we'll start off with Rick, who's going to talk a little bit about what we've been able to ascertain as far as the number of students actually that don't have devices and hotspots and Wi-Fi.
You're getting me excited, Dr. McNeil.
I know.
For the record, Rick Harris, Special Project Administrator. Dr. Taylor, what we have done with a lot of help with Mr. Hayes' department and IT staff and our area superintendents, our principals, our teachers, we actually got information from the teachers from how many kids currently at all our schools were able to do distant learning, either with their home device or one that was provided by the school. Then we took that information and looked at the devices available at each school and did an analysis on that. So we have the information now where we know that we have 4,000 students, unfortunately, that do not have access to a device at all. So that is our real critical number. We also have another group of students that have access to a device, but there might be 3 kids in the family, or they have to share it with parents or something. So that's another 7,000 students.
Okay.
So the number of devices is, low end is 4,000, high end is 11,000. Again, Mr. Hayes is working on some grant dollars to try to get that creatively order some of those first round devices. So we'll have those available if we did have to go back to full distance.
Okay, so that means well, thank you, first of all, for having this number. Someone actually asked me that number yesterday. If we end up in this kind of a model, what about those students that don't have a device? And so last I heard was 12,000. So now we're looking at 11. We're moving in the right direction. We'll take it, right?
Yes.
How about Wi-Fi? How about Wi-Fi hotspots?
We have ordered some hotspots, and the individual hotspots, we actually have some of our extended school year kids using those right now. I think we have approximately 25 of them out there. And then we have ordered additional. So the data is a little different on that because some families do have Wi-Fi even if they don't have a computer. So we've estimated that number, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Mathers, but I think that's at 6,000. We ordered 3,000 of those.
Okay.
So we're working on that gap also.
Do we have a number? This was another question asked in that conversation. How much does a device cost? If we were to say, and I remember I was speaking with Kendall Inskip from the Alliance before in terms of renovating, refurbishing machines, and she said we had a number of the number was about $250. Is that the number for how much a device costs?
No, as of today, just today, we got a quote and they're $360 for a standard student device.
Okay. How much your hotspots cost?
Oh boy.
Those are $20 a month, Rick.
Thank you, Mark.
Bet.
$20 a month.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Thank you, Mark. Okay. So it certainly looks better, but we still have, somewhat of an issue ahead of us, in particular for those devices.
And I don't know if Mr. Hayes wants to jump in as far as the 21st Century grant that we're working on, and then the other competitive grant.
Yeah, for the record, Ben Hayes. So Dr. McNeil alluded to the 21st Century Grant. The state has really been working hard over the last several months to figure out how to help districts get devices. And to that end, they last Friday came up with kind of an idea with some supplementary 21st century or after school program grants that's going to allow us to, and we've been working, the grants team has been amazing and Rick Harris's IT team as well. So we're ordering about a little bit less than $1 million worth of devices through that those devices will be able to go to mostly K-8 students because the devices can't be used for credit recovery at this point. And we're putting that kind of grant together and getting it in, I believe, next week. It'll go to the board soon on the board consent. And then, as Dr. McNeil alluded to, there's a competitive ESSERS grant from the state. That's not the allocated one that we've been talking to you about before, but there's a competitive one due August 1st. And it's competitive, so we don't know how much we would get out of it, but we're hoping for $1.5 to $2 million to round out the device need on that.
That would be outstanding.
Yes, indeed.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Those are all the questions I had on this. Not Superintendent McNeil, President Raymond.
Thank you, Vice President Taylor. I just want to check in with Superintendent McNeil. I know just so we can keep this moving along, and we've got probably more questions to come. So it looks like 6 categories that each have decision points. Some 1 decision point, some 4 decision points. Were you anticipating that we go through each decision point and make a separate motion? Or do you want one motion at the end that goes through every category and step?
Yes, I think one motion at the end as far as providing direction in these particular areas and then going through each one of the points as far as which direction the trustees would prefer.
Okay, because I know I sort of focused my questions on the general learning model, and I actually only asked about the first part of it. So I have more questions in the general learning model category before, I guess, then we would move on to the transportation category. Is that sort of what you were thinking?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. So if Trustee Kelly or Trustee Calvert have questions now about the general learning model, I'll start. I don't see Trustee Kelly. Is he on here anymore?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. I can't remember if I said you or Trustee Calvert, and I already forgot my order. So.
It's okay. Well, since I'm talking now, I'll just go ahead if that's okay. So yeah, just like the other trustees have said, I mean, I really appreciate staff's work on this. And this is tough because there's so many unknowns. We don't know how the virus is going to react, and we don't know what the state's guidance will be come end of July, beginning of August. And so I know it's so tough to try to plan all these different kinds of models, and I really appreciate the work that staff has done to try to get us there where we have models that we can look at. But from what I've heard from my fellow trustees, and I know I certainly feel this way, and from the vast majority of the feedback I've gotten from parents and guardians via email and social media and other things, everybody wants students back into the schools, back into the classrooms. That seems to be the overwhelming hope and the overwhelming desire of the community and the school board, that that's what we want to happen. So I understand that staff is going to continue to look at, a blended model approach, and it will continue to kind of look at how we would make a full distance learning approach work. But I hope that that the staff, that their focus and that the majority of their time is spent on how do we make it work for students to be in our schools. And so most of my questions are going to kind of focus on that particular model. The first question I have is going to be about the temperature checks, because I think that's going to be a critical first. Well, no, the first part would be students on buses, but once all the students are at the school, or they're from bus, or their parents drop them off, or they ride the bike, or whatever, once they get to the school, now they have to enter the schools. And so I wanted to ask a question about, how do you envision temperature checks happening? And so I'll look at just, two of my own personal experiences. One is working for the state, and every single day, all the adults, we have our temperature check taken, and vast majority of the time we're good to go. We go inside our building and go to work. But if there is if one of the adults had a high temperature, then he or she would just drive back home. So what happens if you have students that are lined up, and maybe their parents have dropped them off and have left, and the students are getting their temperature check, and 9 out of 10 or 19 out of 20 are good, but now all of a sudden you have a student that has a temperature of 100.6 or whatever. What happens with that student? What are the next steps? Does that student get taken to the nurse's office, and the parent is called to come back and get them? So that would be my first question, is on temperature checks. Second question I would have is just a little bit more on the PPE, the personal protective equipment. My personal feeling is I would not want our students to be wearing masks all day. I don't think that would work. But I also think that it's totally okay if students are asked to put on their mask for specific periods of the day, in order to just kind of make the whole school building, safer. And so I don't know if that
Trustee Kelly, we're losing you.
You have your, so I'd like to know a little bit more about, okay, yeah, I'll try to make it a little bit quicker then. Can you hear me better now?
Not really. The last thing we heard was about choosing when, specific times for students to wear masks. And
so I'm wondering, President Raymond, if I may.
Okay.
So Trustee Kelly, I'm wondering if we could, because I think it would be easier for staff to respond to questions. So if we could take kind of a, if you will, temperature check. Are there any other trustees that have any more questions on the distance learning or on the particular models, the general learning models? And then if there's no more questions from the trustees around that, then we can progress to, I think there's probably going to be some questions and comments around transportation. And then Trustee Kelly, then we can tackle the temperature checks and the screenings. But it may flow better as far as just to be able to get all the trustees' comments and queries around the distance learning or any other types of models, and then move on to transportation, and then health and safety and PP&E, if that's okay with the president and Trustee Kelly.
Sure.
yeah, that would be great. I think we all have questions probably about all these different categories, including the health and safety and the facility use. So if we could sort of progress through it. And so we're currently on the general learning model, where we're providing that sort of guidance around the blended learning models, the variation for high school, middle school, elementary school, the North Star Edgenuity, and then kind of what the setting in the classroom looks like. Trustee Calvert, you're up.
Yes, I just had a couple questions, and I just wanted to say again to thank you. I know I've had a lot of constituents that are very concerned about what's going on in the school district, and a lot of them are opting as well for our kids to go back to school. But my question is, if we do the blended learning, and we always know this happens, how do we handle children either K through 12 that come in after the enrollment period? What situations do we have prepared for them if they come in, say, the middle of the school year?
You mean as far as being enrolled within our school? We would handle that just the same way, Trustee Calvert, as we would in a regular brick and mortar, full face-to-face, just a regular normal school year. We would enroll the student to their zoned school and have them come in and register just as they regularly would.
Okay, so if we're doing the blended learning and say they decide they want to do online or they want to do the brick and mortar and the classrooms are full at capacity, I think that's what I'm trying to say. What would you do to that child if they wanted to do the brick and mortar, but there were no seats available for that child?
Okay, thank you for the clarity.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and you know, if Debbie or anybody else want to chime in, so I would say most likely we would take a look at what their zoned school is, and if we are under a particular cap capacity at that time, I mean, we can't cap enrollment.
Okay.
We would work with the family, and if there's a distance learning model in place at that point in time, then we would put them into distance learning, make sure that they have, you know, all the access that they would need. If it's a blended approach at that point in time, then we would take a look at what the particular, you know, if it's a concept to where there's a particular cohort of students, if it's a Monday, Wednesday type thing, then we would work with the family and see what would work best for them.
Okay, thank you.
Wants to jump in.
Maybe if I could just add, Trustee Calvert, this is Deborah Beiersdorf again. As Dr. Lamarca talked earlier on in the presentation, is the new student perhaps part of a more vulnerable population, or what are the learning needs for that child? Considerations that we must make. And then also too, as we usually do, matching up a child's schedule, especially at the secondary level, with courses that the student is coming in, transfer grades, for example, maybe from another high school out of the area, coming into one of our own high schools. We would follow normal procedures in matching up that student's schedule as well. And then I think, as Dr. McNeil said, go from there on what the options would be for that student.
Okay, thank you, Deborah.
All right. Before we leave the general learning model, I just wanted to get to a few notes and comments and questions I had on the social distancing in the classroom. And, you know, I think to preface the conversation, again, this is not ideal. Nobody wants to have to social distance in a classroom regardless, but this is just a year where we're going to, and hopefully only a year, where we're going to have to make some sacrifices and shift our perspectives and, you know, change the way that we do things for the health and safety of our community. But I think I hope that there's ways we can try to keep that normalcy. And one of the questions, you know, that I had was, when you talked about those different spaces, are you looking at then for this, is the task force looking at putting students in the cafeteria possibly as a classroom, or in the library as a classroom to help? Because I think of a school that every room is used, and let's say the 5th grade or the 4th grade has 38 students in it. And so you're going to have to you know, obviously sort of shift people around. And then I think, you know, we've received an email about how the portables are smaller footprints. So if you had a scenario of, let's say, an elementary school where you're trying to keep all the kids there, or, you know, as many as possible there, then are you looking at those alternate spaces for teaching?
Dr. Lamarca, do you want to tackle that one, or one of the area soups? Because I know we had the conversation the other day in our COVID task force meeting.
Sure, I'm happy to start, and then anyone who would like to follow. It's a very good question, and I think there's a distinction that we had to kind of come to grips with as our own COVID task force and reopening task force. When we're thinking about 20 kids per space, that doesn't necessarily always mean there would be a teacher with those 20 kids. So yes, we would consider other areas in the school where kids may be for a period of time, perhaps working independently, and supervision at that time might come from non-certified employees. So for example, we have an elementary school that Mr. Ernst and I walked, and the principal is considering a plan, especially in grades 3, 4, and 5, where given her numbers and given the number of teaching allocations, every third day she's going to have to rotate out and have students work with librarian, our educational technology specialists, our LS implementation specialist, where the kids would probably be working independently. They wouldn't be with their classroom teacher. So yeah, we're looking at all space, and we're also looking at every person within the building. And as Ms. Beiersdorf would probably share, we have a lot of central office staff, and we know that we are going to do everything we can to support schools first. So on an as needed basis, we are going to be in schools supporting the schools with extra people in order to supervise children, especially around independent learning.
Thank you, Paul. And I could maybe just add a little bit more, and if Joe Ernst might want to come on in as well. So as the area superintendents, many of us are walking more and more schools, helping our principals think about those other spaces or non-traditional ways. So for perhaps a kindergarten classroom, we need to put other students in there because it's in many of our schools, it's a larger space. There's all these different scenarios that our principals are considering, but then we're gathering all these ideas for each individual school as those principals work with their area superintendent. We may have a school that has the space, but maybe has some challenges around enough staff to help supervise and manage a group of students, as Dr. Lamarca just talked about. Or we may have a reverse situation where there is not enough space, but it is a school that has additional staff. So we've got to, we've really got to treat each school individually. And the people that know their buildings best are our principals and our teachers. So area superintendents are working individually with all of their principals to come up to where principals think, as we call them, the pinch points may be in their particular buildings or facility.
Great, that's really helpful to know. And then my last one on this is where, if at all, has the like pre-K come into the conversation? Are they part of a distance learning model, or what are your thoughts there?
Go ahead. Go ahead, Paul.
Okay, sure. And then please, yes, they're part of the consideration. I would suggest that given their age level, we would consider them a vulnerable population that might need to spend as much time, if not all time, within a brick and mortar setting. Just given their level of maturity and developmental differences, it's going to be very difficult to do a lot. Saying that, through the leadership of Ms. Springmeyer during distance education the last 3 months, they provided amazing distance learning materials to our pre-K population. But those are some of the considerations that vulnerable population subcommittee is looking at, where certain groups of students, because of circumstance, really may need to be within the building as much as possible.
That's great. Yeah, we're sort of fortunate in that area that there are some test cases because daycares and some childcare centers are open this summer and have been and have established routines for sanitization and some of that stuff that I'm sure the task force has looked at. But I know like the Boys and Girls Club and some other daycare settings have been open, so that's helpful. Okay, Trustee Cottle, is your hand up for the general learning? Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Is a half-day school day an option that's feasible for our district, where half of the grade is in the morning, the other half comes to school in the afternoon, and they can go to school every day? Or is that maybe not feasible for us?
Our pros and cons subcommittee, Trustee Cottle, the Paula Market, our pros and cons subcommittee looked at a couple of different blended options, one of which was an AM, PM day. Another one was like a Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Tuesday, Thursday split, and then the other week you'd split the other direction. So there's a variety of options that essentially have kids within the building half the time, out of the building the other half the time. The AM, PM day is probably one that has more cons than the others for a couple of reasons. One, you have all the kids within the building in a particular day. So part of the benefit of only having half the kids there is just less traffic in a building, a better ability to clean, less kind of traffic in between. So there are some positives and there are some negatives to all these different learning models. I do believe kind of on par, the AM PM split was a little bit less advantageous compared to like a 2-day on, 2-day off split.
Perfect, thank you.
We should, at our July 7th meeting, get some report on the survey results. And that was one of the questions on the parent survey. I think the teacher survey and student survey as well, but just that the preference for that, and again, we'll sort of see more of that when it comes back, and it's one of the factors we'll consider, I know. But okay, any other on the general learning before we move on to transportation? Okay, then we are on to transportation.
So
I will start. Oh, go ahead, Pete.
Oh, please.
I think there's no good option on this list. And it's hard to figure out how we're going to transport students. My one kind of logistic, I guess, question is sort of a chicken and an egg. Do you first, as a district, do we make our decision about which blended model, I guess, we would choose, and then that would dictate a certain type of a transportation model? Or do we need to make a decision around a transportation model that then would inform our decision about which blended model we would have to go with?
Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer. I'll make a couple comments and obviously turn this over to others. And I totally realize you're going to be hard pressed to select a specific transportation model tonight, not knowing what the academic model is going to be, not knowing the guidance that we're going to get from the state and as things go forward. But at a minimum, I would really like to obtain your input on the various options. And that can mean your comfortability with strict distancing, social distancing, reduced distancing with the use of facial coverings or not using facial coverings. I mean, you saw the models and I couldn't agree more. There's no good options there. There's nothing there that say, oh, that's the one we want. But at the same time, I think we would love to have your input on what you saw and kind of what your comfort level is with the different models.
Hi, this is Paul. President Raymond, regarding your question though about chicken egg, which comes first, that's a very interesting question. Depending on what direction we head with transportation, that could force us into staggered starts. And staggered starts won't necessarily have a huge impact on the type of blended model, but it is going to have, it could potentially. If we're, I think in one of the models, Mr. Martin talked about, we'd be picking kids up 3 hours earlier than we typically do, and they'd be waiting around for 3 hours later. It might not be the same kids, but to your point earlier about a family that might have kids at multiple grade levels, that's going to affect that. The transportation and how it kind of just builds off itself. It could reduce our degrees of freedom around high school if we have to have staggered starts at the elementary level. So they're not necessarily one before the other, but at least on a couple of meetings, we have talked about transportation being the real Achilles heel here.
And you also mentioned, I think, or Mr. Martin might have mentioned a waiver, or maybe it was Pete, sorry. So have we gotten any information from the state about that process? I mean, would we be penalized if we made a decision about a model that was, in their eyes, higher risk, you know, than a different model?
So I don't know if Pete wants to talk about that, but we haven't had, you know, conversations with the Nevada Department of Education around a waiver specifically for transportation. It would be more around the social distancing aspect, because that's the pinch point here, is that with the 6 feet social distancing protocols in place, these are the models of transportation that are being laid out. And so if there is, you know, I go back to that conversation that we had as far as the age groups, and, you know, are there going to be other social distancing parameters for elementary, middle, and high school students than there would be for a general population, or just within schools? Is there going to be an allowability as far as further social distancing? Because that's the sticking point here right now with transportation.
And then my last question on this one would be, have we gotten any data around, you know, how many members of the same family ride certain buses, so that maybe that changes the dynamic of the social distancing, that you know, you might have 3 kids from the same house. They can be squished together, but then separated from some of the others.
For the record, Rick Martin, Director of Transportation. And yes, we do have that data that we could work with that. Obviously, you know, not only do we have just siblings in the house, but we have household members. They might be a blended family. They might be relatives that are living together and the like. So we can pull that together and do that. But again, you're still going to have some aspects of, can we go up to a certain level of occupancy on the bus? You know, and that's a decision that actually, you know, we would have to pursue, you know, because if they do maintain the strict social distancing, yeah, we could do the 10 feet on the first model, where you'd have 10 students on board, and you might be able to add 5 family members sitting next to their sibling by the window or whatever. But from that standpoint, you're still going to get some of our more urban models where you have a higher density of families and students in there. And we're going to surpass any kind of aspect of social distancing in those requirements for other students. So then we have to make some decisions as to what are we going to do there from that standpoint.
All right, thank you. I need to think a little bit about this. Vice President Taylor. And then I'll go to Trustee Cottle and then Trustee Simon Holland.
Okay, there we are. Thank you, Madam President. My question just is for a little clarity. And looking at the models, if we go with that model, which allows 65% or greater, bottom line, what it really would be is it really would mean that we keep the same schedule. We can still pick up all the kids, right? There's no staggered start times that we took, like, so high school stays in and so on. But the difference would be, and we would need a waiver for this based upon what our guidelines are now. The difference would be, though, we would require students to wear masks on the bus.
That would be based on the current state and federal protocols for social distancing. That would be the consideration. And in those districts that are doing this, that is what they are mandating.
Okay. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I was clear on that. Okay. Thank you.
And Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. Looking at the options, I would say this one on the screen is the best of all the bad options, only because, speaking from my district, the 2 high schools in my district have huge attendance zones. North Valley's high school is a long ways from Cold Springs, and I have many families in my district that would just, their kids wouldn't be able to get to school if there was no bus. So just not busing high school kids is just not going to be an option up here. So that would be such a negative hit on the families in the North Valleys and Spanish Springs area. So whatever option we go with, we have to find a way to include our high school students, or some of these families just won't be able to get their kids to school, and that's going to be an issue. So I do want to speak on that for sure. And this seems to be the only model that high school students had the busing option. Not all will use it. There will be concerns about using the bus, but it has to at least be made available for those families that there's no other way they can get to school. So that would be my comment on the transportation. Thanks.
And I'd like to preface that for Trustee Cottle a little bit. In both those schools, they have over 20 general education buses going into them. So that is a huge population. And if you figure that 55 plus students are riding each of those buses, that's quite a few students out of each of those schools.
Thank you. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to weigh in with where I was thinking, and I want to echo Trustee Cottle's thoughts. I think we have a responsibility to maximize the number of kids we can safely put on a bus and include those high school students. So, I'll be supporting the model, which is this one that's on the screen, that maximizes that number and would require face coverings. And I think we want to continue to seek waivers if we need to.
Thank you, Vice President, or Trustee Simon Holland. The more I think we can utilize the buses and get our students to school, the better. I guess my only, concern, and it's not really a concern, but if we're seeking the waiver to go beyond the social distancing guidelines for a bus, why wouldn't we do it then for all of our classrooms and for every other space? Are we saying that it's worth the risk in this case because they're on the bus shorter, or what's the kind of thinking around that? Because if it's an option to get them on the bus, I want to, but I don't understand, I guess, then why we wouldn't do it in other areas, or why we wouldn't have some pushback from the community saying, well, if it's okay to ride the bus and it's crowded, why can't my kid just be in a normal classroom? So if there's some one who can give me some of the thinking around that.
Yeah, and I'll jump in. I don't want to put the false presupposition out there that there is a waiver for transportation. We haven't had that conversation with the Nevada Department of Education, and this would be something that we would have to work with as far as what this would look like. districts across the country are struggling with this. I mean, when we talk about a pain point, transportation is a huge pain point. But I don't want to put the false belief that there is a checkbox on a Nevada Department of Education plan that I can check and say we don't want to abide by any social distancing. I think what Mr. Martin and Mr. Etchart are trying to highlight here is, in order to have transportation, these are some of the models that we are putting forth. Without the aspect of social distancing, we would be able to transport students, but I don't want any false pretense out there that there is a waiver for transportation. It's something that we would have to work with the Department of Education and what that looks like.
This is Paul. I'd like to add that I think part of what Rick has shared too is that there would be a requirement to wear face masks. And the requirement versus strongly encouraging face masks is a critical issue for us that we are planning on bringing back to you on the 7th. You know, within the school setting, that becomes much more challenging. Especially for younger children, they need to see expressions. They need facial cues for learning. That may not be as important on the bus, which is, as you said, a more limited ride. So it would be harder, I think, to mandate the use of masks within a classroom versus a bus.
Okay, thank you. Vice President Taylor.
Yeah, I was just going to comment on, for me, the difference in asking for a waiver, and thank you so much for the clarification, Superintendent McNeil, that it's not that there's a waiver option out there. It's just a matter of that's something we could ask for. I do see the difference in a limited bus ride, in terms of limited amount of time, in terms of limited amount of movement, and knowing that it's been sanitized and so on, and before all the students got on it, right at that moment, we don't have that kind of control in the school. I mean, it's a lot more. Kids are going to move around a lot more. They're going to be in that space a lot longer period of time. Much more likely that someone's mask is going to come off, or they're going to take it off, or whatever the rules are at that time. So to me, I do see that a little differently, because it's a little more limited, and so that would, to me, maybe that gives us a better chance if we decide to go that route. Because you know, the kids that are going to get left behind are going to be those that don't have another way to school. And I would certainly have a huge issue with that, as I know all of us would. But to me, the difference is there is a limited, finite spacing and timing on the bus.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I just, I want to give a shout out on behalf of our bus drivers, because, you know, one of the complications, if we do go with sort of the maximizing option that would require face coverings, our poor bus drivers have so much to deal with already, maintaining order on the bus on the way to school. And I just, I know it will be really hard for them to make sure that every single one of, you know, 55 kids on a bus keeps a mask on. Just another practical challenge. So I just wanted to make sure that, Rick, your bus drivers know we're thinking about that we would be adding something else to their responsibilities that will be very difficult for them to force compliance on. But I do think that we've got to maximize the kids we can get to school on the bus.
Thank you, Trustee Simon Holland. They are aware of this. And their job description is changing quite a bit, obviously, too, is the fact that they'll be disinfecting buses much more frequently, things like that that they weren't doing previously. They did during high-end norovirus or gastrointestinal opportunities, but obviously this is going to be something that's much more intense, something much more deliberate on a daily basis for them. And so, yeah, they are aware of it. They are aware that they themselves would probably, for their own protection, have to have PPE available to them for their to wear and the like. And so there's a lot of things that they know that will be different for them, just like the teachers know, and just like we all know that it's just going to be a different time. There is a shout out to them because they are very, very flexible and willing to do what it takes because they care about their kids and getting them to school. So.
And I'll just add to that, you know, when I think several of us on leadership team, you know, worked on weekends to work with our bus drivers and help deliver the packets. And I will tell you, it is just such a special group. I mean, they absolutely want what's best for students. But I think, you know, Dr. Lamarca had mentioned changing behaviors. And this is part of what we are going to have to work with our parents that in order to have transportation, that we are going to have students wear face coverings if that's what it's going to take in order to get students. And so we are going to have to work with our parents that they help us explain this to their child, that it's in the best interest, not only for their own child, and we know this with the conversations around face coverings, but for the greater benefit of the community and the greater benefit of all of their peers on the bus as well, that you're doing this to protect your friends and your bus driver as well.
All right, thank you. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is for Mr. Martin. It's about the bus drivers as well. What is the sense that you're getting from them? Is there a concern that we'll have a lot more vacancies than we would normally do? Is there concerns about their safety in driving the buses? Is there anything else that we can do to try to help out? I just want to make sure that we don't make decisions that they're not going to want to put themselves through. So is there a sense from them right now on these decisions?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they're a little bit apprehensive, as we all are with just where we are at in the current state of the situation with Nevada and the like. There's an anxiousness on their part to get back to work. Obviously, some of our constituency is a little concerned about health and their protection, but they also are aware that we are willing to provide the materials for their protection, which we've already done during the distribution cycles and things like that. You know, they're aware of even what we've set up within the buildings for flow and their protective measures and occupancies within buildings and things like that. So they are aware that we are taking measures to do so. They are comfortable with those, but as we move closer and closer to school opening, I'm sure we'll have a few more items that will come up from a concern standpoint. And obviously from the standpoint of our staff, anytime you as trustees and the like can reach out to them and just encourage them, they love it. They love hearing from you. I know Trustee Cottle, they still talk about the times you rode with them on the bus and the like. So, you know, they enjoy that. They enjoy having that contact with you, and they enjoy that encouragement and reinforcement that you provide to them. So obviously those would be great opportunities from your standpoint if you have that opportunity. So.
No, great. I had a great time riding the bus for sure. I guess the last question I have is a follow-up. Many of our routes, which I've also experienced, they hit a high school and they go to elementary school. So I would assume in this new position that we're in, once a bus route drops off the high school kids, the bus driver would have to disinfect the bus before going to pick up the elementary kids, how much is that going to delay the normal flow of morning and evening bus routes?
It will, that's a very good question. And it will affect those timelines. So we'll have to schedule a little bit differently to allow that time in between. And also, as we looked at it, and I think I sent something a couple weeks back, kind of what our protocols, or at least our draft protocols, would be within the bus. So obviously our disinfecting times would be much more extensive before and after the day. But in between, we would be looking at hitting the high touch points, kind of like you would in a school, in those areas that would be pinch points. So, and areas that we know kids are going to touch on a consistent basis. So obviously your door would be something that you would disinfect on a regular basis. The handrail going up the steps, those corner portions of the seats that every kid seems to hold on to when they're walking down the aisle of the bus. Those are things that you would look at to get. And it's not that you would necessarily do a thorough cleaning of them, but it would be a quick wipe with a disinfectant, allowing the dwell time for those types of issues. So it would be a lot faster process than you would have for a normal cleaning, disinfecting process.
Great. No, thank you very much. I appreciate your responses to those questions.
Thank you.
All right, do any other trustees have questions on transportation? Did we give you enough guidance to move forward? Okay, great.
Thank you.
Our next, okay, yeah. The next one on the list is the calendar options. And some of my questions were answered, but I will just ask or make one comment on this, that I do like the idea of providing those 5 days at the beginning of the year, and definitely think we should explore that. I think not only does it provide the teachers that time to go through some professional learning, but I think what we've seen and heard today is that we're going to have to do some major reorganization of our classroom spaces and moving things around. And I think that's important that we allow, and if it helps give the teachers a little bit of a breather to make those movements and set things up, that's always a good thing. I would say that I don't want to delay it too much, because I think there's an opportunity, if our numbers are looking good, to get our kids in the classroom early, because I think what we're hearing is that there's this possibility of another wave later in the fall, early winter time, where we might have to be in a more of a blended or distance learning model then. And if they're able to get in, and I actually learned this from talking with WEA, and I know it was something that came up at the task force, that if we can get kids in the classroom in August so that they can build relationships with their teachers and their classmates, so that when they do move into whatever kind of a different distance learning or blended model we might have, that they, have established some of those relationships and made those connections. So I do want to encourage that we not delay it too much, knowing that we might be looking further down at a model or a scenario where we have to be more blended or at home. So, and that's all I had on the calendar. Any other trustees? Trustee Simon Holland.
Thanks, Madam President. I just wondered, we haven't talked at all about year-round school as a calendar option, and I just wanted to have an opportunity to have that addressed.
So I'll go ahead and start, and I don't know if Dr. LaMarca wants to talk about it, if this has been, on the pros and cons as far as, so you can have different models of year-round, right? You can have a multi-track like we used to have, with some students 4 tracks on, 1 track off, or you can have a single track calendar, which would be more like a 50, 60, 15 off, which really doesn't help with the number of students. So it would be more, I think what you're talking about, Trustee Simon Holland, is more around the multi-track and exploration of that. So I don't know, Dr. Mark, if you want to talk about if that was one of the options in the pros and cons.
Right, and I will just add that it was something that the pros and cons committee talked about. It wasn't clear exactly what the tracks might look like. There are some possibilities with it. I do think there are also some cons with it if it's only at a particular level, because families often have kids at multiple levels. So there's a variety of issues with it, but it received some conversation, yes.
Thanks for that. I just, I know it's not perfect and it's going to have a lot of drawbacks. We have some experience with it, and it does relieve some of the capacity issues, which we have to address with social distancing. If again, the state is going to require that social distancing for children is the same as it is for adults, even though we know there's different case incidents. So, thank you.
Sorry, Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is similar, Trustee Simon Hollins. I wasn't looking at year-round school based on enrollment in the schools. I was looking at if the district has explored options to keep, I guess how I'll put this, winter break being longer, because we keep hearing, as President Raymond talked about, a second wave's coming, a second wave's coming. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't, but if it does, right in the flu season, it's gonna cause havoc all over again. Whereas if we have a longer winter break and kids aren't in school as much during the time where experts say it could happen, I know it's got to be looked into more, but has the district looked at longer or more frequent breaks in the winter time that would alleviate the need to close school because we're already not there?
I don't know if Paul would like to start out, but I do think that Dr. LaPenta would be great. But I also want to bring up the fact that we do have, and Emily can chime in as well. So we do have contract language that we need to be aware as far as spring break and winter break for our teachers, and the contract language around that they do have to have 2 weeks together for winter break and spring break.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm saying extend them, or because I know there's some there's some school districts that have delayed their school year past Labor Day, and many, at least experts, I'll call them experts, have said that might not be the best thing because you're generally going to be better off in August than you're going to be in November and December. So pushing your school year actually doesn't really do anything for you. If anything, get the school year started in case there is a closure or something happens in the winter. So I'm just curious what discussions have been had around the response to a second wave, either planned time off or preparation in case the schools have to be closed, as we saw in the fourth quarter last year.
Trustee Cottle, this is Bryn LaPenta. I couldn't agree with you more. And in fact, Margaret might want to chime in. We always kind of look forward to having that October break to give us some relief from that first wave of norovirus that we see every year. And I kind of suspect that we'll be looking for that October break for the same reason. I also think that one of the things that we need to think about is this all being very fluid, where we move in and out of a whole school or a whole district doing distance education. I would advise that route instead of closing, or we could manipulate the calendar. All we would have if we get to October and have a situation where there's a second bump where we might want to be out of school for a couple of weeks would be that 1 week in spring that we could use. And that would keep us from, we would still end on time.
No, that's helpful. I know nobody wants to hear school year being extended into June, but we're in a situation right now where we don't know what the flu season is going to hold and what our requirements will be from the state or our local health department. So that information is helpful. I know you all are still having discussions. It's probably worth continuing to have that discussion on if there's ways to build in breaks. I know that we looked at the time in March, we looked at it as we were luckier than some school districts in the state because when everything happened, we were on spring break. So it might be just something to continue to have that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments on this one? I know it is on our matrix that that we'll get, you know, a little more into this conversation and topic at the July 7th meeting. I do want to just say that I think as it's very important to finalize as much as possible the calendar at that point based on what we know, because I think there will be so many other unknowns to provide some sort of established breaks that we know we'll be providing our teachers and families. Would be great to just commit to that and take one unknown off of the list of many. So, okay, teacher and staff scope of work. I just thought this was all great work. I don't have any questions or comments on it. Any trustees? Nope. Oh, okay. I think you guys both went up at the same time. Trustee Simon Holland and then Trustee Cottle.
Thanks, Madam President. Just putting a marker in for, you know, supporting educators who are also parents. And, you know, if we did things like verticals for, you know, to support families who have kids, you know, in various levels of school, we also have to think about those teachers who may not be in the same vertical that their kids are in. So I just, you know, I'm really concerned about how that's going to work for teachers who are parents. That's just, yeah, just a comment.
Thank you. Trustee Cottle.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I guess I want to put another plug for teacher workload. One thing that we've heard and seen in the emails is we have to make sure that if we do any type of virtual learning, that the students and the parents have direct access to their teachers. We have to make sure that in our communication that families understand that if we have a balanced approach, that the teachers may be in the classroom with 20 kids teaching, so they're not going to be able to right away respond to issues that are happening in the virtual side of the class. And so I just want to make sure that we're clear in our expectations, and so teachers feel supported, that we're not expecting them to be running to their computer and answer an email, then running back to teach the class, and it's running back and forth all day long, and it just never ends. We have to understand that, yes, there's an expectation that there's communication, but they're going to be, it's going to be hard. It's going to be a hard transition to be having both happening at the same time. And the teacher morale issue is, you know, we've all talked about that, and we have to be mindful when we make these plans that we're taking that into account and we're not ignoring that as a real issue of overworking our teachers when you have all these different things happening in the same day, and we're expecting them to do that potentially for the entire school year. So I think it's important that expectations are given, and then also we put plans in place that support them in the incredible work they're going to potentially have to do in this next school year.
Agreed. And I don't know if Debbie wants to talk a little bit about the teacher and learning teams, and you know, I think we absolutely all agree that that's a necessity. And I would also add, as far as the work that our principals are going to be faced with as well too during this distance learning model, and the expectations around our principals and the great work that they do as far as getting back to families and making sure that our families are taken care of. And that's to the point where Dr. Lamarca, also Trustee Cotto, was talking about every staff member has a particular job that may look just a little bit different this coming year. And we've talked as a leadership team, you know, it starts from the top, and we've had very great discussions as far as a leadership team. We need to be ready to jump up and deploy and help our schools out. So that's absolutely a consideration.
Thank you. And any other comments, questions on the teacher and staff scope of work section? Okay, if you are good there, then we will move on to the health and safety measures, and I will go first to you, Trustee Kelly. You had a few questions, I know, and maybe we can start with the temperature check.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. And hopefully you guys can hear me in the city right now, so I don't know if that impacts any. The temperature check occurring because you're going to have, you know, a lot of students from buses and being dropped off by parents, and all starting to funnel into one or two or three entrances into the school. And what's the process, or what's the procedure envisions happening at our different schools, or 100.4 or higher fever? What would happen to that student, and how would the parents be notified, and et cetera?
This is Margaret Allen for the record. The team has looked at both options of doing mass screenings, and there was some, one of the problems that we have in the school district right now is that in the health clinic, we don't have all non-touch thermometers. So we ordered 300. We would like to have at least 2 in every school. To do the mass screening, we have to ask ourselves, number one, you know, what does that process look like? And in conversation with local pediatricians in the health district, Heather Kerwin from the health district said what they have realized is that their screening has not identified very many cases. It's really identified very few. From the infectious disease doctor, she also said that colleagues across the nation have come to the consensus that while it probably looks like we're being proactive and trying to give parents the reassurance that we're doing something, it really identifies very few cases. So we need to look at this from the practicality of it. If we're going to do it, we're going to need to do it with appropriate equipment for every school. I know that the reopening team looked at scanners. Boys and Girls Club is actually using a scanner now, but they have a very small population. And, in what I am gaining from the feedback from the physicians and the health district is that it's probably not one of our first things that we should be doing. Social distancing first, masks, and washing hands. So I think that our focus should be on not screening, because we can't screen once a child has ridden the bus. We see angry parents because most parents are going to check their child at home. We would first need to educate them on all the symptoms of COVID-19 and other infectious diseases. and not just a high temperature, because very few cases present with a high temperature. The epidemiologist has stated that most viruses, which is what COVID-19 is, present with a higher temperature in the afternoon if they do present with a temperature. Most cases, that is not the presenting symptom. And so my concern is we're using one of several symptoms to screen. And if we miss something, then, we're going to confuse people. So I think this team needs to decide is, can we go back to our normal screening process, encourage, provide tools for parents and employees to self-screen and follow the matrix. If, this, and this, then you go to school or you don't, you go to work or you don't. If a child comes to school and is not feeling well, or an employee, then we screen them the way we do our normal process. This allows us an opportunity to not only screen their temperature, but to find out a little bit more. Is there somebody sick at home? This will really help the health district in case management, which is, I think we're going to be really busy with case management and positive COVID cases in the fall. That being said, the direction, we're meeting with the health district on Thursday, and we have to have some really specific metrics that guide people in. If I have a family member that has COVID, this is what I do. If I have been close to somebody at work that's had tested positive to COVID, this is my decision matrix. If I'm just sick or I have a sick child, this is what I do. So my recommendation is that we do not do mass screenings at this time because it's not mandated. The CDC guidelines, again, state, is it practical, is it feasible, and what fits the community. We would have to do some mass education with people, because again, what they see on the media when they're looking at schools that have reopened is temperatures being taken. So we would have to do some education, and again, be on the same page with the health district and local physicians in educating parents.
And I'll just add really quick, Trustee Kelly. Oh, sorry, President Raymond.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, this is one of those real controversial types of aspects, and we've had pretty intense discussions just within our COVID team as far as requiring temperature checks and screenings versus a self-screening. So it's one of those controversial aspects, but we have to make a decision point as far as the practicality of this. But I will tell you, there have been pretty intense conversations around what this would look like in an elementary, a middle, and a high school. And how do we do this? Go back to transportation. How do we do this on a bus atmosphere as well, too, providing the temperature checks?
Okay.
Trustee Kelly, I believe you were asking a question about masks when we had your issues with hearing you.
Yeah, my question had to do more with what then would be the use of masks at our schools between students. Like when does staff see them wearing masks, and when can they take them off? And then for our staff, when would they be wearing masks, and when would they not have to? And then I guess also it would apply to visitors. If a parent or a volunteer, or somebody's coming to the school for something, are they wearing masks the whole time or not? So I was just kind of wanting to know a little bit more about masks, and probably just PPE in general. So hand sanitizer would be another one.
So we have asked that question. The recovery team actually reached out to the pediatricians on the team, and there are indications that do reflect that masks are highly recommended. Our question is is a face mask, a surgical mask enough? Do we need face shields? We realize that there's going to be some people that cannot wear a surgical mask. Either they're claustrophobic, you know, they may have other issues. Children, you know, there's controversy over kids reaching up and touching the face mask versus a shield. The recommendation is that all three, you know, the face mask, the shield, and again, hand washing and social distancing, with social distancing being the number one. So the recommendation is when you cannot social distance in a classroom, the recommendation is that you should wear a mask. Because there'll be times where either passing in a hallway, you might not be able to maintain social distancing going in and out of a bathroom. And so the recommendation is to wear a mask.
And then for the other, as far as PPE, I don't know if Adam or I don't know if Roy is on here, Roy Anderson, as far as our preparation for PPE and what PPE and what we've been able to order so far.
Yeah, I can give a brief update rundown on that. This is Adam Searcy, Chief Facilities for the record. You know, I've repeatedly mentioned, first of all, I'll start with hand washing. Okay, that has consistently been identified as really the primary line of defense when it comes in hygiene. So the good news is we have a tremendous amount of sinks and soap dispensers in our schools. But as I said last board meeting, I think it is going to require a scheduled effort on the part of our teachers to organize that in a safe way, but to implement it, integrate it into our day so that students are washing their hands with soap and water regularly. We are also we have ordered and are proceeding with a strategy to place hand sanitizer in all of our schools, in every classroom, in every common area. This is you know, it's a big lift. We don't have that product in our schools currently, but it's a pretty straightforward question, relatively speaking. So we're going to have a pump bottle in every classroom. We're going to have wall-mounted dispensers in common areas that you see in many places nowadays. And we're going to have bulk. We're going to buy that in a bulk refillable quantity, make that available to everybody who needs it. Hey there. Which one's that? Sorry, distracted by dogs. The masks, the face coverings, the face shields that Margaret was mentioning, we are in the process of evaluating our options, placing orders, still basically trying to preserve the opportunity to provide those face coverings or face shields to our staff and students. The guidance is evolving. It's complex, as Margaret described. Ultimately, next board meeting, we anticipate, you know, requesting the board to take a position on that. It may end up being something that is limited in nature or developed on a site-by-site basis. But from our lane, we're ordering the product and intend to make it available either direction, whatever direction the board goes. The last thing I'll mention is enhanced sanitation procedures, however you want to term it, regular disinfecting of school environments. So we have our custodial staff, they disinfect all of the classrooms and all the spaces in the schools daily. But we are moving forward with making additional cleaning products available throughout the schools so that if a staff member, any staff member has the time and is willing to wipe down desks or doorknobs or light switches, things of that nature, that they will have a safe, effective disinfectant product available to them so that we can all share that responsibility to provide an enhanced level of cleaning in our schools. Those are the highlights. It's
Thank you, Adam.
Product, but we're in the process of rolling all of those measures out to all of our spaces.
Great. And I do see on the matrix that that is something that we'll be looking at, the PPE for next time. And so I think it'll be interesting to see it. It is a constantly evolving thing. And I think, you know, there may be more guidance or direction that actually comes from the state that would, you know, put us in a different position today than, or in a week or 2 weeks, whenever it is, than we are today. So for the guidance and direction you all want from us today, we're looking at those visual cues in the building and the hygiene and safety measures, the social distancing, the limits to close contact activities, and then that daily screening protocols. And so similar, I guess, if there's some guidance there from you all, are you know, hearing from Margaret that she is not necessarily recommending the daily screening? Are you looking for guidance from the trustees around that one?
Yes, we are. And like I said, it's a controversial, you know, question. And you know, if we go with the self-screening, then that's going to be an educational component that we need to roll out and get started educating what that looks like. And there's a whole communication that has to happen as far as posters and those types of things as well.
Okay. Well, let's see if we can get through these and give you all some of that guidance. And then we've got one more before we're done with this agenda item and still have public comment. So I will go to Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a few questions on the health and safety measures. For screening, will there be any professional development or training provided to staff, such as bus drivers, teachers, principals, on warning signs that they see in students to where they need to isolate students and call parents to come pick them up?
This is Margaret Allen for the record. Yes, we have actually been doing that for employees right now with self-screening. And I believe that in some of the communications, they are putting up signs and symptoms. The infectious disease practitioner did say that it's important that we educate that temperature is not the usual presenting symptom, that there's other things, you know, such as a cough. And so we will have to do some extensive public education, but having support from the health district and local physicians, I think, is key. If we made this decision on our own and did not include them, I think it just would be a disaster. Again, the other thing to consider is, should we go to mass screening, do we evaluate the type, do we decide what type of equipment, how much do we need? Is that going to bottleneck entrance into schools and starting of school days? Is that expanding the role of administrators at the door to screen? Are there measures in place to protect children that are being pulled out of line, and then a process or a place for them to stay while the decision is being made? Does this child need to be sent home, excluded? Does a staff member? So my recommendation is that we follow our normal procedures for any infectious disease, have them sent to the clinic, let us do a more thorough screening for all symptoms, contact the health district or the pediatrician for consultation if necessary. And then if we're mandated by the state to do mass screenings, we figure out how we're going to do that financially.
So during the school day, if a teacher's teaching in the classroom, will that teacher receive any type of training or professional development on what to look out for if a teacher identifies a student coughing or whatever? Is there warning signs that teachers are supposed to look out for in their students throughout the day?
Yes, and it'll be basic, again, guidelines. Renown has these guidelines set up for their parents. We are meeting with the health district on Thursday, and we'll review those self-screening tools to make sure that they feel they're appropriate for educators, parents, and then staff.
Okay, perfect. Is there a scenario or plans in the district where schools individually could be closed for cleaning if there's positives and other schools stay open? Is that a health district call? How are we doing that?
Yes, we will continue our outbreak procedures. And again, we are going to get some hopefully clearer direction from the health district on Thursday's meeting. There might be times where we would, exclude a classroom or close a school, depending on what the outbreak is. If it's flu, if it's noro, if it's COVID. So the screening of symptoms is going to be really key. And I think that's going to take up a lot of time so that we clearly communicate with the health district. What do we think we're looking at? Do we think we're looking at an outbreak of noro, an outbreak of flu, or is this truly, we need to be more concerned about COVID in this environment?
Perfect. And then my last question is what's the district's response going to be if the district's notified of a student or staff positive test?
So there's different guidelines, and we will have a matrix. For example, it's the same for employees. If an employee tests positive, then what has the health district told them? They have to be symptom-free. If they're tested or not tested, there's going to be different decision trees that you would go down. For example, if I came up positive and I tested positive, the health district is going to say, you need to have another test, that is negative, something done within 24 hours, that you have 2 negative tests before I, as a healthcare worker, could go back to work. It might be different for somebody that's asymptomatic, and we will get those clear decision matrices out, and so that the community, the physicians, everybody's agreeing that this is the practice that we're going to do in this community for illness, communicable diseases.
Perfect. And when we're talking about our students, I know there's HIPAA requirements. Will the district be notified if there's a positive for a student with enough detail where the district knows what school and trying to figure out where that student has been? How is that going to work?
Yes, that's contact tracing. And so that's going to be another area where we're going to be, I think, utilizing a lot of our student health services resources. It's going to be the same for an employee or a student. If the health district gets the notification that they've tested positive, they're going to want detailed information on, was this person in contact with a COVID positive? Were they tested? Do they have symptoms? So we will be managing that, and it will get complicated again, especially when people are not tested.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a couple of points from constituents. Are we going to amend the absence policy? Because there's kind of a feeling among some folks that the absence policy that we currently have encourages families to send kids to school when they're sick, so that they don't run out of days eligible to be sick during the school year. Is there any thought about that? And then I have a couple other things.
I'll just start out, and then Dr. LaPenta can chime in. We had that discussion with the Nevada Department of Education, especially if we have a student who is excluded for the 14 days, that they are not penalized during that 14 days quarantine period, and that they're actually able to provide distance learning. So we're working with the department around what that would look like. So Brent, did you want to talk more about the actual attendance policy?
This is Ben Hayes for the record. Bryn got off to eat dinner, so I said I would cover for her on this. But we'll definitely, I mean, our goal all along has been a student-friendly attendance policy. And we've always, I'll use this 10 seconds to stress that we've always wanted kids to stay home when they're sick. But to the question, to the point, yeah, there are currently Deb Beiersdorf or Deputy Beiersdorf can step in to this, but Bryn, Dr. LaPenta, and the Teaching and Learning Committee last Friday met on kind of how to revamp, redesign, and more than anything, re-articulate the attendance policy so that it's kid-friendly and so that it encourages folks to stay home, but also be in instruction when they can. So short answer is yes, we're absolutely working on that at the present.
Great, thank you, Ben. And then had the question, and this is maybe a Neil question if he's still out there, what's the district's liability, if any, if a student or staff member tests positive and it's apparently from being at school?
Well, I think it would be hard to prove causation if it's related to being at school. And I also think, however, if we take the appropriate precautions, then I think we would probably not be liable, which is why we are coming to the board to get your input. If we were to ignore all the recommendations put out by the CDC and or the governor, then we could have some liability. So, and Washington County Health District and doctors and those type of things. So that's why we do what we're doing tonight.
Okay. And then just lastly, I absolutely agree. We want to be science-based on the temperature checks and everything else. My fear is if we don't do temperature checks, the public perception is such, and I hope, Margaret, you're talking about a major education campaign to convince the public that that may not be necessary. But currently, there may be the public perception about temperature checks if we don't do them, that it may cause people to, unenroll their kids and cause us to have staff who don't want to come back to work. So I'm just, nervous about that. It's not necessarily something that you have to answer, but I just wanted to put that flag out there.
Thank you, Dr. Simon Holland. I think that is something that we have discussed. And again, the viral infections, apparently their disease process is that you're more apt to see a temperature rise in the afternoon or at home. And so I do think if we can do some education, because health really does start in the home, and we're doing a great disservice to think that by taking a temperature, we're going to protect their child 100%. There's risks just being out there. And so I do think that we need to think about, are there families that can't afford thermometers, and could we look at purchasing some thermometers for those families, or that those families, if there's a need, those families are requesting that we do a temperature check on them. I'm really fearful that we just would not be able to handle the capacity of mass screening. It's going to bottleneck entrance into schools, and then the education, the purchase of mass screeners are, it just is not something that we feel we can do right now. And I can tell you that Clark County is not doing temperature screening. And Kristen sent out a really nice handout from Fresno School District, and as well, they are doing self-screenings, encouraging that at home.
Okay, thank you. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Okay, here are my questions. Self-screening, and thank you, Margaret, for all the information. You're always so informative. When we say self-screening, does that mean we're going to help our families learn how to self-screen, or they're going to self-screen at school? Can you tell me what does that look like?
I think it's something that is going to be done at home. We are going to send out educational information, but I think we have to have reminders throughout the day to staff and family, and maybe just an overhead announcement of, here's the things we want you to be aware of that could be happening, you know, and if you think you're sick, let's take you to the health office. We want to keep that in the forefront. But again, self-screening really should occur at home. Even during the first part of the pandemic, physician offices and hospitals were having patients take an assessment, and then if they were being admitted or going to be seen by the physician, there was very careful protocol. And so I think that that's helped people to become aware. Everywhere you go, you know, into a health setting, they are asking you certain questions. So I think that that's becoming more commonplace.
So the self-screening means not occurring at school, but encouraging our families to screen at home.
Correct, and not to put your child on the bus. We get a lot of calls during the school year from parents who send their children to school, and then an hour later they're in the health office and have a temperature. We call the parent and they're saying, you know, they were fine when I sent them to school. What thermometer did you use? And so I think it is less disruption if the parents take on some of that responsibility. Again, we'll help where they can't or don't have the tools, but we want to cause as least disruption to a parent dropping them off, putting them on a bus, then getting a call. Where do we put that child who's sick? Health offices are small. You know, the process would need to be carefully looked at if we are going to be doing the screening, the mass screening.
Okay, well, thank you for that. My second question, and I have three, they'll be brief. You said that as because I know that you're recommending that we ask people to self-screen and for us to not take that on at the school, that the district doesn't do that, as explained on the slide. And you said that that's a decision, you know, and as Trustee Simon Holland said that, you know, you talked about having to educate people and so on. And you said that's a decision that we should really just lean on the health professionals. And so it's like we're taking their advice. How do you suggest that happen? You're going to bring somebody to the meet? Not bring, but you know what I mean. How do you envision that? Because I can kind of fold this into my third question, and that's this. Even though it may not make it, and I'm hearing that, and I have no reason at all to not believe you, I'm going to jump on what Trustee Simon Holland said. People need to feel safe, and that makes people feel safer. And I know most of the people they don't present that way. Some do, but the majority of the people, as we've learned over time, that are infected with COVID-19 don't present that way. But because it started that way, I think, and it was always about the temperature, people just feel safer. And so that's why I said, how do you envision? You said we lean on the medical professionals, so it isn't us making that decision. How do you envision that happening?
I think through media communications, and we finally got to the point where we have both the physicians and infectious disease pediatrician, general pediatricians, and the health district epidemiologists saying, you know, that, you know, giving us the data, the scientific data that fever is not necessarily the presenting symptom. And so I think it's going to be a joint media education, and we've got a great communications team. They've done some wonderful things. So it's going to take a lot of effort for us to educate. And again, if that proves to be something that we have to do, we need to make a decision quickly, because the process has to be clearly defined, and there is going to be some bottlenecking until we get mass screeners, which are costly, or until we get enough, you know, digital thermometers for every entrance into every school, until we figure out how do we pull a child out of line and, you know, recheck their temperature in 20 minutes. It will be very difficult.
Okay, thank you so much, Margaret.
You're welcome.
That's it for me, Madam President.
Thank you. Well, I'll go. I think on the screening thing, it is really a tough one. I can certainly understand why there was so much in-depth conversation about it at the task force level. I definitely could support the at-home screening. I think there's just in general for all of us a sort of shift in our thinking about precautions we take when we aren't 100%, and that is going to always have to be some part of our personal ownership of and our personal responsibility as parents and as individuals. If I have a tickle in my throat, I'm going to have to cancel my hair appointment because it's not right to go sit in the salon and have my hair done if I don't feel 100%. So, I think we're all, it's a learning curve that we're all going through, and we're all having to make those kind of changes. And I think as a parent, I may have in the past sent my kid to school with a cold, no fever, no vomiting or whatever, but they definitely are sick. And I think that's something that will have to change. So I think it is appropriate to put some of that on our families. And I think I appreciate the thought put into how to educate them around that. I definitely see both sides. I hope that we can just get away from sending sick kids to school flat out. I think that might be perhaps a positive that comes out of this, that we all learn a little more about why it's important to keep a sick kid home, no matter if it's a cold or not. I think it'll be so much easier to see the transmission of different infection and cold type things because we're all being so careful. So I do support that. And I would say my only other concern, I think, is around those close contact activities and the idea of that. And I just would like to encourage the task force and our schools to get creative, especially around recess and PE. If we're, like I said, we know we're going to have to make changes and sacrifices to what our normal classrooms are like, but especially for the younger kids, to ask them to sit at a desk for a whole day, without any physical activity, without getting outside, without PE. I just hope that we can avoid that. I hope that there's a way that schools could do a staggered recess, maybe where there are fewer kids outside at the same time. And maybe again, it's some education around trying to keep your distance, find activities that the kids can do that don't force the close contact. But I'd hate to see us, especially again for like the third grade and under, eliminating recess or limiting it to the point where they're not, where they're just stuck at a desk all day. And that's all I had on this section.
Thank you. And I think that there has been a lot of thought put into that, and it is healthier for children to be outdoors. And so I believe that we'll come up with some creative ways to keep kids active while keeping them healthy. Thank you.
And I know there was something about the lunch breaks coming up on the next decision point in July. I just want to put out there that I did receive an email from a parent with a student with allergies, and just wanting to be sure that that was part of the conversation, that if you're asking kids to eat lunch in the classroom, that we have some plan for our students that have allergies and what that would look like. And I know Margaret and you all are thinking about that. I just want to put it out there as we move down the road to that decision at the July 7th meeting. So.
Okay, and the CDC did make sure that they changed their recommendation to include that,
Okay, great.
Food safety. So yes.
Great. Trustee Cottle.
Yeah, real quick, I just want to put in a plug. When I saw dances, I thought about prom, and I think there are some precautions that can be taken to still have these events without canceling them. I think it's something we really need to consider because we've already had a cohort of students that didn't get their prom. And I know we don't want to have another cohort of students in the same position. So anything that can be done to work with individual schools on a plan to help it go forward, that would be preferred for me rather than just canceling.
Yeah, and I'm sure that, I don't know if Gina Curtis is on here for the area superintendent for our high schools. She kind of leads their cohort. And I agree, and I would think that our high school principals would agree. I don't want to speak for them, but you know, in addition to prom, we also have homecoming, we have Sadie Hawkins, we have winter dances. There's a whole list of social gatherings that our high schoolers would love to partake in. And so it may just be, Trustee Cottle, one of those types of things where, again, behaviors, and that, you know, this may not look like a typical Sadie Hawkins, or it may not look like a typical homecoming. We're going to be requiring face coverings. We're going to be requiring hand washing breaks, and, you know, and instead of, you know, a particular type of food that is served, it may just look different. So it's, again, one of those changing of behaviors.
I agree, and I think that that will be guided depending on what the situation is at the time. We have seen direction from the health district at times during various outbreaks to limit sport activities at a school or something. So I definitely think we need to, again, be thoughtful about the decision and not just give a blanket, no, we're never doing this, and look at what's happening, you know, currently with the virus and, you know, in the community and in our schools.
That's great, Margaret. Thank you so much for that. And I think this really applies to all of this, but we're just, as a, you know, as a globe, participants in a global pandemic, we're learning new things every day, every week. And I, you know, I think we all just are hoping that there is more clarity as we move through this, that, you know, there are studies being done about kids and transmission rates, and about the, you know, impacts that this has on different populations, and so that we can make and adjust decisions as we get more of that information. You know, I think we're seeing in other countries some testing of school, and so we'll get hopefully information out of that and be able to use it. And I think we also, as in Nevada, as part of the Western PAC, are going to see decisions made by, you know, our surrounding states that will help inform our decisions and the work that we're doing. And I know that the task force is paying attention to all that, but I appreciate hearing that we're, you know, these aren't decisions that we're going to make and never stray from, you know, that we're never going to have another school dance again, that these can be, you know, we're in a fluid situation and that can go both ways. So I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, I think then if no one else has anything on the health and safety measures, we can move to facility use. Are there any trustees? Oh, Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. The big one I have surrounds Election Day. And I know a lot of our schools are used as polling places. So what does that look like this year? And what precautions are going to be in place? What has to happen to the school facility after it's used all day as a polling place? Has there been discussions with the registrar's office on things that are going to be put into place? It's something that I think needs to be talked about because it's a lot of people rolling through our schools on that day. So has there been any discussions on that yet?
We have not broached that subject with the Register of Voters yet, but that's a great point that we need to talk to them. But we would facilitate cleaning that after their use, right? So that we could have school if we're in school at that point. So we will broach that subject with them and make sure that we're coordinating and understanding what their needs are, and then being prepared for school's needs the next day.
Perfect. I've actually never voted at one of our schools. Is it set up to where it's you walk in a cafeteria door and it's a polling place and you're out? Are people mingling through hallways and making 4 right and left hand turns before you get there? Is there a way to limit most of the building from having people in it? Is there ways we can be flexible?
There's really strict protocols, Trustee Cottle, as far as access to our school buildings, even though we have them closed for professional learning. But they typically will either use in the cafeteria, or they'll use the gym. So for example, at Damani Ranch, typically it's in their small gym where they set up the election and the voting. And then some of the times in the pinwheel schools, it's in the library. So they'll close off the rest of the building. But there's very strict guidelines from working with the registrar of voters as far as where people are able to go.
Perfect. And then the last question I had is, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, we charge a facility usage fee. Would that fee stay the same? Would it increase with extra cleaning measures that have to be done after usage? Are users responsible for cleaning? I guess personally, I don't know if I would be all that comfortable with users being responsible for cleaning, because what if they don't? And we're just trusting they did. So if you could speak to that, that would be great.
So yes, we have the 2 options. The option where our custodians clean that would take them off of their regular scheduled summer cleaning right now, right? So it might take them longer to get summer cleaning done, or they would be doing it on overtime, which would be voluntary. And then we would propose that we pass those charges onto the facility applicant to pay for. We did talk about a third party coming in to clean, but we would need to have our housekeeping field supervisors monitoring them to make sure they cleaned appropriately, their procedures were proper, and they were using proper chemicals for our facilities that are in line with, having our students around them.
Perfect. Thank you.
Anyone else have anything to add to this item? Okay. That took us through all of them. Superintendent McNeil, do you have anything to wrap us up here? Or?
No, I truly appreciate, I know that this was a long presentation. We knew that it would be, and I just want to thank the trustees for the thoughtful questions, the comments, the input. This is exactly what our staff needed. Again, I want to compliment our staff. You all have mentioned that several times, but you all know, I mean, you're getting the emails at all times of the night. You're getting the emails on the weekends. Our staff, COVID task force, the reopening task force, the leadership team, it is full steam ahead. And so I just really appreciate everyone's support on this. And I would just ask for, if it's at that time, President, for the motion and the further direction.
Okay. Well, I think before we get to the motion, I would like to just go through our public comment. We have received quite a bit just during the meeting, and I know we addressed some of it as we were reading them and brought them up, but I think if we could all just take a few minutes to read through the ones and make sure we got all of those that came through during the conversation, while our recording secretary reads the names of individuals that did submit public comment on this item. And you can continue to submit public comment to the email address publiccomments@washoschools.net. I think we've said this before, thank you to everyone in the community for the engagement on this important issue. It is important to us that we have the opportunity to hear from our teachers, our students, our staff, and our families. So I think it benefits us greatly. I think we just all need to understand that these are going to be tough decisions to make, and we recognize that it's not going to be the ideal situation for this upcoming school year. So JJ, I will turn it over to you.
We received comments from Monica Gonzalez Hernandez, Scott Sarney, Angie D'Antoni, Maja Davis, Stephanie and Ryan Falk, Victoria Hudgens, Jessica Capdeville, Krista Rossi, Ryan Evans, Lauren Evans, Brandon Siri, Susan Walford, Ria Gardicotis, Kurt Jameson, Marilyn Knuth, Beth Martin, Veronica Koppel, Dana Jackson, Debbie Patrick, Mark Carruthers, Mindy Lilyquist, Danya Jenkins, Denise Rasmussen, Jim Marin, Lisa Brunel, Colleen Little, Jolie Mortensen, Whitney Topfam, Laura Horgan, Ryan and Yvonne Dixon, Michelle Beck, Sierra Gill, James Jackson, Michonne Atufe, Amy Marnissi, Roxana Ashby, Amy Pincholini Ford, Katie Rockwell, Aaron Belosic, David Bradfield, Sunny DeStefani, Molly Pickett, Karen Needhold, Katie Thompson, Paula Burley, Amy Ward, Shelby Davis, Jamie Clark, Julia Dyer, Summer Edwards, Chad Watson, Heather Bruce, Rachel Devine, Christina Jackson, Lynn Price, Carrie, Tara Sala, Dugan Hadler, Annie Cates, Lacey Sundin, Brandy Zirkle, Galen Demothenus, Samantha Watkins, Lori Converse, Katie Kusera, Gail Hadler, Lori Wolletz, Natha Anderson and the WEA, Megan Franklin, Ryan West, Sharon Cabangon, Jerry Fulgham, Zach Woodhead, Kimmy, Jessica Gokachia, Carrie Pruitt, Pat Arnott, Casey Stromberg, Shauna Planta, Christina Diamond, Chris Steffens, Erica, and John Armbruster. That is all I have.
Okay, thank you very much, JJ. And I will just remind the public that the public comments that we receive for these board meetings are posted on our homepage, washoschools.net, where you can read through them. And it may take us a little time to get the public comments we received during this meeting loaded up there, but they will be there as soon as possible. All right, so we have had a lot of input, a lot of comments and guidance directed to the staff. And so at this point, we're just looking to give an official motion to the superintendent that the Board of Trustees provides direction related to the reopening of the schools for the 2020-21 school year based on all of the different topics we covered in this agenda item.
So moved.
Madam President, I think I can do a motion.
Okay. I think
Okay.
Trustee Minetto might have beat you to it.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Trustee Minetto.
I just said so moved.
That's true. So let me check with our General Counsel, do we need to be more specific in this motion?
Well, what are we moving? I mean, to accept the, what are we moving? So moved, I don't really.
I said provide direction related to the reopening of schools for the 2020-21 school year.
Okay.
We did not go through the category, each category item by item and create separate motions.
Right, which I don't think we need to create separate motions, and the superintendent asked not that we not create separate motions. I guess, so unless maybe I'm not getting it, but I don't understand what so moved is. I mean, what input are we providing?
I said, based on the input we provided during our conversation, discussion of this agenda item.
Okay.
But was not very specific.
No, I would suggest, so that we have a clearer record, maybe a little more detail on the motion.
Okay.
And I can do that unless Trustee Mineta wants to take a stab at it.
You go ahead.
Go for it.
Okay. I move that the superintendent direct staff to continue developing options for the reopening of schools for the 2020-2021 school year based on directives and guidance from the federal government, state government, and Washoe Health District, and from guidance and discussion provided by the Washoe County School Board that ensures the health and safety of students, staff, families, and visitors to district buildings and facilities.
Second.
All right. I have a motion by Trustee Kelly, a thumbs up from Chief General Counsel Rombardo, a second by Trustee Mineta. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 And any opposed? Okay, that motion passes unanimously. So that it is about 7:45. That took us a little over, close to 3 hours, I guess. So I think we can use a break. I will ask for a 15-minute recess, and we will come back at 8 p.m. to finish up our meeting. All right, it looks like we've got almost everybody back, so I will call this meeting back into session. And we are on a fun agenda item. Can't remember the last time we had a fun agenda. This is 6.5, presentation and discussion on the educational specification development process for the W. Smith Career Technical Academy and the selection of career and technical education programs proposed for the school, scheduled to open for the 23-24 school year. This is for information and discussion only, it says. And our presenters on this item are the Director of Signature Academies and CTE, Josh Hartzog, and the Deputy Capital Projects and Facilities Management Officer, Tammy Zimmerman. I also see Debbie Beiersdorf with us, and so I will turn it over to one of them.
I'm gonna kick us off here, President Raymond, and indeed a fun, really informative and really important presentation. So thank you very much for letting us come in front of you today. So Josh Hartzog, who serves as our Director for our Signature Academies and Career and Technical Education Department, along with Tammy Zimmerman, our Deputy Capital Projects and Facilities Management Officer, have been hard at work for quite a while now on the educational specifications, or ed specs, as we like to call it, process for the new Debbie Smith CTA campus. And really cool stuff that you're going to see and hear about tonight. But we also wanted to bring you information about kind of the current state of CTE, or career and technical education, in the school district. And there's lots of good news there as well. So I'm really proud of the work that's happened. It's been a lot of work that has continued throughout the closures of our building. It's amazing what they've got accomplished. So I'm going to turn it over to Josh and Tammy to lead us through the presentation.
Thank you, Debbie. Well, first of all, greetings to President Raymond and members of the board and Superintendent McNeil and members of the viewing public. For the record, my name is Josh Hartzog, again, Director of the Career Technical Education Department. I am pleased that I don't have to share with you all of that introductory information because we have a lot to share with you tonight and not a lot of time to do it in order to honor your time. And we want to make sure that we reserve time for your questions and comments, as I'm sure you'll have. So with that, we will roll right into our presentation. As Debbie alluded to, we're going to start with giving you just kind of a brief overview of the state of career technical education CTE in our school district, especially with an eye to enrollment trends, demand amongst our students for our CTE programs. And then we're also going to touch briefly on the idea of signature academies as they currently exist in our school district and what they do to serve access and opportunity especially. And then I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Tammy Zimmerman, who's going to give you more of an in-depth look at the EdSpecs process itself, a lot of the work that we've been doing over the past several months, and then an idea of where we are going in the months to come, especially leading into the fall. And then I get to talk on the fun stuff about what exactly we have planned for career technical education programs at this new school, especially with an idea of the decision-making process that went into establishing these programs that we're looking at having, and then also going to touch briefly on the vision behind the school, as well as some brief information about our next steps and next collaborations, especially as we get deeper into the weeds of the design process. So that being said, as you will likely recall, in the Washoe County School District, we currently administer about 36 different CTE programs or pathways, if you will, across 6 different program areas. And each one of those CTE programs typically consists of a core course of study of 3 classes with an optional 4-year program for advanced studies, which usually entails some level of work-based learning, typically an internship, a job shadow, or special projects of some kind. From this graph, hopefully you can infer that student enrollment trends have been consistently and sustainably growing over the last 5 years. We're pretty proud of the fact that more and more students are opting to take at least one CTE course in high school, which is the raw numbers that you have before you. But then moreover, it's important to note that as our raw numbers have grown, so too has our market share, if you will, of high schoolers. Until this year, we had about 41% of our high school students enrolling in at least one CTE course. This is also important to note because CTE currently has the benefit of being a part of the school district strategic plan, which we all know is unwinding this year. Our strategic original goal was to have 50% of our students enrolled in at least one CTE course. We haven't hit that mark yet, but as you can see, we're well on the way to making that dream a reality. This last year, this is information directly from the Nevada Department of Education. This is actually how our funding was allotted to us, was based on this number right here, which went to say that over 9,100 enrollments we had in CTE programs of study. And if you have an eagle eye, you will notice that that 9,100 is actually higher than the number I just quoted you on the previous slide. And there's a couple of reasons for that discrepancy. Number one, this 9,100 enrollment is not just strictly Washoe County School District schools. Also counted in the statistic is a small number of students at Coral Academy High School, as well as ACE High School, which we are responsible for as district-sponsored charters. So they are in this number, but then also this reflects the fact that students, depending on the programs that they are enrolled in the school that they are at, sometimes have the opportunity to actually enroll in more than one program of study at once. That is especially true at AACT High School, which is where all these photos were taken, incidentally. At AACT High School in particular, several of their programs, including their ag program, their medical program, and their business program, they have, you could be one student enrolled in multiple CTE pathways and programs at the same time, which is nice because they have the opportunity to obtain multiple certificates of skill attainment as they graduate from high school. Touching base, so signature academies are a concept that have been present with the district for around about a decade now. Very simply, signature academies, as you will likely know, is simply a clustering of CTE programs at each one of our comprehensive high schools. They don't reflect necessarily the entire breadth of CTE programs that are offered at all these high schools, but rather, again, they're a clustering or a theming of these CTE programs together to really kind of round out the culture and identity of each school and give each particular school, again, an identity in CTE. Every single one of our high schools, with the exception of Incline High School, has a signature academy. AACT High School at the top is actually an academy of other academies. And the important thing to note about these signature academies is that when we talk about access and opportunity, these signature academies really offer our students a chance to attend a school outside of their zoned high school, first of all, based on their interest, and then second of all, if there's room and they meet a series of qualifications. So AACT is not in that bucket because 100% of their students come from out of zone. They don't have their own zone, but for the rest of the high schools, they're expected to reserve at least 25% of their space available in their signature academies for students to come and access those opportunities outside of their own zones. So they're very, very important. So this slide and the two previous slides is all to say that, first of all, we can clearly see that there's a demand which continues to grow for our CTE courses and programs. And then second of all, as you can see in this slide, we expect that the Debbie Smith Career Technical Academy is going to significantly upscale our ability to provide opportunity for kids who want to continue to enroll in and benefit from CTE programs. So on this slide, your left-hand column is what has been defined as in-demand occupations and occupational fields across our local, regional, and state economy. When I say in-demand, this is not determined by myself, but rather this is information that's provided to us via the Nevada state government, especially the Governor's Office of Economic Development, the Governor's Office of Workforce Innovation, as well as the Nevada Department of Education. They have crunched all of our local labor market information to give us the left-hand column, which has been designated as in-demand occupations and industries. And then on the right-hand side, you can get an idea of the CTE programs that we currently offer that align with those respective industries. And when you see highlighted schools, that tells you that those schools have the ability, because those CTE programs are a part of those signature academies, those schools have the ability to accept kids from outside of their respective zones. Typically, it's 25% again of their space that's available, and then AACT has the ability to accept more. And with that, I will turn it over to Tammy, who's going to give you a little bit more level of detail as to the EdSpecs process.
Thank you, Josh. For the record, Tammy Zimmerman, Deputy Chief Facilities Management Officer. I'm sure some of you board members have heard why we create an educational specification before, but just to kind of review why we do that, we want to come up with visions and principles that support our CTE Academy. And with that, we do a visioning session with all of our committee members, and our committee members are made up of the Department of Signature Academies. Josh is part of that, Truckee Meadows Community College, the CTE, Applied Technologies is part of that committee. We also have the Economic Development of Western Nevada, EDON, the workforce development portion is involved in this, as well as the CTE administrator at AACT, CTE teachers across the district, and capital projects department folks. We also have Van Wert Bogoti architects as well as BrainSpace in those to help us come up with those visioning statements. So when we do a visioning statement, and when we started this process, it was focused around making this CTE Academy like a business and like a job. Those spaces wanted to be like the workforce spaces so that they could better see how they could make them work in them as a student and teach in them. The other thing was to make these spaces collaborative, which is something we've seen come through in our new high school that we're designing and building now. collaboration was a big deal, as well as a heart of a community for this CTE Academy. After we went through that visioning, then we started doing some synthesis. We met with nutrition services, transportation, housekeeping, maintenance, other departments within the district to kind of get their idea of what needed to be included in these educational specifications. And then we met to actually form the educational specifications, a starting point to create the spaces, the types of spaces, the relationship between them, what type of environment were they, what utilities and amenities did they need. And so we're about 50% done with the ed specs, and then have started putting conceptual planning in place that we've been reviewing with Josh and Debbie through the process, as well as capital projects. And we intend to bring on some industry experts to look at those spaces to make sure that they're aligning with what the actual workplace looks like. Then once we get our conceptual plans done, we'll start into schematic design. But those ed specs really create that framework and blueprint for us to actually get to schematic design. So that's why we do an ed spec. We are also planning on a July 20th community forum to put this out to the community, get their feedback, what the students and the parents and families would like to see in this educational facility, as well as letting them know where we're at in the process with that. We also have, when school gets back in session, we will have a meeting with students to see what they think about these educational specifications and our plans, and see what we need to incorporate with their feedback with that. As we did it with the high school, it was very valuable, and they gave us some great insight that people who aren't a student and aren't of that age don't realize until you get that feedback from them. So that's our plan. Right now, we're currently working on getting the construction manager at risk on board. We hope to have them on board and come to the board to award that in early August. And then we'll hit the ground running for design to get this facility designed and then start construction probably in June of 2022, right after we open the HUG campus. And then we'll be moving everything out of here and starting construction and getting that renovated in order to open in August of 2023.
Tammy, there are a few questions for you.
Okay.
Trustee Simon Holland, or I'm sorry, Vice President Taylor, and then Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Tammy. First of all, thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Tammy. This question is actually for Josh, but Josh, I didn't get my hand up fast enough before you passed it off to Tammy. Here's my question. You talked a little bit about some schools, you highlighted, they were highlighted to some of the schools that have variances, but some schools don't. Can you talk about that a little bit for those that, is there a reason why some schools don't offer variances into those programs?
Yes. So Josh Hartzog, for the record, thank you for your question, Dr. Taylor. So just so everybody knows, I'm sharing my screen. So if you put your hand up, I'm not going to see you. All I can see is my PowerPoint. So if you need me to pump the brakes, just chime in.
That was from Madam President. That was from Madam President. I just didn't hear fast enough. So no, you were fine. You're not, it was operator error, Josh. Me, operator error.
So the question was, why do some schools offer variances and some don't? So the answer to your question is all of them offer variances. The only thing that is unique is AACT, 100% of their student enrollment is variances because they're a magnet school. They don't have their own zone. And then the rest of the schools are expected to reserve 25% of their available space to accept students from variances throughout the community. That being said, if we get to the point towards the early to midsummer, if those schools are still not able to fill those 25% for students out of variances, we will typically allow them to then begin to accept students from their own schools so that we can make sure that we have those programs filled. But all of them are offering variances to students out of their zones.
Okay, well, thank you for that. I think I must have I got lost a little bit somewhere, Josh. I'm sorry. Those schools that were highlighted in yellow.
Oh, okay. So those schools.
That's what I was referring to. I'm sorry.
Let me go. Yeah, no worries. Let me go back a step for you. So these schools that are highlighted in yellow, these are the CTE programs that these schools offer. But some of the CTE programs that these schools offer are tied, they're not part of their signature academies. So I will say, for instance, the teaching and training program at Spanish Springs High School, adjacent to Human Services. Spanish Springs High School offers a teaching and training CTE program, but it's not part of their signature academy. Ergo, they don't accept kids on a variance for that particular program. So the idea of the highlights is to show you at what level of our CTE programs are currently accessible to kids all across the district. And for those programs that are not highlighted, those are programs that are accessible only in-house.
I see. So like for an example, in Spanish Springs High School, to go with your example, they don't offer variances in the human services side, but they do in the healthcare and medical services side.
Correct. Correct.
Okay. Okay. I understand that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. This is probably for both Tammy and Josh, and thanks for all the good thinking on all of this to the whole team. I'm thinking, you know, if the worst thing happens and COVID is with us for a very long time, how are you all addressing what might be a different world of education in view of global pandemics, that this may not be the last one?
That's a great question and a disconcerting question. I can tell you that we've been operating. This whole process, for the most part, started in earnest in the month of February. So from the start to where we are now, we've been operating under the assumption and now the heartfelt hope that we'll be living in a post-COVID, post-pandemic world in the school year 23-24. But more to your point, what we've been doing as a CTE department over the summer especially is really trying to gather as much feedback from our teachers as possible, given the short amount of time that we have, as to what kind of virtual tools would they require to be able to support their curriculums. If in fact we are planning to be able to support distance learning in the fall, if that's where we end up. So we're looking at a balance of virtual tools, and then also part of the hard work that many of our CTE teachers are doing this summer, as well as many of our other teachers, is really doing the work of identifying what are those essential standards, what are those essential concepts that you have to cover in your curriculum, those must-haves, where you focus first. And then the next step that we're looking to ask our teachers as we go through all of this school year really is to identify what are your essential, if you can hear that, I have an audience member watching me. What are those essential standards, first of all? And then what are those absolute must-haves that you have to cover in an actual physical setting? So really trying to kind of tease that out from a curriculum standpoint. That's part of the key work that we're going to be doing this year. And then we anticipate that once we have that identified, we'll be in a much better place to handle either COVID, if God forbid it's still with us in the school year 23-24, or if we're dealing with some other level of pandemic. But right now, ultimately, we're really in that foundational phase of what is our most important curriculum and what is a must-have in a physical environment. And then once we identify those, we can take the next step of figuring out how to handle students in a lab type environment. Given that, I can tell you myself, I was able to go to TMCC's Applied Technologies campus right next to AACT. I believe it was this week, and I got to talk to their staff over there because they're actually holding CTE classes for their summer session, and was able to garner a lot of really good feedback from them about how they handle students in a lab type environment, how they space the students, how they handle signage, how they direct the flow of traffic in their labs, how they're handling social distancing and check-ins and whatnot. So that'll definitely be key too as we continue to plan for a pandemic world, if in fact we end up in there. Right now, we're just trying to learn as much as we can, as quickly as we can, as is the rest of the educational world. But that's where we're at in this process.
Thank you. That's great, Josh. And I think there's also a lot to learn from employers who are having to support, work from home for their employees, and how best to do that. So I'm glad you're thinking about that. You guys are on top of it. Thanks.
Absolutely. Tammy, did you have anything else that you needed to cover on this slide?
Nope, I think I'm good.
Okay, perfect. So moving on here, as Tammy alluded to you, we did our best to keep our EdSpecs team representative of a wide array of stakeholders throughout our community, while at the same time ensuring that it was small enough to be able to pivot and have these sustained conversations. It's been a pretty significant investment of time and meetings and discussions for the last several months. And this was our EdSpecs team, which really DLT programs at this new school. So as we were looking to establish these programs and identify which programs would be best for the school, there was a number of operating principles that we wanted to make sure that we were adequately holding in balance with each other, because some of them actually have a little bit of a tension with each other, but we did our best to balance them nonetheless. We knew first off that we needed to really consider AACT and the programs that they offer there as we were looking at establishing programs at what will now be our second career technical academy. We also knew in the process that we were eventually going to have to migrate a couple programs from AACT over to the new Debbie Smith campus. As you all know, the campus currently at AACT is rather small. Aside from the space limitations, there's a number of infrastructure limitations as well, which I will talk on a little bit further when I get to the actual CTE programming. But ultimately, some of the constrictions and limitations at AACT necessitated that we would ultimately have to be looking at migrating some of those programs over to Debbie Smith. We also knew, in the interest of financial prudence and being good financial stewards, that we wanted to continuously leverage facility upgrades that have been made to the current Hug High School campus over the course of the last several years. Specifically, there have been upgrades made to the medical education facilities, the culinary education facilities, as well as the early childhood education. There's a full scope pre-K program currently in operation at the Hug High School campus, and we knew that we wanted to continue to leverage those facilities, and as such, that would significantly determine a few of our CTE programming decisions moving forward in order to preserve those investments. We also knew that to the extent possible, we wanted to consider all of the other CTE programs that are currently on offer across the district. Ultimately, I can tell you that there is going to be some overlap between what we offer at Debbie Smith and what we offer at AACT and our other signature academies. That's number one, just born of the fact that we have been successful in continuously growing CTE across the district. So there's a lot of presence out there currently in terms of CTE programming. But moreover, we knew that as we're planning out this school, we're not just planning out opportunities for our kids in CTE in the year 2020, but we also needed to make sure that we were substantially ambitious enough, if you will, to support CTE in the year 2030 and the year 2040 and beyond. And then lastly, but I would say overarchingly, ultimately, we knew that whatever we wanted to establish at the Debbie Smith Career Technical Academy had to be informed as much as possible by hard economic data as to what is high priority in our local economy, as well as our regional and state economy, so that what we offer at this school is ultimately going to provide our kids with the best opportunities to find meaningful employment and careers once they leave high school, whether they go directly into the workforce or they pursue some level of additional post-secondary training or schooling, whatever that might look like. A little bit moving forward, we also knew that as we were determining best fit programs, our advisory technical skills committee, we've been having conversations with them for the better part of a year, sharing with them our economic data, a lot of the same economic data that I shared with you in this presentation, also sharing with them the current CTE programs that we offer, as well as ideas for potential CTE programs that we can offer moving forward. We've obviously leaned very heavily on the internal expertise and consultation of our EdSpecs team. And then we've also leveraged the information that has come to us via our comprehensive local needs assessment, or CLNA, which is a process that we have to do every 2 years. We just got done concluding that process this year. It was necessary as part of our federal funding application via Perkins funding. Beyond that, I'm just going to show you this an idea of all of the work that went into the CLNA and the data points that we referenced. And this slide is really a nod to a question that I believe Trustee Minetto asked about a year ago. I believe that she asked something to the extent of, well, what are we looking to establish at this new school and how are we going to make those decisions? And at the time, I said, we're going to be going through a process, and this ultimately was the process. So all of this is to say that hopefully you have the idea that we've tried to be very methodical and very conscientious about this decision-making process to ultimately provide our students with what are going to be some fantastic programs in the intermediate future. So without further ado, these are the academies, the signature academies that we are looking to offer at Debbie Smith Career Technical Academy. Like AACT, it will be an academy of academies. We are currently looking at 7 signature academies with about 10 or 11 career technical education programs distributed between those various academies. And I will speak on each one of these in turn, and then I will pause and breathe for a moment at the end of my speaking, because I'm sure you probably have some questions about these program offerings. So first off, we're looking at offering a Culinary and Arts Nutrition Academy. We are pretty mindful of the fact that aside from the retail industry, there is perhaps no other industry that has been more significantly impacted by the COVID pandemic than the food service industry and the hospitality and tourism industry. So we are registering that idea that 3 or 4 years from now, we can understand if some students might be a little hesitant to enter into a program that trains them to engage in the food service industry. Given that, I can tell you culinary arts is a pretty popular program amongst several of our schools where it's offered. We have some fantastic teachers who do a good job of making those classes very fun and engaging. And then from a branding standpoint, we really intend to highlight the idea of culinary arts as it is paired with the ideas of the essential life skills of teaching kids how to cook and prepare food for themselves, as well as the wellness, nutrition, and general fitness benefits of the culinary arts. And with that, potentially pairing it with a CTE program in foods and nutrition. That's not decided yet, but ultimately, that's a reflection of the fact that we really need to continue to leverage the culinary facilities that are in existence at the Hug High School campus currently. Moving on, we also knew that we wanted to establish an academy that continued to provide our students with a level of skill and knowledge in one of our state's primary economic engines, or rather a clustering of those engines, which is manufacturing, engineering, technology in general, automation, and robotics. So we're looking to establish a manufacturing program, but through the curriculum lens of Project Lead the Way, which you will likely know is a nationally recognized and verified program leading the way when it comes to career technical education. So with computer integrated manufacturing, students would be walking away with a pretty broad scope of knowledge in terms of essential manufacturing processes and how computers, especially computer modeling, computer assisted design, drives modern manufacturing practices. But moreover, the benefit of the Project Lead the Way curriculum is that it's a 4-year curriculum. It's highly academically rigorous, and it would provide our students with a broad overview of a lot of engineering essential concepts and principles. So if a student moved through that program, they wouldn't necessarily have to go into manufacturing directly, but moreover, they'd walk away with a pretty solid background in engineering, which would obviously serve them depending on where they wanted to go from there. We also intend to pair that with a non-CTE robotics course of study. So there are actually a couple of high schools in our district next year which are looking to offer robotics electives courses for the first time. And between now and then, we intend to leverage that learning and ideally get at least 1 or 2 courses paired up with each other, providing our students with direct instruction in robotics. And those robotics courses would be accessible to students across the Debbie Smith campus, not just kids in that manufacturing academy, but also any kid would have the opportunity ideally to engage in a robotics elective course.
Josh, we do
yes.
have one question for you.
Absolutely.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Josh. I serve on the EDON board, and I know that one of the things that they ask about a lot is how much coding do we have being taught in our schools? And I just wanted to be able to answer that question. Will coding be a fundamental part of the Engineering and Robotics Signature Academy?
Don't quote me on this, but I'm not that level of familiar with this particular curriculum. I will just take a good educated guess and say yes, there is going to be some level of coding in these, not necessarily the computer integrated manufacturing, although I wouldn't see why not, but coding in particular is a part of robotics and learning how to program the machines. But moreover, I would say that if we look at the bottom right-hand corner of this slide, we are also planning to have computer science available to all students in this school. It's not going to be a part of their Signature Academy identity. It's just going to be available as a kind of a matter of course. And computer science is heavily involved in the study of coding. From a broader context, we are at the point where computer science is up and running as full courses of study in just about every single one of our high schools. We're not at the point of 100%, at least in terms of full comprehensive programs, but we're about 2 years away from that point. So we believe very firmly in the CTE department that computer science should be available to students at any school they attend in the district, much akin to a second language. So to that point, I would say absolutely coding is going to be available to students to access regardless of whatever academy they end up selecting to go to Debbie Smith.
Great, thank you.
Absolutely. Moving on, if there are no other questions. So we're looking at establishing a business marketing program, which is going to be academy. It's going to be the academy and the program itself. Currently, there are no other really comprehensive business programs across the district other than AACT, which does offer a business program and a dual certification opportunity in marketing as well. But we believe, after looking at all of the labor market information that we've considered, that number one, there's obviously a very strong business element in our community, and there's a strong desire for a talented workforce that is schooled in the ways of economics and business administration. But moreover, like I just said, we're pretty under-leveraged in terms of our offerings across the district for business administration, education, and marketing. So we envision that students in this particular academy would be working regularly and collaborating regularly with their other peers in the other academies, so that they can effectively highlight the work that their fellow students are doing and the work that their fellow students are producing across their academies. So if there's one academy that we envision as kind of like a hub for the rest of the school, it would really be this marketing academy. And I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but we have some really cool things, concepts planned for what a modern marketing, we're calling it a collaboration studio, if you will, what a modern business marketing classroom and associated workplaces could look like. So we're pretty excited about that one, especially. Moving on to medical careers. So as we see, we already saw this trend continuing before we went into the COVID pandemic, but especially now, so more than ever, we understand the vital economic importance of having a large capacity in terms of medical care, but also just the idea that it is one of those really, really important careers in terms of service to our community. So we really wanted to build this out. So that being said, we have a fair amount of medical CTE programs across the district. What we do not currently have is a nursing program, a practical nursing program. And that owes simply to the fact that nursing is a relatively new program in our state. The Department of Education just approved the curriculum framework and the standards last year, so it's new. And we're planning on having a nursing program at this school. The cool thing about this is that unlike most of the other programs currently, nursing is structured to only be a 2-year program. And that's important from a curriculum, especially a scheduling perspective, because it means that Debbie Smith would be able to recruit students not just as freshmen, not just as sophomore, but as late as juniors to be able to come to this school and access and complete the nursing program. Also looking to leverage the proximity of this school to other educational institutions, UNR, their School of Medicine, their nursing school, as well as TMCC's nursing program. So there's a lot of exciting opportunities just given the physical location of this campus. On the other side, we also wanted to kind of double down and offer a biomedical program. Currently, we have one other biomedical program in the district, and it's a pretty fantastic program. So we wanted to install it at this school as well. We would also be utilizing the Project Lead the Way curriculum, which is a 4-year curriculum. So students would essentially have 2 pathways or choices. They could focus on nursing, which is really specialized on the concepts of direct patient care and quality of care. And then we would also have a biomedical program, which provides a broad survey overview of the field of medicine and would equip skills with that foundational knowledge to move on into careers potentially in everything ranging from nurses to doctors, to researchers, to epidemiologists, to lab technicians, what have you. Moving on to natural resources and animal sciences. This is pretty much going to be a direct transfer from AACT. So throughout this process, we've discovered that AACT's infrastructure, they have a small greenhouse at AACT that supports their ag program. That facility is rather small, and there's some infrastructure problems with their heating system in particular. And then they also have a secondary greenhouse facility that the students at AACT maintain over at the Glenn Hare Center, adjacent to the Glenn Hare Center and Reno High School. Students get bused over there every other day, and that greenhouse facility is currently in a state of what would be expected in terms of disrepair. And after consulting with the capital projects team, it was understood that it would ultimately be more cost effective to just start over and build new facilities at the Debbie Smith campus, and especially leverage the large tracts of land that they have on that campus, which, as we all know, AACT currently lacks. It's predominantly dominated by parking outside of the school itself. So that's what we're looking to transfer there. We're also excited about the opportunity to offer a skilled trades academy, and this would really be split into 2 distinct pathways. So construction technology, again, going back to our local and regional economic data, we know that with a significant portion of our local construction workforce set to retire, there's going to be a consistent demand for skilled technical workers in terms of construction across various specialties, if you will, and that's what's covered in this program. So in construction technology, students acquire skills in everything from masonry to cement work to framing to plumbing to electrical work, you name it, they would walk away with those essential skills. And then when it comes to welding technology, that too would be a direct transfer from AACT. Currently, AACT lacks the facilities to support a full-scale welding technology program in-house. There's a number of ventilation infrastructure limitations, especially at the AACT campus, that requires that we leverage a partnership with TMCC. The kids walk across the street and access their facilities for the most part for that welding technology program. So again, it was determined that while we're in the process of building this new campus, it's ultimately going to be more effective just to make that investment now and be able to support a welding technology so that ultimately we have a skilled trades program at this new school. And then lastly, again, this is one of those areas looking to leverage facilities that are already on site. Hug High School has a current fully comprehensive pre-K program, looking to continue to utilize those facilities to support a teaching and training program that is focused on preparing students to become future elementary school teachers. And this would be kind of a new concept. What we'd be looking to do is have AACT, which currently has a teaching and training program, have AACT's teaching and training program really focus on kids who have the idea of becoming future middle and high school teachers, and then having this particular program focus on the idea of training pre-teachers who want to go specifically into elementary. And there's some things that we can do in terms of providing those two programs with more specialized focused work-based learning opportunities, especially that prepare them for those two respective areas. And then ultimately that's also grounded in our labor market information, which tells us there's a high demand, a continuous demand for teachers, and not a lot of people entering this field locally. So with that, I'm going to take a pause and answer any questions, but ultimately, I'm pleased to show you this, and hopefully you get the idea that students who attend this school will be able to have a range of options that will be able to prepare them for meaningful opportunities to pursue jobs and careers both locally and across our region.
Thank you, Josh. Very exciting, and particularly happy to see the nursing component built into this. So great work.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments before we move on to the next? Vice President Taylor.
All right, sorry, I had to find my mouse. Thank you. This is really exciting. This is really exciting, and I'm excited about nursing. I'm also excited about the teacher, about elementary school. I know it's going to be different to separate them. And I would agree with you about culinary. That's just really, really, really more and more popular. So it's come a long way from home ec back when, 100 years ago when I was in school. But here's my question, and I don't know if we have an answer to it, but I'm just wondering, has there been any conversation about, it's the transportation. I mean, one of the problems that we have, as you know, with our signature programs is, we can't transport kids. So if somebody wants to be in performing arts, out at the Monty Ranch and they live in Stead, right? They aren't gonna, and maybe they can't make it if their parents can't take them or they don't have a car or whatever. How do we deal with that at a school like, one, has that been discussed? Are we able to even begin to tackle that problem? And I know it's a big one, and so maybe not, but more so, how do we handle transportation once the new CTE opens? Because it's going to draw a lot of attention. I think there'll be a lot of interest. These are great programs.
Right. Thank you. I would agree, and I would say short answer, yes, it has been discussed. And then I would defer to Debbie if you want to field that question, perhaps.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Taylor. Yes, it's been discussed as I think a little bit of a strand through the ed specs process, but that is definitely something district leadership will need to consider as we move closer to the opening of the school. The nice thing about this particular campus is it is more, well, it is centrally located. It's served by, I believe, a number of bus lines there. So that will certainly help. But yeah, no definitive answers on that for sure yet, Dr. Taylor, until we get a little closer to the opening in 3-4 years from now.
Right. Okay. I certainly understand that. It's on the radar, so that's certainly good to hear.
Thank you.
Dr. Taylor, this is Rick Martin, for the record.
Hey, you might have an answer to this.
I actually do. So from that standpoint, yes, it's been on the radar. It's been on my radar for 2 years now already since we started talking about this. And so we are already looking at options to how we might be able to tie that in with AACT and the current transportation model there. We don't have definitive answers yet, but we are in the process of looking at that. I will be sending a bill to Debbie down the road for the cost, but we are looking at it from that standpoint.
I was just going to say, and this is all budget neutral, right? This is all budget neutral.
I am using Uber this time, so.
Oh.
I thought you were going to pick kids up, Rick.
With Uber, yeah, we can do that. Yeah. So no, we're working on it, and we are looking at the cost aspect. So yes, we are looking at that.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Great job, and this is very, very exciting, Josh.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we're very excited as well.
Trustee Minetto.
I am so excited. I just have a comment of, wow, this is just fabulous. So well organized. And so, and I, as Vice President Taylor said, am especially excited about the elementary level education area because that was my area for so long. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Okay, I don't see any hands up.
All right. So moving along, I'm just going to share with you just again a brief idea of the vision and ultimately where we're going. So as Tammy alluded to, we are continually in the process of gathering community feedback. We especially want to hear from our kids and their ideas for what this school could look like. So the specific vision for the school is still a work in progress, but ultimately that is to say, when we've been moving through this planning process, we've been really trying to do our best to consider this as a 100-year school, a school that's going to take us well and deep into the future and continue to provide opportunities for our kids. So with that, the focus has continuously been on what exactly is the experience going to look like for our students at this school, and that is beginning to filter into design decisions ranging from anywhere from natural lighting. Are we attending to making sure that there's a sufficient amount of natural lighting in the spaces that we create? What kind of colors are we going to put on the walls that are bright and dynamic? And how are we going to leverage the strategic location of this school within our community and leverage that location to continue to provide our kids with opportunities? As I just touched on, we're also looking at as really a touchstone, the idea of providing our kids with a variety of flexible and collaborative learning environments. CTE, especially as we all know, is so highly leveraged on the idea of students and young people working in groups of various sizes. So how are we going to attend to that need through the learning environments that we ultimately create, whether it be flexible classrooms that can change their own structures within, walls that open, conference rooms that can be used by students, planning rooms, smaller conference rooms, outdoor workspaces, and especially how can we provide learning environments that really allow students the ability to shine in their own right and present information to the community. An example would be one of the things that we're looking at is developing a pitch pit, which is basically akin to a fully professional presentation space where kids can leverage their physical environment to share their learning with others from various backgrounds, whether it be their peers or community members. We also know that likely over the next decades, the CTE programs that we actually offer to our students are going to change over time, depending on our economy and what the Department of Education does in terms of designing career tech education pathways. So we want to make sure as we're planning these spaces that ultimately, while we don't want them to be blank spaces, we definitely want to ensure that these spaces have the infrastructure and the ability to support the various power and space needs of many of our career technical education pathways, some of which haven't even likely been designed yet. Again, we also want to ensure that this is a school that is, while it's safe and secure, we also want to make sure that it is a school where community members, general community members, and representatives from business and industry feel welcome, and they are regulars on the campus in terms of interacting with our kids and our staff and having a sustained dialogue about how our educational programs align directly to the world of the real world, if you will, of career and work and business and industry. And then again, ultimately, we have this enduring focus on not just attending to where we need to be with CTE this year, but really in the decades to come. And with that, to give you another idea, now that we've shared this information with you all, we're looking to take the next steps of reaching out to some pretty strategic community partners to gather continuous feedback on how we can design these facilities now that we're getting deeper in the weeds and make sure that they are aligning with the world of work and career as it's currently structured and also what it could look like in the future. This is not an all-inclusive list, and I know that I'm likely missing some key community partners that we'll be working with in the immediate future, but this also just serves to give you an idea of who we're looking to reach out to, and more importantly, who we're looking to listen to, so that we make sure that we're gathering a fair amount of community feedback and leveraging their expertise as well. So with that, that's what we have. And I'm pleased to hear that many of you are excited. We're definitely excited. It's been a pretty involved process up to this point. And now that we've reached some key decision points, we're definitely excited about getting deeper into this process and seeing where it's going to lead us and ultimately serve our kids in the years to come.
Well, great work. Very exciting again. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. It's really exciting to see this school in such a centralized location. I believe that we'll have students from all over the area utilizing it. My questions are around the facility. So are you all looking to create like individual spaces for each academy in the separate buildings of HUG? Or are you looking to have it be more collaborative across the entire campus? What are the initial thoughts right now on the setup?
So initial thoughts are to make it more collaborative across the campus, but we're also balancing that with cost and creating a new vision at the CTE Academy. So we're kind of going to end up balancing that, and you'll probably be hearing more as we get through the conceptual design process, because we've done an intensive study into the existing facilities to see what those bones are like and what the HVAC is like and mechanical and electrical, so that we can make the best decision for our facilities for thinking for that 100-year school.
Perfect. What is your target enrollment for the school when you have it done?
Great question. So we're looking at a general enrollment of 950 students. So currently AACT supports an enrollment of about 600. So we're looking to upscale our capacity for career technical academies by double plus 33% on top of it, or rather 1.5 doing math.
Well, that's great. That's 950 kids that come out of other places that relieve overcrowding, and that's great. Thank you.
One last thing before, if anyone has another question, I think it just bears noting that when we look at community feedback for future visioning for the school, one thing I do want to mention is that this school obviously is going to is going to bring a new change to this neighborhood, and HUG High School is such an important part of that community there. So we would absolutely be remiss if we're not reaching out to members of the local community, especially in close proximity to the school, and gathering their feedback about it as well. So we want to make sure that they are at the table as important community stakeholders.
That's wonderful, I think, and very smart. Well, again, just really nice to have this presentation and get to highlight the exciting future that the Debbie Smith CT, are we calling it CTA? Did I?
Yes.
Okay, CTA holds. So
thank you, everyone.
Superintendent McNeil.
Well, this is just like such an amazing presentation, and it just makes you, I have goosebumps, because this is just so exciting. I mean, so much work has gone into it, and I got to tell you, Mr. Hartzog, I am so proud of you. I mean, you are known throughout the state. You are known on a national level. You are a rock star. And Tammy, all of Capital Projects and the collaboration that Capital Projects has been able to add to the academic side. It's so exciting to listen to the meetings and the, you're asking questions and how does this look? And so I want to compliment the entire team and all the work that went into this. And this is just really, really exciting as far as what workforce development is going to be in the future of the Washoe County School District. Awesome job.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. I don't see any of their hands up, so I think we're good. Great job, and excited to hear more in the future as things evolve and grow. All right. Next is 6.6, presentation, discussion, and possible action to provide direction on updates to Washoe County School District School Police Department policies and practices in regards to the use of force, training surrounding the use of force, and equity and diversity. This is for possible action. I know we have our Chief of School Police, Jason Trevino, joining us, but we'll actually be starting with our Chief General Counsel, Neil Rombardo, who's just going to go over one item before we get into the agenda item.
Hi, everyone. You probably thought you got rid of me by now, but I'm still here. So, all right, President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, trustees. So tonight we're talking about the policies for the school police department. And what I want to be clear is these policies are actually standard operating procedures that are adopted by the chief of police, and they're not policies voted on by the board. These are done in order to, they're basically orders by the chief of police to his deputies. And so I just want to make sure that's clear so there's no confusion. So that being said, I don't want to delay this any longer. Here's Chief Trevino.
Thank you, Neil. President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, board members, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you this evening about the school police department. For the record, I'm Jason Trevino, Chief of Police for the Washoe County School District Police Department. I'm going to share my screen with you guys here so that you can see the presentation. Hopefully this works. All right, perfect. So we're going to go through this. I'm sure that you guys have probably looked at this already, so I'm not going to read every word that's on the screen for you. I am going to hit some highlights on several of the slides. And of course, you guys know me, I'm always open for any questions. I probably won't be able to see hands go up or whatever, but obviously, you know, interrupt me as you need to. All right, so the first slide we have is just our mission statement. I would just draw attention to the very first sentence, which is the mission of the Washoe County School District Police Department is to provide a safe and secure learning environment which promotes an atmosphere of trust between the multi-ethnic, multicultural school community and the police department. So this has been our mission statement for quite some time. We've looked at it several times over the last few years, and we've always thought that that was the perfect way to start off our procedure manual and for our mission statement. Specialized policing. If you've spent any time around me, you've probably heard this term, and I will spend a little bit of time here because I think it's important to understand what specialized policing is. And our school police department is a specialized police department. And you can think of it this way. All doctors that go to medical school and graduate have a general knowledge of medicine, what you would call a general practitioner. And then some doctors go on to specialize in a specific area of medicine and say, become a heart surgeon. They're specialized in the medical field. Similarly, all officers that graduate the police academy have a basic knowledge to be a law enforcement officer. Some of those police officers then go on to work for specialized police departments. For example, a school police department or the university police department or the airport police department. That being said, one of the common statements that myself and every other school police officer that I know, and I've talked to many here, obviously within our district and across the country, but one statement I've heard over and over and over again since I left traditional policing 15 years ago from standard law enforcement or traditional law enforcement officers is a quote. And that quote is, "I don't know how you deal with those kids every day." I heard that before I left the sheriff's department, and I've heard it plenty of times since. And I always make it a point to ask other school police officers in other departments if they hear that same thing. And the answer is always yes. I've analyzed that statement for a long time. And what I can honestly tell you is the difference is, and what that reality is truly we don't deal with kids at all. We choose to work with kids. And that is what specialized policing is all about. We work with these kids, we work with the families, we work with the school community. We don't deal with them at all. We take pride in working with them to come to a resolution that's best for them. So that being said, one of the things I've really tried to instill upon my department is the why. Our officers take the time to figure out the why. Why is this student exhibiting this behavior? Why is this student angry? Why is this student sad? This is true community-based policing, and it's what we call specialized policing. Moving forward with our training and professional development, all of our officers are Nevada Category 1 certified and trained and have been for many years, even before we were recognized as Category 1 by the legislature. Our in-service training exceeds the yearly state training requirements that the state of Nevada Peace Officer Standards and Training requires. Every year that I've worked here for 15 years, we've exceeded those requirements. Some of the specialty areas that we have done training in are equity and diversity, special education training, implicit bias, and racial profiling. We have had equity and diversity training going back to 2005. And in 2016, we were one of the first, if not the first, I'd have to confirm with Tiffany, but one of the first departments in the district to receive training from Tiffany's office in the equity and diversity department. We have that training is ongoing, and we have 2 blocks of training scheduled for this summer for our officers with Tiffany and her staff. In addition, we will also have another block of de-escalation training this summer. We have also videotaped the trainings with Tiffany's staff so that our newly hired officers can watch that training as well and benefit from it. Okay, 05.00.01 unbiased policing. So this is actually the first standard operating procedure that you will come to in our manual. It's after all the rank and structure and the layout of the department. And I think this is really important because this being first, this is the first thing they see before they ever see anything about use of force or compliance techniques or anything like that. And this very clearly states that we will be an unbiased policing department. And it goes on to say that, as we click through the slides here, I'll get to it here, that the only time that you can even consider race or ethnicity is if it's a specific tip to a specific case. You can, otherwise, it cannot be used as any sort of standalone reason to get reasonable suspicion or probable cause. So they can never be the sole basis for probable cause or reasonable suspicion. So again, this is the first thing that they see. And the idea here is that this reverberates throughout every other standard operating procedure that they read, that this is the very first thing that they read and the first thing that they should remember. So I have the mouse issue. There we go. Okay, so that brings us to why we're here tonight, to get to the meat of the matter. It's the 8 can't wait, and I didn't misspell that. There's no apostrophe in it on their website. But 8 areas of concern regarding police use of force have come to the forefront recently in light of the death of George Floyd by a Minneapolis police officer. And these 8 areas are in regards to chokeholds, de-escalation, using of warnings prior to using firearms, using alternatives prior to using firearms, the officer's duty to intervene, shooting at moving vehicles, use of force options, and use of force reporting. So when this kind of hit the national spotlight, we immediately, of course, took a look at this and looked at our own procedures to see kind of where we landed amongst these 8 things. So we come up with this quick little chart here. If it's green, that was something we had already addressed in a policy, which we will be calling standard operating procedures moving forward prior to June of 2020. If it was blue, it was something that we had in practice prior to June 2020, but we didn't have specific language in a procedure regarding it. And then the kind of orangish color there was one that we had in there, but after a discussion, it was very clear that it needed to be clarified. So we felt pretty good about the majority of them, that we'd at least addressed all 8 of those areas, but we did have some cleaning up to do in our policy, in our procedures. So moving forward, Procedure 22.04.1 under our authorized weapons and techniques is what covers chokeholds. And I'm just going to go down to these highlighted yellow sections are kind of the new things or the things that were added or emphasized within the procedure. And I'm actually going to add one sentence up above where it's highlighted there. But basically it says, if those weapons and or techniques are not sufficient and the threat of death or serious bodily injury still exists, officers may use whatever means are available, which is what is considered an exceptional use of force in the law, for the protection of themselves and others. The use of a chokehold or lateral vascular neck restraint, the carotid, is not authorized except when all other means have failed or as a last resort. This next line is really important because we added this, and I would just like to add, I can't thank General Counsel Rombardo enough for helping us reevaluate these procedures and come up with the proper language for them. But this last line that was added says, the use of a chokehold will be considered an application of deadly force per 22.05.1. And so what that means is we've outlined that an exceptional use of force could be anything that the officer has to do that they are not trained on. So the example that was always given when I was in the academy and when I was teaching the academy was, if you're in a fight for your life, for example, and all the gear is kind of fallen off of your belt during this fight, you don't have anything that you can get to, any of your tools that you're trained on, and you're facing imminent death or serious physical injury at that point, and there happens to be a rock laying next to you, if you picked up that rock and used that rock to defend yourself, that would be considered an exceptional use of force. So basically anything that we're not trained on falls under that category. So what we've done is we've taken that a step farther and said that the use of a chokehold in and of itself will be considered by this agency as an application of deadly force. When what that means is if an officer is going to utilize a chokehold or a neck restraint of any sort, they would have to be able to articulate that they could have used their firearm had it been available in that situation. So we're equating it as the same as a firearm on the deadly force issue. The next one is de-escalation. We added a lot of language here because this was, again, one that was in practice but not in any kind of procedure. But we added that officers shall attempt to de-escalate the situation without using force if feasible. Examples of de-escalation techniques may include, but are not limited to, creating distance, using verbal commands, and using available cover or concealment. And then if you skip down to D, it says, in no case may any compliance technique be used which exceeds the amount of force reasonably necessary, which would then amount to excessive force, to compel an individual to follow an officer's legal directives. So basically what that says is they have to utilize the lowest level of force necessary to handle the situation, and that they can't use excessive force. Continuing on with de-escalation, we added that it will always be the sole responsibility of the involved officer to explain in specific detail what de-escalation techniques were used prior to the use of compliance techniques, why the officer believes those techniques failed, and why a particular action or set of actions was utilized by the officer, and how that action or actions are related to their training. So this new language makes it clear that the officer has to articulate their actions and that the officer is responsible for the actions they take, and that those actions must be in accordance with de-escalation and their training. Next one is officer's duty to intervene, and this is under 22.04.1, authorized weapons and techniques. If an officer observes another officer using excessive force or an exceptional use of force, that officer has the duty to intervene. So this outlines that if they witness any excessive force or use of exceptional force, that they have to intervene and report it to a supervisor. Again, that was one that we did not have specifically outlined, and we clearly do now. Moving forward, warning prior to using firearms and alternatives to using firearms. We reworded this one quite a bit and added, an officer is authorized to use deadly force only after providing a verbal warning, if possible, and only if there is no other reasonable alternative, and then it reasonably appears necessary to, 1, protect others and him or herself from an immediate threat of death or serious physical harm, or 2, prevent a crime where the suspect's actions place persons in jeopardy of death or serious physical harm. And then below that, you will see an officer shall not fire at a fleeing person, including a, quote, fleeing felony, end quote, suspect, unless the officer has probable cause to believe the suspect poses a threat of serious physical harm to the officer or others. So again, this is something that we have trained on for years in our training scenarios, and we added language for clarity. Shooting at moving vehicles, 22.05.1, says an officer shall not shoot from or at a moving vehicle, except under those very limited circumstances. This is, again, has been covered in training for several years and has been in our procedures as well. Okay, use of force options. This falls under 22.03.1 compliance techniques. So as we go through these, a couple things I'd like to kind of lay out is use of force options aren't always linear, meaning they don't always progress from one step to the next to the next. Use of force options should be viewed more as a wheel, and that wheel can be turned quickly to the appropriate force option without stopping at each piece of the wheel. The subject's actions are going to dictate the contact. For example, the subject could go from being completely cooperative to presenting a deadly threat without any warning or without any other levels of resistance. It would not be reasonable to expect an officer to go through each force option leading up to deadly force in that type of scenario. So a great example of that is officer does a traffic stop for speeding in the school zone. As they're walking up to the car, the person immediately exits the vehicle with a firearm pointed at the officer. It's not reasonable to expect that officer to go through all of the use of force options prior to utilizing deadly force when their life is in imminent danger. So that's what I mean by that. It's not always a linear progression. Again, however, the officer always has to articulate the actions they took and that they must be reasonable for the situation. So we'll just quickly go through them with officer presence, verbal commands, and light touch, progressing through to chemical agents and physical controls. This one I just want to touch on that sometimes a control hold will be used rather than a chemical agent. Chemical agents meaning like pepper spray, that's what oleoresin capsicum is, due to the nature of the contact. For example, if the officer is arresting the subject and he is already hands-on when the person starts to resist arrest, the officer would generally not let the subject go in order to then try to pepper spray them. If they already have their hands on them, they're going to try and maintain control of the subject rather than break contact with them and then go to a chemical agent and then have to still try and physically control them. So that's an example of where, you know, things can flow pretty quickly between that contact as to where a physical control would be utilized over a chemical agent. Personal weapons are basically personal physical skills available to individual officers. Again, personal weapons are not something we utilize regularly. That is after we've already tried to utilize compliance techniques such as physical controls on the previous page. Other weapons would be other weapons designated and trained in by the department to establish physical control of an individual who has not responded to other techniques. We actually do not have any canine bite dogs within our department. Our dogs are used solely for sniff purposes only. So we don't have any bite canine dogs. And we also do not have currently any of the 37 millimeter or 12 gauge less lethal ammunition. Okay, 8, drawing or exhibiting firearms and warning shots, and then number 9, deadly force. So real quick on the warning shots, the reason warning shots are not allowed, because I get this question a lot, you know, why wouldn't you fire a warning shot? Well, you don't fire a warning shot because you have no control over where that bullet goes, right? So once the trigger's pulled and that bullet exits the firearm, it has to go somewhere. If it hits the street, it can ricochet, it can go through a building. If it goes up in the air, what goes up must come down from physics, right? So warning shots are not viable. And then when we move on to deadly force, obviously it's our highest level of force, as it is reasonable that when applied, it is likely to cause death. And again, remember, we have moved the use of any sort of neck restraint, chokehold, carotid, lateral vascular restraint into the deadly force category. So an officer would have to meet these criteria listed here in order to utilize that chokehold. And it's important to note down at the bottom where it says flight itself does not constitute justification for the use of deadly force, absent one or more of the previously cited considerations. Again, that goes back to the old fleeing felon rule. If you're familiar with that at all, it was an old case ruling that kind of led law enforcement in the wrong direction with fleeing felons. So we've reiterated that many times throughout our procedures, that is not acceptable. And then this here is a completely brand new section that we added. That's why I put it in italics, and we think this, you know, kind of summed up a lot of it. Officers shall utilize the lowest level of force, compliance technique, in order to effect an arrest or achieve a lawful objective. Officers shall attempt to use compliance techniques that progress from the lowest level for a given situation to the highest necessary when it is reasonably safe to do so. So again, this is directing them that they'll start at the lowest when it's reasonable and progress to the highest. Obviously, the subject's actions are going to dictate where the officer has to go on any sort of a use of force wheel. But under any given circumstance, this is how we want them to progress when it's reasonable and safe to do so. Jumping over to use of force reporting, all use of force reports are investigated by a supervisor, regardless of if there is a complaint made, and witnesses are interviewed and their statements are taken as part of that interview. So anytime there's a use of force form that's filled out, the supervisor actually responds out to that scene. We'll conduct interviews with any witnesses, adults, students, whoever might be there, gather all those witness statements, compare those to the officer statements and the subject statements, and then that ultimately comes to the chief of police or the deputy chief of police for review. Continuing with use of force reporting, this says here that the officers have to report when they have a use of force and complete the use of force report, which then again triggers that supervisor's investigation. The supervisor's report goes to the chief or deputy chief for review once all the interviews are done, and then they make a recommendation to the chief or deputy chief as to whether or not they believe the use of force was justified under the circumstances. Okay, I know that was kind of quick. It's a lot of information there, but I know you guys had all read it, and I didn't want to waste your time rereading it all to you. So obviously I will take questions and happy to answer anything you may have.
All right, Melina has gone to the restroom, so I will call on Trustee Simon Holly.
Thank you so much, Vice President Taylor, and thank you, Chief Trevino. Excellent presentation and really excellent standard operating procedures. You may know that my brother was a police commander and I worked in a police department. When I was in college, I was a I was an unarmed patrol officer, which was really a great experience for me. So I really appreciate what you've done. I also appreciate Chief General Counsel's comments about these not being board policies. I do think these are great practices, and it would only give them added strength to have the elected governing board adopt some guardrails as policies. I think given the national attention, I think it's important to be sensitive to the public desire for elected independent support, and so that these are not just perceived as the police policing themselves. So I wanted to throw it out there because I think there's a lot to be gained by having the board validate these very excellent guardrails that you have put in place for your department. So just wanted to thank you. Excellent work. And then when you have a moment, we've also previously had the question about why tasers aren't used by our police department. And I know you've answered it before, but it might be a good time to answer it tonight. So thank you, Chief, and thank you to your whole department. I've enjoyed my ride-alongs with your department and really appreciate the great work they do.
Thank you very much, Trustee Simon Holland. Absolutely. And the taser question, yeah, it's been around for a long time, and we have looked at them multiple times. So a couple of things around the tasers is, one, we currently carry 2 forms of less lethal force options on our officers, which is a baton and the pepper spray, the oleoresin capsicum spray. And one of the biggest concerns we have around the taser is not saying they're good or bad, but there's a lot of unqualified data around the use on juveniles. And a lot of traditional police departments that carry tasers actually have policy against utilizing them with a juvenile. Obviously, the majority of our contacts are with juveniles at school police. We do, of course, contact adults on a regular basis, but by and large, our contacts are with juveniles. So it's one of those issues where I'm not adamantly opposed to them, but I also have not been presented with overwhelming justification as to why we would need them in addition to what we have with the unknown data around the juvenile use. That's our biggest concern with them. And then, of course, there's a cost as well.
Thanks for that. And I think it's always good for the public to hear that and understand that tasers as applied to kids are not the same thing as a full-grown adult. And if you have any comments on the first part of my comments, I'd appreciate those as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm of course always open to suggestion, and that was something I've been thinking on as well. And I would probably, need to consult with our general counsel as to what that looked like and kind of what his legal opinion on it was based on traditional practices. I fully understand where you're coming from, and I'm not opposed to anything like that. I just obviously want to make sure that we stay in a good space with the direction of being able to easily adapt our procedures to best practices. We review these on a constant basis. We've recently made changes to several of them based on newer equipment that's out and things like that in various areas. So absolutely open to the idea, and of course I would defer to our legal counsel.
Yeah, I think that would be the issue, is we have to make sure that we stay in line with best practices. I do think one of the points of tonight's action is the affirmation of these ideas by the board and saying, hey, we've seen this, and our chief of police has taken the correct step to address the issues. I did have a feeling this might pop up, and I was thinking that there could be a policy and that says something along the lines of, the board supports the decisions of standard operating procedures and gives that authority to the chief of police so that we have best practices. This way it's an affirmation, something like that. But that's very just kind of off the top of the head, so.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Vice President Taylor, for taking over for me. And I apologize, Chief Trevino, for having to miss the end of the presentation. Couldn't wait any longer. I think I saw Trustee Cottle's hand and then Trustee Kelly.
Thank you, Madam President. Chief, I just wanted to say thank you for the presentation. thank you for what you do and what your officers do. In my short time on the board, I've gained tremendous admiration and respect for your department. Just seeing the officers interact with students is awesome. We received a couple of emails from students that talked about their individual experiences with their officer at their high school. And it's just so encouraging to see your officers when they come to work every day. They come with the intention of building relationships that are long lasting with their students and staff, while also being prepared and to take action necessary to protect those students and staff. And I know that our students, our staff, the school district, our board of trustees, we all appreciate the officers and for what they do in our community. And I commend you for these actions that you've taken to be responsive to the community and also be responsible. And so I tremendously appreciate that. Appreciate your presentation. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Trustee Kelly.
Thank you, Madam President. And yeah, Chief Trevino, I want to echo what my fellow trustee just said. You know, our police department, we ask so much of you guys and gals and what you do, protecting our students, our staff, our buildings. So I appreciate that. And of course, I appreciate you kind of updating the board about use of force. I mean, I know there's it's definitely in the spotlight right now, but regardless of what's happening nationally, I think it's just good for us to hear this. I guess the question that I have would be, if one of our officers had to, you know, use some level of force on a student or maybe someone, you know, staff member or somebody like that, after that situation is done, if there was a complaint that was generated from that incident, you know, could be a complaint from the student themselves or maybe a witness or the student's parents, what's the process that they would have to go through to have the incident investigated? Are there ever instances where another law enforcement department like Reno PD or Washoe County Sheriff's Department would be involved to maybe moderate or be a neutral observer of that process? Just kind of walk me through like how that would go. And is that something that you guys also continuously look at to ensure that a complaint process, it's good for the community and people understand how it works in order to resolve any issues if there was an issue?
Yes, great question. And thank you for your support. So the process is, it's actually pretty clearly laid out in NRS 289, the Peace Officers Bill of Rights. It outlines pretty clearly the steps that have to be taken in order to investigate a police officer. So that's kind of our guiding principles is NRS 289. We have to make sure that we meet all of those requirements. With that being said, there have been occasions where we have reached out to other agencies for guidance on specific cases, you know, just due to the nature of them or what may have transpired. Generally speaking, other agencies don't do investigations for other agencies unless there is a huge conflict of interest. You know, like for instance, if it was, you know, myself or the deputy chief that was under investigation, then most likely that would go to some sort of an outside agency. But for general officer level complaints that we get, those are investigated by our detective sergeant most of the time. Sometimes it will be relegated to another sergeant if there's a conflict with the detective sergeant investigating it. And then regionally, we are a signing partner with the active, we are a signing partner with the active assailant response, but also with the officer involved shooting protocol. So we were involved in that and with the updates on that. And that protocol is laid out for all the agencies in the valleys that are partners and clearly lays out that no agency that's involved in an officer involved shooting will investigate that shooting. It will always be referred to either Reno, Sparks, or Washoe County. Unless, of course, all of those agencies are involved, then it would be given out to an outside agency outside of them. So it's very clearly laid out as to what those procedures are. NRS 289 does have some parameters around what information can be given to a complainant in an officer complaint. Goes along a lot with regular employee complaints, like you can't give details as to what, for example, what discipline was given out, but you can, you know, there's categories that we have to stay within: sustained, not sustained, unfounded, those types of things. And we can give that information to the person, but we can't give out personal HR information as far as the outcome of that complaint.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President and Chief. First of all, thank you. This is a great report. And honestly, obviously this isn't the first time I've seen it, but it actually really included a whole lot more than I thought it was going to. And I don't mean that in a bad way, but this is really detailed and really answers a lot of questions. As Trustee Kelly said, this is, this is a time in the community and in the nation and so on when a lot of these questions are being asked. And I really appreciate that you put out front, without question, those types of questions even being asked. Specialized policing is a phrase I'm going to start using because I've been having conversations, about what's the difference between our police department, for the district versus the men and women and out in the community and that wear the badge, right? In terms of, all are important and so on, but I just mean in terms of the policing that's involved, and specialized is absolutely the way to describe it. So thank you, I'll be using that. But what else? I have three things I just want you to kind of take a look at. One, this is on the 8 can't wait. One thing would be this on the chokeholds. Can you help me understand the difference between it's something called, it's a neck restraint, but it's not a chokehold. Let me put it in layman's terms the way I was trying to be all formal about it and so on. The sleeper hold versus the chokehold. My understanding is on the sleeper hold, you have less of an opportunity of causing some damage to the suspect, if you will, because you're cutting off their blood, which puts them to sleep, versus a chokehold, which cuts off their air, and we know that can lead to some bad things. So can you talk me through that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. And your analogy is pretty much spot on. So if you think of, if you've ever watched any sort of UFC or MMA fighting, those types of things,
old school wrestling.
Okay.
Andre the Giant and them, yeah, but I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So those types of control holds would be what we consider a blood choke. They are cutting off the blood supply to, quote, like you said, go to sleep. It puts them out. Versus an actual choke where you're cutting off the air supply. And under Nevada revised statute, Nevada revised statute does allow for police officers in the state of Nevada to utilize the lateral vascular neck restraint, which is not a chokehold. Right. However, it's a very specialized class that you have to take to be trained in it, and then to be certified in utilizing that control hold. We have chosen as a police department to not authorize that particular training. It's never been authorized since I've been here for 15 years. And there's a multitude of reasons why. And this has actually come up in our department over the years where people, are different, weaponless defense instructors in the department, different officers have asked, well, why can't we do this? And quite honestly, it's one of those things that when it's applied properly, you said it exactly correctly. It's not likely to cause death when applied properly. When applied improperly, that's when you see the things on the news that we see and all this horrible things that have happened out there. And unfortunately, under stress, under, all of the horrible elements that we're under, there is a tendency for things to go wrong. And so by putting these types of neck restraints in general over into the deadly force category, we just feel more confident that it really shows the intent behind our procedure is we don't want you to do this unless it's an absolute last resort, because we are going to classify it as a deadly force application. Although under Nevada revised statute, if they're applying that lateral vascular neck restraint, it's not considered deadly force under Nevada law. But in a fight situation when things are completely out of control and you're literally fighting for your life, it's hard to get a technique perfect. And that's kind of where our concern came in here was, if somebody's, fighting you that hard and you're down to your last resort, then we're going to consider it the last resort in our application.
Well, thank you, Chief. That really helps me understand, and it makes me feel kind of good in what I kind of figured out. So I had it right. So that's good. So what I will say though is ask, under the circumstances that we're in, not just today, but we've seen over time how things also go wrong with the chokehold, right? Because as you said, you're in those. We can't simulate emotion and adrenaline, and because cops are human too, right? It's easy to say you should have shot him in the leg, but let's be honest. that's come up, right? So in the situation and in considering that, would it not be worthwhile to have the training because I'm with you, you got to know what you're doing on this thing, to have the training in something that that decreases the chances of something crazy happen, or something life-threatening happening. Because as you said, the emotion is there, the adrenaline is there, and police officers need to be able to do something. So this isn't a, you need to be able to do something, because it's life or death out there. But because of the things that you described, would you be supportive of, like, hey, you know what, we need to get some training, we need to send our officers to, or whatever, have them come in, whatever, that's getting too much detail for me, I don't know, but you know what I mean, because then it does decrease our chances in the rare event that something happens, of protecting the suspect and protecting the officer from going through some of these things that officers are going through now.
Absolutely, you're reading my mind. So we've actually been having that conversation around exactly what you're saying, but still keeping it within our realm of, this is still a last resort and still going to be utilized or looked at upon as deadly force, but at least give the training so that they're familiar with the proper application of it if they were to find themselves in that last resort, to hopefully not get to actual deadly force if it were applied. So we are absolutely looking at doing that. One of the things that we're a little cautious about right now is we've kind of been hearing around the way that this is going to be addressed in the special session. So it's potentially the law that allows it may be changed or updated. So we're kind of waiting to see what comes out of that, if anything, from the special session before we move forward with any training on it, because there could be new requirements that come out of that requirement or out of the.
I appreciate that, Chief, and I appreciate your commitment to, regardless, still keeping it in the lethal category, because state law doesn't require that you do that. And I know that's one of the recommendations that comes out of PERF. I've done a little work with police departments. So PERF is a police executive research forum. They do a lot of research on stuff, and PERF recommends that it be considered lethal, when they go out and do evaluations and audits and such. And you're already there. I mean, you're ahead of the game on a lot of these things, Chief, and I appreciate that. So we'll just both be watching to see, because I'd like to see us move there, because that can be a protection for the officer, right? Because I can't imagine what it's like to be on the other end of that, right? As well as for suspects in the event that you have to use it on a young person, right? Because as you said, there's research also that doesn't think chokeholds are that great for their brains either. So, so we're on the same page. Okay, except I know it's late, so let me hurry. When you're talking about shooting into a moving vehicle, that's one of the 8 can't wait. And of course, they recommend banning that. And then looking at what your recommendation is it should only be done if the police officer feels like their life is in jeopardy or the life of those that they protect. And let's just be honest. Sometimes people say my life is in jeopardy, and then somebody gets shot in the back. And I'm not talking about the situation that just happened at Wendy's. That's just because we're all human, right? We are human, again, back to emotion and so on. So in the event of that, would you consider putting the same reporting mechanisms in place that officers have to have if they get to a situation where they use lethal force? They have to do a report. It goes up the line. It has to be reviewed, because you just can't take the human emotion out of situations like that. And we know that's been tried in court, one way or the other. And I thought my life was in jeopardy, and this person, no way, they were, and then we're arguing over that. And we need to have, I would feel more comfortable if there was some kind of checks and balances, so that it really is the absolute last opportunity. As we look at some reforms. I mean, it's not a whole lot of reforming that's necessary here, and I'm really, really proud to say that. But I think that's something we got to get a little closer to. I would feel more comfortable with that, because at least there's a guardrail, right? At least there's a guardrail. Share your thoughts, Chief.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's actually not in this portion, but in the discharge of firearms portion of the procedures, anytime an officer discharges a firearm under any circumstances, it is investigated. So even if they were to fire their firearm and didn't hit anything, that is fully investigated to find out why was their firearm out of their holster. And it's actually detailed in the drawing of a weapon as well, that anytime their weapon leaves their holster, they have to notify dispatch when it's reasonably safe to do so. So what that would sound like on the radio is they're on a traffic stop, and then all of a sudden the person jumps out and they have a knife in their hand or something like that, but their officer has distance. They would put them at gunpoint, and they would call that out over the air. Washoe, 1 Charles 10, I have 1 at gunpoint. That way it alerts the supervisors and everybody else. They close the channel down so that people can respond to that area. So even the mere taking of the firearm out of the holster has to be reported. And then any sort of firearm discharge is reviewed.
Okay, it's reviewed in that same kind of way as lethal forces on that. That's
Absolutely.
great.
It's fully
Yeah, that's
reviewed to
great.
make sure that it was justified, that the firearm was, first of all, that it was even out of the holster, and second of all, that the shot was fired.
Okay, so that would cover then if it's fired into, to speak specifically to the 8 can't wait, it would cover if it's fired into a moving vehicle.
Absolutely. Right? And the example that we give on the moving vehicle, because that, quite honestly, that was an issue for several years there. There was a huge spike in shooting at moving vehicles across the country. And ultimately what it came down to was the higher courts were saying, just because you're standing in front of the car and the guy revs up the engine, or the subject revs up the engine and starts to move the car forward, doesn't mean that you have the ability at that point, the justification at that point, to fire into that vehicle. If you could have stepped out of the way, for instance, then why did you fire into the vehicle? It wouldn't be a justified shooting at that point. However, if you take that same set of circumstances and the officer's standing at the end of an alleyway and they're pinned in and there's nowhere for them to go and the car's speeding towards them, then it would be reasonable for them to fire their firearm at the driver of that vehicle, because there's nowhere for them to escape to. So just kind of 2 examples of when it would be reasonable and when it wouldn't be to fire at a moving vehicle.
And that's why that review is fantastic that you already have in place. But really cool, Chief. The only last thing I have is something to consider, is because I mean, Chief, I actually feel really good about where you are, where you have led our department to be, and just not just the 8 can't wait, but as Trustee Cotto said, we've gotten so many emails. I mean, we have the general emails, but I mean, the emails that really impact me are the ones from students that talk about the relationship that they've had with the police officer on their campus. That's the specialized policing that you're talking about, right? So I feel really proud about that. The only other thing I would ask you to consider is some type of data, just some data on, like, for an example, if this were, let me make this up because it's the only way I can really get there, and I probably need to think through this because it really kind of just hit me, is if this were a city law enforcement thing, as city police department or something, they produce data on, who they stop, yada, yada, yada. So we can look at proportionality, right? Because we're doing that a lot in terms of looking at equity in our district. And so it will be great to look at that same type of data inside our school district, like who you stop or who you arrest or whatever the case may be, right? And I don't feel the need to say you have to send out an annual report to the whatever, but maybe there's a place on your website just so the school community can know, on an annual basis or something like that. Because part of it is it just shows here's the work that's being done. I know you don't allow racial profiling. You made that very, very clear when I applaud that. It's the very first thing they see when they look at your policies and so on. So I'm with you. Hopefully that resonates through. And then having to report that, I just think is again another guardrail, and it just shows what's already there, right? It shows what's already there, and it just reinforces that you're doing the right thing. And I really believe you are.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And I just want to touch really quick. I know it's really late, but what you said about the officers and the relationships they build with students, I'm not sure if you guys know exactly how it works, but our officers are allowed to bid for their work area based on seniority. So when you take an Officer Webb at Reno High, an Officer Davis at Reed High School, they've been there for years and years, and that's 100% by choice. They do not want to leave those campuses because they love those communities that they're a part of, and they are fully embedded in there. And I get emails from the principals and from parents every year, like, oh, we sure want Officer Webb back next year. Oh, we're going to get Officer Davis back next year, right? So I just want to kind of throw that out there, that those officers are not put there by me. They're choosing to be in those areas that they work at. So that's really important. Absolutely. Cool. On the data, real quick, we do have ability to pull some data, and I just wanted to throw it out real quick. I did some real quick data for you because I thought this might come up, not under the proportionality portion, but just as far as use of force as a whole goes. So going back for the last 11 years, we have had a total of 49 use of force reports that were filed. That, and then on average for the last 27 months, because we switched CAD systems 27 months ago, we're averaging 355 calls for service each month, with another 1,283 events per month for a total of total of 9,586 calls for service over those 27 months. So when you break that down, it roughly equates to an average of 4.5 uses of force per year. And then when you put that in proportion to the average amount of calls that we get per year would be 4,260, it equates to about 0.1% of our calls for service involve a use of force. So, you know, I was out, you know, I wasn't surprised at all when I did the math on it, because we just, our officers aren't out there using force a lot, you know, and I think a lot of that comes from the relationships that they build that you guys have touched upon, which is a lot of these times when it's time to arrest a student for something, they're compliant and they'll apologize to the officer and be like, man, I'm so sorry, Officer Trevino, you know, you have to do this. I know you got better things to do, man. It's cool. And, you know, they'll become 100% compliant. So I think just a lot of it goes back to the specialized policing. And I think that speaks to our low level of use of force.
No, I would agree. And I think it also goes back to your officer's ability to de-escalate when something, because there's always an opportunity for something to go left or go right. Right. And so I think it also speaks to their ability, you know, to make sure it doesn't go left. Right. I think that's a part of it as well. And just the final accolade I'd like to give to you is, I agree with you. I don't know if you were the first, but you had to be in the top 3 of departments that got the equity and diversity training before it was something that the board said we want everyone to get. You're just out there, and it could have been 10 minutes after you accepted the job as interim chief. I mean, it was just that soon. So I'm really impressed with that, and just really just want to support you and what you're doing. I'm proud of that. I'm proud of your team. They do a really great job. So thank you for that. Thank you for coming and share this. Thank you for being open to suggestions. And I'm just proud. I'm really proud to have you and your team on our side.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. The department appreciates it.
All right. Do any other trustees have comments or questions at this time?
Yeah, Melina, I wanted to ask a question, please.
Sure. Go ahead, Trustee Calvert.
Hi, and thank you. I really liked your presentation. I like how you the little kids, and I mean, very awesome. But what is your ratio of men to women in your department?
Great question. So the national average is roughly 11.9% for female officers across law enforcement as a whole. We are currently at 22%.
Okay. Is there a reason why you do not have Afro-American or Hispanic women on the force?
We do. We have.
You do?
Yes, absolutely. We have Hispanic female officers currently.
Okay, so you have no plans of hiring like an Afro-American female, or that's just something that you feel is not needed at this point in time, or?
It really comes down to the applicant pool. We're always going to hire the best qualified applicant.
Okay.
And it really comes down to the pool of applicants to choose from. And that's a great question, Trustee Calvert. And one of the things that does limit the pool a little bit is we only hire officers that are already Category 1 certified. So we are not hiring people and putting them through the academy, which obviously could change the dynamics a little bit. But because of the amount of time it takes to get someone hired and put through an academy, because we don't have any ability to backfill positions, we're down that position the entire time that person's in training. So that's been the biggest reason we've never put people through the academy. So, you know, if we're down a position, we're just down that spot. We have no way to backfill it. We don't have officers.
Could you explain a little bit more about the Category 1? I don't really understand that aspect of it, please.
Absolutely. So the state of Nevada Post Peace Officer Standards and Training has 3 categories of officers. Category 3 is basically your correctional officers. Category 2 is in the middle, which is like a probation officer. And then Category 1 is what you would call traditional police officers, you know, people that are out in police cars, you know, making traffic stops, doing subject stops, going to homes, all that type of stuff. All the stuff that we do within our job duties falls under Category 1.
Okay. And you still have Megan as your advocate?
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Calvert. I think we've gotten everybody, and I will just, before I turn it over to Superintendent McNeil, briefly just thank you. I know when Superintendent McNeil and the Chief General Counsel and I sat and worked with you on this presentation and what it might look like, you know, we I just was blown away with how quickly you had responded and acted upon the movement, brought about due to the murder of George Floyd, that, you were already responding to it before we even brought it forward. And so I just really appreciate that. I think some of the things that I appreciate, though, are that this is not a presentation today that ends and we don't talk about again. I think there is an opportunity always for change and growth in our district and all levels, and I hope we can revisit the great work that our school police are doing regularly, because I do think we serve as examples. We know there's hard conversations happening across the country with our not just school police departments, but across all the municipalities. And I strongly believe that the work that we do here in Washoe County School District serves as a great example. I just will quickly say that I think, kind of going off of Trustee Calvert, that we have work to do across our district in our hiring practices, and Trustee Simon Holland brought it up in the presentation about our special ed department. And I shouldn't say hiring practices, but we know that we need our workforce as a district to be more representative of our community as a whole. And I realize that you're limited in your candidate pool, but I just hope we'll continue to really work towards that representation. I think the more we can have our officers represent our school, our students and our staff, and the more our teachers represent our students, the better. So I just, want to encourage us to continue to move towards that. I saw Trustee Simon Holland's hand go up before we go to Superintendent McNeil.
Thanks, Madam President. I just again want to thank the chief and the team for the great work that they do. And whenever you're ready for a motion, I want to make a motion that acknowledges and supports our police department. We had a lot of folks who emailed us thinking that there was some intention by the board to defund our school police department. And I want to make sure we're on record with formal board action supporting and endorsing our police department. So when you're ready for a motion, I'd be happy to make it.
Thank you. I do want to give Superintendent McNeil the opportunity to speak and then take our public comment on this item.
Thank you very much, President Raymond. And I know it's been a late night for everyone, but I just want to echo, when we brought this to Chief Trevino, he had already started the process of this. And, it's been a very emotional time in our community and in our nation. And I just want to thank the chief and the entire school police for all of their work. I've known Chief for a very long time. I knew him when he was a motor officer when I was a principal at Marvin Moss. And he has always been a man that I highly respect, along with all of his officers, all of the officers. They just show up every single day, loving children and loving what they do. And it truly is a specialized service that they provide to our schools. So just thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you very much.
All right, I will ask our recording secretary. We did receive, I believe, some public comment on this item. And so if she could read the names of those individuals. Do we have public comment on this item?
We do not, actually.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was getting confused. The individual trustees received emails about this item, but we did not receive official public comment. So we don't have any public comment to read. So I will now ask Trustee Simon Holland to make her motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I would move that the Board of Trustees supports and endorses the Washoe County School Police Department and affirms these best practices in policing as presented.
I second.
Great. I have a motion by Trustee Simon Holland, a second by Vice President Taylor. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, thank you, Chief Trevino. hanging in there for a late night with us. And
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
And please extend our, please let the whole department know, especially as Trustee Simon Holland said, it was important to us to use this motion as not just a support for these policies, but a support and endorsement of the department as a whole.
Absolutely, I will do that. And I'm sure there's probably several of them watching right now. Thank you.
Great. All right, 7.1 agenda item is our board reports. I'm going to just quickly say that for my report that Chief General Counsel Rombardo, Superintendent McNeil, and staff and I have been exploring the option of and what it would look like for us to have a public comment via Zoom. We are continuing to work on that, and we'll present when we have that finalized what it looks like. And our goal and our hope is to have that up and going for the July 7th meeting. There's just some things we need to talk through and iron out, but we will keep the community posted and get that information out as soon as possible when a decision is made. Any other board reports? Okay, Superintendent McNeil, 7.2 is your report.
Thank you very much, and I'll be quick. I think it's important for our community to know and just to get the information out if we haven't been able to communicate it yet. But I did want to let people know around some of the work that we are doing around equity and diversity, just within the scope of what's happening in our nation. First of all, I want to reiterate the support of the President and President Raymond in our statement the other day about the Supreme Court's decision around Dreamers and the DACA decision. By no stretch of the imagination is our country there quite yet, but I do want to state that was an important decision by our Supreme Court. Also, I just want to say that we are looking at providing professional learning this summer. So each one of our certified staff members will be taking professional development around equity and diversity and access, as well as we know that we talked about earlier the 21st century, but I do want to say that they are going to have this professional learning around building their capacity, and the Equity and Diversity Department will be leading that course. I also wanted to talk about the work that Tiffany Young and her team around, and I think that we're probably going to have, I believe our principals help facilitate affinity groups, and these would be based around race, but it would be for our employees to provide connection and support for our employees to listen, respect, and honor all voices and what they're living through and the social emotional impact that they are. And so I want to compliment Dr. Lamarca and the Equity and Diversity team and our entire academic team for supporting that work, including human resources around affinity groups. And then finally, in the trustees will receive more of an in-depth report around our curriculum and the look as far as equity and diversity. For example, our K-5 English language materials benchmark, a member of the district's equity and diversity department reviewed the texts to make sure that it was appropriate, and they offered feedback. And then also, just quickly, the curriculum and instruction department staff have met with colleagues in equity and diversity department to talk about social studies instruction and to make sure how to incorporate additional resources into the curriculum. And that work was going well in spring, and then obviously this pandemic hit. But I want to compliment our Office of Academics under the leadership of Debbie Beiersdorf and Dr. Lamarca, Equity and Diversity, and our MTSS, because I think it's important that we get the word out there as far as everything that we are doing to talk about race and make sure that it's front and center within our school district. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. All right, 8.1 is future agenda item requests. Trustee Taylor, or Vice President Taylor, sorry, tired.
Okay, so I said it can be Angela. That's okay.
Angela.
I just want to say something we didn't make a part of that motion. I think Chief Trevino did a great job. I just want to make sure that we kind of circle back on a couple things that are kind of pending. It could be 6 months from now. That's fine. Just keep it on the radar on the update sharing the data on the website, and then back on the I'm going to use my terms because I don't know the official terms. Sleeper hold versus choke hold. I know he's going to wait and see what happens at the state level, but it's something they've already been chatting about. And I just don't want to make sure it doesn't slip from our radar. So just a follow up. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? All right, 8.2 is our general public comment. I will ask our recording secretary to read off the names of those emails that we received. Those are emails that came in during today's meeting that were not directly related to one of our agenda items or that came in after that agenda item had passed. We have read those emails as the meeting has gone on, and we'll read the names off now. And I'll just quickly add that you can find those public comment emails on our homepage of our website.
We received comments from Nicole Hunt, Erica Trapp, Kaylin Evans, Kristen Dehan, Olivia Moses, Alex Gouvain, and Shauna Baker.
All right, thank you very much. Our next meeting is scheduled for July 7th. That meeting will begin at 2 p.m. and as of now is scheduled to be via Zoom. We also have a work session this Friday. With that, I will adjourn this meeting finally.